BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 and present Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Yep, Football Friday. Football Friday. Already started off on a Thursday last night with Seattle and San Francisco. We're off and running, man. Texans and the Patriots on Sunday. You can hear that. You can hear that, right? I don't know. You sounding like there's something going on in the background over there. Just I'm
kind of being flooded. It's weird. This has been a weird week. This has been a strange week. I think because of the injury of Nico Collins, coupled with the fact that the Texans are facing a team that nobody's really excited about in general.
I'm excited to go kick their ass.
Right.
Yeah.
But even like by way of name recognition and everything, even the guys that are somewhat recognizable might not play in this game. And it's been a weird week. And all of a sudden, here we are. It's Friday. And all right, let's go.
Yeah.
I hope the Texans players haven't overlooked the upcoming opponent to the degree that you and I have.
No, and their job is not to. Our job is to do that. Our job is to completely disrespect the Patriots, which we will do over the next 4 hours at least a few times, I would say.
Oh, I'm already, I've already taken 3 victory laps for the Texans' triumph over them. I'm looking way past them.
Yeah.
It's on to Green Bay. That's what my Friday press conference was.
There you go. So we're feeling good this morning, man. We're feeling good. A couple things, like last night, we had Thursday Night Football last night. You Sports Radio 610, thank you for that. The 49ers, even their record at 3-3, as do the Seattle Seahawks at the same time. Remember when the Seahawks were 3-0, and they're like, what a great story this is. The Seattle Seahawks with a rookie head coach, and the Geno Smith redemption tour continues, and now you look up, and it turns out they're just one of the teams on the scrap heap there.
I thought that was and I'm not like trying to pat myself on the back for this or anything, but I thought that was one of the more obvious like early season storylines that wasn't going to hold up.
Fugazi,
if it did, it would have been impressive, but they'd squeaked out some good wins versus some questionable competition, and it was just a little bit of a misleading 3-0.
I think so too. I think so too. And so the 49ers, if you missed it last night, 49ers beat the Seahawks 36-24. High scoring game. And yet with San Fran, if I'm a San Fran fan, I still come away from that game a little concerned about it. Gave up a kickoff return for a touchdown. They couldn't do anything in the red zone. They kind of let Seattle hang around in this game. The one thing I will say, as a Texan fan, to localize this game that took place in the far reaches of the football universe last night up in Seattle, is watching San Francisco's run game. I'm like, oh, okay, so that's what it's supposed to look like. Huh, okay.
Right. Yeah,
Jordan Mason and his 8 carries. Jordan Mason's 8 carries for 73 yards. So they're like, well, Jordan Mason's hurt, so now we got to go to the next guy. This Guerrero dude that they drafted this year who busts off a 70, slows up the game. You know, they're trying to squeak out the clock, and they're up 29-24. And if they give the ball back to Seattle, that crowd's going to be going crazy, and they might blow this game. First play from scrimmage on the final drive, handoff to just a simple handoff up the middle, and the center is burying a guy, and the guard is burying a guy, and Guerrero sees the hole, and he's down the sidelines for 76 yards. And I'm going, that's what it's supposed to look like, right? You're supposed to be able to just plug any old Cam Akers or Daria Gumbawale in there, and they're supposed to be able to bust off 8 yards of carry is what I was sold. It is
when you have offensive linemen who are executing and blocking the people they're supposed to block, all of that stuff. It's amazing how much different it looks, and that you could even get if you could get 3.9 yards per carry out of Daria Gumbawale.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick, I always look forward to his Thursday pressers, and because I think he's very open about talking about what the issues are on the team, for the most part, what they need to do better, all of that. And I came away I felt a little bit better about the actual play calling in the game. I think that this is where I just feel differently than a lot of people do about what Bobby Slowick's issue is right now. I don't think it's about the actual play calling. I think it's about the execution of the plays. I think it's about the players doing the right things and successfully doing their jobs with some calls that are I'm fine with. Yeah. Now, that all still comes back on Bobby Slowick. He is the offensive coordinator getting this run game going. Man, when I watch the 49ers operate, I'm pretty sure that the Seahawks, unlike most Texans opponents, in game planning for the week aren't saying like, oh, all we have to do is line up the defensive tackle here and then have him move there. There you go. That's how you beat the Texans
Problem
run
solved.
game.
Yeah.
You got the Texans offensive linemen up at the line and they're like, wait a second. These guys aren't just going to stay put? Wait, you mean at the snap of the ball they might slant out of the gap they're in?
Yeah.
What on earth do I do there? Yeah. Then their brains turn to liquid and run out their ears onto the turf at NRG Stadium. This is it's the most frustrating thing in the world. It's some of these little simple execution things that the Texans are not handling properly, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, it's frustrating. We'll get to the practice report yesterday. The injury report was interesting yesterday. We'll get to that in a second. As far as the game goes last night, yeah, Seth, there was a play. It was a simple kind of throwaway play. It was, it was 1st and 10, midfield, something like that. And they hand the ball to Jordan Mason. The Niners do. Hand the ball to Jordan Mason. It's a nice run. It's like a 9-yard run, right? And they go, let's take Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. Now, look at what Trent Williams. Let's take a look at what Trent Williams did on this play. I'm like, no, I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch a willing blocker at left tackle in the run game. I'm going to be so jealous. And they do the overhead view. Like they must have a drone up there or something. They're doing like the overhead view of the play.
They've got the overhead camera on the guy wires there.
So they play. And I'm like, oh. And they circle Trent Williams, and they snap the ball, and he just goes and buries his guy. Like he just mauls him, and I'm like, oh, that must be nice, man. Like having a left tackle. It's
just like the mauling people.
Just willing to get into street fights. You know what I mean?
How many examples have we seen of genuine maulings by the offensive line?
This year, 3. I don't know. That's it. 3 sounds
like total.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a maul grade? I need a maul grade on PFF or something. Yeah.
That sounds.
It doesn't need to be a pancake or anything.
Feels like
a maul.
Feels like 3. Yeah.
Are you manhandling people? Are you making guys question whether they belong in this
okay, so which of the offensive linemen embody that sort of ethos on this team?
I think Shaq Mason used to, but he hasn't quite been himself this year. Shaq Mason might be so far.
Has he been influenced by the fashionista tackles on the team?
Yeah, maybe he's a little too up in his mentions or something. I don't know. He's also getting old. I don't know.
That's true too.
When it comes to mauling, he might have gone the Jose Abreu route.
Where are the two young guys on the mauling scale? Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs. Okay, that answers the question. You're good. That's okay. I was double checking to make sure you weren't actually frozen. You had the same. You looked frozen for a second. I'm like, is Seth still there? I
don't want to be overly.
No. They don't. I know they haven't mauled a lot of people. But do they have it in them? And if they have it in them, are we worried about them being influenced by the fashionista tackles?
They do have the ability to maul. The Colts game especially.
Yes.
There was mauling going on there.
There was mauling.
Remember the one play where Kenyon Green he made it look like the scene from Die Hard where the villain is falling off the skyscraper. He had gone up and hit Zaire Franklin and just knocked him out of the frame. Yeah, the maul is in them.
Yeah.
They right now sometimes you're a little this is what happens with offensive linemen is that they are, as much as I like to poke fun at them because they're, naturally deplorable people, but the offensive linemen in general, they have the maul in them, but because they've got so much going on in their brains that sometimes these are the two things that conflict with each other in a football player, especially with linemen. The conflict for blood flow between your brain and your balls. And if you've got too much blood flow and too much oxygen going to the brain because you're thinking so much, you end up a eunuch. Not enough blood flow to the groin. And they got to get to the point where they're automatic enough mentally that they can go out there and be cavemen brutes physically. Because I do think they have it in them.
Yeah.
It's just there's just a little too much hesitation, trepidation, a little bit too much uncertainty to where they can't go out and maul. Now, there have been good examples of it. And even last week, I thought there were some good examples of it. There were some, when they were backed up in the end zone, they got in their own end zone, they got like a 4-yard run, then a 7-yard run, and that was good. That was good. They just got to do it more consistently.
Yeah.
Obviously.
They were all back. Ken Green, Titus Howard, both limited. Laramie back full go. So he was out on Wednesday, full go yesterday. Joe Mixon back at practice. I texted you from practice yesterday, Seth. I said, hey, Mixon suited up, and he's doing stuff. He was limited, but he's doing stuff out there.
My question was, why are you texting me instead of tweeting to the masses? But
it had already been tweeted. Somebody had already gotten to it.
Yeah, I had already seen the alerts. I was like, I know, Sean.
Yeah.
You know that irritation you get when somebody just being a totally solid dude is just telling you something, but if you know it already, you're like, yeah, I know.
I got that heat from you yesterday.
Don't insult me by acting like I didn't know this thing that was reported 2 minutes ago.
I was just excited. That's all. I wanted to share my excitement with you.
I didn't. I didn't feel like that.
I know.
Sometimes I do, and I feel guilty. But not with you. Never with you.
Right.
But with others. Yeah.
We'll hear from Joe Mixon in the next segment, but sounds like it's still up in the air. Very much up in the air if he's going to play this weekend. Is the sense I get.
Yeah, I know. I didn't like any of all y'all's reports about Joe Mixon, about how he was out there and he was testing it out and everything.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's all right though. Do more with less.
Today's a big day, man. Today's a big day.
You got to be like the Marines right now. You got no Joe Mixon. You got no Nico Collins.
Got to find a way.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Show me, what time do I show up? Where do I go?
That's it,
Point
man.
me in the right direction.
That's it. The Patriots' best offensive player has missed practice the last 2 days. Ramondre Stevenson, who was kind of in a quasi-doghouse already because he's been fumbling a lot this year, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, an already decrepit offense might be missing its best player, so that's good news. Robert Woods out. Looks like Kamari Lassiter, it sounds like, may miss the game on Sunday.
That one. That's an owie right there.
That's an owie. Yeah, that's not a deep position for the Texans.
It's a different defense than it was last year. They're way more aggressive. D'Amico's willing to release the hounds with blitzes, particularly on third down. So it'll be interesting to see what they do if Kamari Lassiter doesn't play. Do they feel confident enough in the guys they do have to play man that they can go ahead and release the hounds? We'll see.
Yep. We'll see. All right, let's lay this game out for you. The Texans and the Patriots on Sunday. We'll lay it out for you, six-pack style. We got 6 storylines and predictions for the game on Sunday. We got a busy show, man. Ted Johnson's going to join us at 9 o'clock today. Yeah, Teddy
nice.
J. Yeah, that'll be fun. We've got Circle of Swarm at 7:20. We got 5 reasons I hate you at 8:25. Yes, so it's gonna be a nice hateful show today here.
Circle of Swarm is I lost sleep over this last night. Okay,
I got my names written down right here. I lose sleep over it too. I'm like, God. There's a lot of good candidates, though, this
Making
week.
it only 6 is we made it hard on ourselves emotionally.
Makes it tough. All right, so we'll get to that. We'll lay it out for you. 6 storylines for the game tomorrow. We'll do that coming up next.
Nothing hard about this. Kirk Homes. You want to build a beautiful custom dream home? You go to Kirk.
Pendergast Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's six-pack this thing. Let's get the storylines laid out. It's Patriots-Texans. It's Patriots-Texans noon kickoff in New England. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. You can hear Texans Countdown beginning at 9 a.m. with me and Seth C. Payne.
Old Sethers.
The old Sethers, and then me and Stern Dog after the game, Clint Stoerner, till 6:30, till Sunday Night Football on Sunday. So big day Sunday. Texans trying to go 5-1. Seth, they're trying to do this in a place where they have never walked out victorious. Wait,
what?
They've never had a fun flight home from Providence, Rhode Island before.
Ever? The Texans have never won in New England?
0-7 in New England lifetime. Yes. 0-7.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Really?
You want some more facts? 0-7, never been a favorite, and they've lost by an average of 18 points.
Hey, shut up.
Oh, what? I don't know. You think I'm making this up? No, I did the
Yes.
research. No.
Did I do this research?
No, you can trust it. It's mine.
See, that's the kind of stat I would research, and you'd hear it. I would say it, and you'd be like, all right, Seth.
No.
All right.
I can almost name the scores. That's how scarred I am in my head.
Wait, an average of 18 points.
They lost in 2006 there, 40-7. This is all straight out of my head. You're looking at the rundown. This is not on the rundown.
Yeah.
They lost the Letterman jacket game in 2012.
I don't know what you're talking about.
42-14. They then, a few weeks later, lost a playoff game there, 41-28.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
God, that was kind of a close game for three quarters.
It was, yeah.
That was actually the Texans. That was like one of the best performances any team had versus the Patriots that year through three quarters.
They were down 5, and the 2012 playoff game. Then the playoff game with Brock Osweiler.
That's the one. Oh, sorry.
You're thinking of that one. That was a 5-point game late in the third quarter, and Will Fuller had a deep ball go right through his hands. And then
Tom Brady just threw up a prayer of a potential pick six.
Yeah.
That ended up being a reception.
Yeah.
Because Brock Osweiler almost said Jadeveon Clowney was magnificent in that game.
He was. Yeah.
For three quarters.
He was. They were moving. Remember, they were moving Clowney and Merciless over the nose in that game.
That was the big one where hey, looks like the antidote for Tom Brady is to have a freakish human being rush up the middle and put pressure in his face.
Well, it's a brave new world now because the Texans are headed up there 4-1. The Patriots are 1-4, and the Texans favorite in this game without their best player. They lost their best player to a hamstring injury.
I won't be happy unless they win by at least 18 points. They need to start offsetting this horrendous, ridiculous deficit they have.
They need to win by exactly 18 points just to symbolically show the Patriots, we're here now. This is our world now.
Yeah.
21-3. That should be the final score. All right, let's get to the six-pack here. We start with number 1. So let's start there with Nico. No Nico in this game, so now what? Here was Bobby Slowick yesterday. Who steps up with no Nico Collins?
You know, Nico is a guy that is really irreplaceable. You know, I think he's been playing probably the best ball of his career. I think right now I'd say for us, he was the best receiver in the NFL and what he was doing, and you know, you can't replace that. But at the same time, we got a room full of guys that are hungry, that want to go in, they want to get their ops. I think Hutch did a great job in the game after Nico went out. He took advantage of his ops. He showed up in the run game. He works every single day. Obviously, you have Metch, you have Woody, you have Sims. I mean, we got a lot of guys that can go out, that can play, and that can function. So we have full confidence that we'll just keep rolling.
You know, so many.
That's good, Ben. We're good. That's good.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So many of the times that you see Stephon Diggs, you know, get something underneath, it's when, he lines up on the same side as Nico. Nico runs a deep ball. Things are open up underneath for Stephon Diggs. He's been very, very good underneath and on the intermediate and stuff and all that. But there are also examples. It's Dell that's running the deep route, and that opens it up for Stephon Diggs. So I don't want to call it an embarrassment of riches, but they still have very menacing threats in the wide receiving core.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be a little bit different, and ultimately maybe it's for the greater good if they do have to kind of target people differently, get the tight ends more involved. But there is still a dynamic on the team where you've got kind of like back when you used to have Will Fuller, they would open things up for DeAndre Hopkins underneath. You still have that with Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs.
I agree.
Just not as potent and scary and powerful to a defense is when Nico Collins is on the field, but you still do have that dynamic.
Yeah, I conservatively, I would say half the teams in the league would still swap their top 3 receivers and tight end for the Texans' top 3 receivers and tight end, even without Nico Collins.
It is. I think we're in a weird place where it's kind of like, well, okay, Nico Collins has been the best thing going offensively for this team other than C.J. Stroud, and yet Nico Collins goes out, and the thing I'm still most concerned about is, all right, can they start running the ball with consistency?
Yeah.
Can they really – I'm not as worried about Nico Collins as can you run the ball consistently to help out Nico Collins when he returns and everybody else.
Absolutely. Well, let's get to the second one then. Possible Joe Mixon return. Joe Mixon practiced yesterday. Here was Mixon, a little exchange with the media. How's he feeling? What's the likelihood he's back on Sunday?
I felt good, man. Obviously, been pretty much going back and forth with the training staff, trying to figure out when I'm going to get back and participating in certain things, so I felt good.
It's a step. Do you think it's enough of a step that Sunday you have some optimism, or is it a little soon?
I think we'll probably go through practice tomorrow, see what's going on, and obviously let's come up with a decision on whether to go or whether to just wait another week.
All right, that audio courtesy of Aaron Wilson's Twitter feed yesterday. How you feeling on this after hearing that audio set?
I don't feel awesome about it.
Me
It
either.
feels like they're just in touch and go. And when somebody's had an injury as long as this, I think it's hard to do this, but you got to err on the side of conservatism. You got to be, you just don't want him to go out there before they feel 100% solid with it, have him aggravated again, and then boom, he's out for another 5 or 6 weeks. So I feel like that, just by him talking about the way they're feeling it out, it feels like this is kind of this is the week before the week they make a decision.
I'm with you. I'm with you, especially when he specifies, see if I get held out one more week. Clearly, there's been a conversation internally about, okay, this is New England, and then we got Green Bay the next week.
This feels a little bit like you're taking the PSATs before the actual SATs.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, all right, let's diagnose exactly whether you actually can go to college or not.
Yeah.
We're gonna let's see if this is even a goal this week.
That's the New England Patriots. They're the PSATs.
You're the PSATs.
There
Is
you
that
go.
still a thing? Do they still do PSATs?
I think so. That's what decides the National Merit Scholars is the PSAT, not the SAT.
Yeah, that's right. I remember. Yeah. I was going through a rough stretch at home, and it was like I was having a rough semester in high school, and I also at the same time because I did well on my PSATs.
Yeah,
I got one of those awards, and I remember my the nerds in my class.
What the hell's he
like,
doing
what
up
the
here?
Hell? What
the hell's
the
he
hell
up
is
on
this?
this stage for? I'm not going to tell him to move. He's really big. All right, let's keep it moving. Number 3 in the 6-pack. There's no audio with this one. This is just another plea from me, I'm sure from Seth and many other Texan fans, to you Texans. Just no silly stuff. None of the silly gaga that keeps these bad teams in games. No block punts. We haven't seen any of those since week 1. No muffed punts. We haven't seen that since Steven Sims got benched. You took the penalties down from 12 to like 7 or 8 last week. That's better. You can do better than 7 or 8, but let's do baby steps. CJ, I can't believe I have to drag you into this conversation, but no fourth quarters with multiple turnovers and intentional grounding penalties.
Yeah, what the hell, CJ?
Yeah. I preface by saying I can't believe I've got to take my favorite son and actually have to spank him here because he's a model citizen usually.
You know, the thing about that fumble that CJ had, where ultimately he's responsible for it, and yet at the same time, Titus Howard just blocked your dude. And,
yeah.
You know, excuse me, Blake Fisher. Apologies, Titus Howard. Blake Fisher, just block your dude. But because I went back and I was watching some of the CJ under pressure in that game, and he is really good with his ball security in the pocket. He holds it high in front of him with 2 hands.
Yep.
That one throw that he had made while he was getting hit in the face to Stephon Diggs off to the right.
Incredible.
You can see him working through the traffic in the pocket with his hands both clutching the ball held out in front of him. Like, he's smart about that. So that was a little bit flukish. It's going to happen at times. The interception was the one that's on CJ.
He knows.
Great play by the defender, but I just don't. I'm not worried that all of a sudden CJ is going to become a turnover.
Yeah, I shouldn't have even brought CJ into the conversation because that's just regular football stuff, and that's not a trend. I'm talking about the silly stuff that hands 7 points to the other team.
I would say even silly stuff like Robert Woods, as awesome as he was in the return game. Also, hey, let's not go out of our ways to field the ball on the 2-yard line
stuff
on a
like
punt.
That. Yeah,
That's
the Patriots cannot win this game. The Texans can lose this game. The Patriots cannot go and win this game.
Did he fair catch it on the 2?
No, he tried to return it.
He tried to return it.
Yes, yeah, he tried to return it. All right, number 4. Kill the rookie. I'm just 3 words. Kill the rookie.
Kill him. Kill him
Drake
dead.
May. Kill Drake
him
May.
dead. Make him question whether he should have gone into tennis or not.
Here is Dan Orlovsky on ESPN yesterday on NFL Live. I think it was yesterday. It was earlier this week. It was after they named Drake May the starter up in New England. I think he's a legit concern for Drake May's safety.
When I think about their defense, the word that becomes apparent is just overwhelming. One overwhelming lockdown coverage. Man coverage, and they're really good at it across the board in physical. They are fast at the second level with their linebackers. That's going to be a challenge for New England, who hasn't gotten open downfield much. Second thing, guys, these linebackers play downhill and violent. So, yes, New England has a good run game, but this group of backers down in Houston is physical, and they can get after you in the ring. And watch Toto back here, just bang. You're talking about a group physically that plays at a violent level. Everybody on this defense tackles. One of the things that New England wants to do is get the ball to the unblocked defender. J-Mac, you know this. Some secondaries in the NFL, they don't want to tackle. Not in Houston. And then this pass rush will get after you. And again, to Mike Reese's point, this offensive line has been in flux in New England, and they've been poor. So the challenge for Drake May, you're going against the Houston team that is violent and overwhelming on defense.
Yeah. My favorite part of that is the group of linebackers. I'm like, well, there's 2 of them. the group of
there are only 2.
Yeah,
yes.
It's a group of 2.
Other than the 1 rep Neville Hewitt has taken at linebacker this year, they've had only 2 linebackers.
Now I agree with what he's saying. Like Toa and Aziz have been bringing the funk this year, man. Like so I agree with that. It's just funny to categorize it as a group. Like, well, it's basically just 2 guys.
It is, though. The physicality of the defensive backs is a calling card of this defense, and it's good. They had they've had some lapses with their cornerbacks coming up and playing the run, but it's not because of a lack of want to. They just got a little sloppy a couple weeks ago. They cleaned it up last week. So that's make going out and giving advice to Drake at the end of the game.
Yes.
In kind of a backhanded way, where he says, "Hey, don't worry about all those egregious mistakes you made. Just keep your chin up."
Can you imagine if CJ's just like, "Bro, you got to demand a trade. You got to get out of here." That's his advice. You got no linemen, you got no receivers. You got to get out of here. All right, let's number 5. I don't know how this impacts the game. I think it's fun that Nick Caserio is returning for his first regular season trip to New England. I know they went in the preseason a couple of years ago. I was thinking about this yesterday. I need to go back and see what the reaction in New England was when Caserio took the Houston job, took the GM job. Because my guess is there were probably a lot of people up there that were like, "Phew, good luck with all that." You know, like that he was taking. That was I know you remember 2021. This organization was not in a good place, and that was before Deshaun got got all the lawsuits and everything else. I wonder what they were saying back then, because now he's taking one of the 4 or 5 best teams in football back up there. Like, hey man, I'm a local boy. I've done good for myself here.
Look, we did Ted Johnson. We're having Ted Johnson on at 9 a.m. and we had him on a couple years ago, and Ted was almost kind of he was having fun with it, but he was like, "We talk about you guys a lot, like just what a mess it is down there and everything." Yeah. And I remember, like, at the time, I was like, "All right, well, listen, it's not like you guys are like, all right, it's not the bastion and the heyday that now I think we can really gloat at Ted's expense."
That's why we're bringing him on at 9 o'clock is to really gloat with him. Yeah, that's
we can gloat while he's not in the same room as us.
That's right. Yeah, that's the key. That's the key. Yeah. All right, last.
Because he's still very, very fit.
He is. Yeah, he's in
still
good.
Looks like
dude. He didn't look real. Like he looks computer generated. 27-13 is my prediction for this game. Texans 27, Patriots 13.
There's a couple things I need to do. I want to check on a couple things before I give my prediction at the end of the show.
Okay.
Last week I've got a lot of pressure on me because I was so close.
You were spot on, dude. Not just the score, but like how the game was going to go. You know? Yeah.
I had predicted 20-19, which is a weird score to predict. At one point, though, in the fourth quarter, it was 20-17 with the Texans backed up in their own end zone.
It's almost like you paid Robert Woods to field that punt right there, so you would be right. That's how they wound up back there. All right, so 27-13 is my prediction. Seth will have his later in the show.
I've got the Texans winning, but there's just one little thing I want to figure out.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll get to headlines coming up next. Top of the hour, Bobby Slowick explaining end-of-game decisions. We'll also stack the card for this weekend around the NFL. It's an interesting weekend of football here in Week 6. 7:20, Circle of Swarm. The pressure is on Payne and Pendergast to get this one right. Headlines coming up next. Stay there, but I want to tell you about Daily and Black right now. If you are a huge
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's start with the Texans. They've got the Patriots on Sunday, noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. Texans are a touchdown favorite in this game. Bobby Sloag met with the media yesterday. Taking a look back, how did you feel about the Buffalo game, and what are some of the challenges you're facing moving forward?
For us, even offensively, we felt like that was probably one of our better offensive games. First half was one where really we felt like we were doing and executing how we wanted. We had cleaned up the penalties, which was a big thing for us going into the game, which is a credit to the guys. I mean, they've gone all in on really trying to hammer that out. Then the second half, we kind of had a few times it showed back up and we just couldn't overcome it. And, you know, like statistically, we've been good on third down. We've been good in the red zone. We've been good in yards. There's like this void somewhere between the plus 45 and the plus 30 that we've had some issues in, and that right now as a staff is what we're in there grinding and trying to figure out, because really in the game where we stalled in the second half was we had three, if you count the 44-second play, times where we got across the 40-yard line and we had no points to show for it, you know, which that gets hard. That's hard to win in the NFL. We fired up as a team that we were able to rally together and get that done.
Yeah, they did. The drive that ended on 4th and 1 with them running Dare Ogunbowale into a brick wall, and the drive that ended with CJ's interception were both excellent drives. They were double-digit plays. They'd burned 5 or 6 minutes off the clock. Both those drives were without Nico Collins, we'll point out. Nico was gone after it was 14-3. So, yeah, they're still, even amidst on the scoreboard, these big lulls, they're still doing good things. The plus 45 to plus 30 thing is interesting because he's exactly right. That's why Kaimi has so many 55-yard field goals, because they stall at the 35 or the 40-yard line. That's where they bog down all the time.
That's where Kaimi Fairbairn has been such an asset, because they've gotten to this point where they're really good at getting to the 55-yard field goal mark.
Yes,
it's almost like that's their red zone. Sean, is the entire area on the field from the let's see, what does that make the
40-yard in?
Yeah. Like let's get to there. Let's get to the spot where Kaimi can take us in.
Yeah.
If they get into the actual red zone, I actually feel pretty good about them.
That's what Bobby said. They score touchdowns when they get down there this year.
The pre-red zone, they're a mess.
Yep.
It's like they're getting a little too excited during the heavy petting part.
Right.
And all of a sudden, like, oh, there we go.
Yeah, don't even get to the red zone.
It turns out I got to go to work in the morning.
So hopefully, the big thing Bob pointing out, that's how I felt at halftime of that game. Like, man, you can see what this looks like when they just don't shoot themselves in the foot. Just run the ball competently. You don't need to be averaging 6 yards a carry or anything. Just run it competently and don't get penalties, and this thing can move. You got C.J. Stroud at quarterback.
They get up to the line in that 4th and short, and it doesn't look like they're blitzing. So all we need is 6 inches here, and you don't have the guys that can maul and mash defensive tackles up front to just get a little bit of a push, a little smidgen of a push, and that's a problem right now. And they've been good in short yardage situations for the most part. It's just Bobby chose violence there, and this is not a violent offensive line.
No, it's not. It's not. We kind of on the fly came up with the maul scale earlier in the show. We were the degree to which each of the offensive linemen on the Texans like to maul people. Someone asked about Blake Fisher. You watched a lot of Fisher this week.
He's got a maul lust. He's got a lust for mauling.
Okay.
I think it's just he'll get there. He'll get there.
Okay.
There's a lot of potential with Blake Fisher. I'm honestly genuinely really excited about him moving on into the future. And he's shown improvement from his first appearance to the second one to a big degree. He's not on the maul scale yet, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
think honestly, I think Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green both have the want to.
Yeah.
They're not there yet.
Yeah. Someone said on the text page, Texans guards want to maul. The Texans tackles want to. I'm circling that text. That's genius.
So I've long dreamed of having the suavest, most fashion-forward offensive tackle in the league. That's where, a lot of times people are like, hey, who do you want? A guy like Trent Williams? Like, no. No, he's just a big brute. I don't want him. I need a civilized offensive tackle.
I need my left tackle on the swag list on the team. Yeah, for sure.
Give me someone. Give me a finesse lover, not a fighter.
The drip list. Yeah. Thursday Night Football last night. San Francisco evens their record at 3-3 on the season. They beat the Seahawks in Seattle 36-24. This was a fun game. This was a game, I mean, a little like the Texans. San Francisco built up a 23-3 lead, and it felt like they were going to run away with this thing. And then they give up a kickoff return for a touchdown to Laviska Shenault, and all of a sudden, it's a game again. And Seattle had chances. I mean, Geno Smith threw a couple of gifts to the San Francisco defense. He had a couple bad interceptions in this game, including one that the Niners got with Seattle looking to take the lead in this game in the fourth quarter. So this was it ended up being a 12-point game. This was a fun, close game throughout most of the second half.
They did. Seattle made it really, really interesting in the second half. There were times where with Seattle, though, too, it felt a little Texans-like. Like at the end of the first half, the Geno Smith and DK Metcalf had that 52-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Wiped out by an illegal shift. That felt very Texans-like,
yes.
2024 Texans-like.
Yep. And they ended up getting a field goal instead of it. Was right. That was big.
The big thing, too, though, it was a good game as an example to the Texans to not use your running backs being injured as an excuse, because they ran for 229 yards. The 49ers ran for 229 yards. That's with no Christian McCaffrey. Jordan Mason got injured in the second quarter, tried to come back, left the game for good in the third quarter, and they just ran all over the Seahawks.
Yeah, it was a clinic on the ground for sure. So that was Thursday Night Football. Hassan Reddick, other NFL news. I mean, the Jets have so much drama going on right now. Hassan Reddick, who the Jets traded for from Philadelphia in the offseason, traded a decent draft pick, a second or third round pick, I think, for Hassan Reddick, who is in the final year of his deal, wants a new deal. He's kind of crossed the threshold now where everybody's like, all right, bro, you're giving up 800 G's a week to try to make a point. You've amassed millions in fines. This is how you know that Hassan Reddick is probably a little out over his skis on this holdout. He got fired by his agency yesterday. CAA cut ties with Hassan Reddick. And Andrew Brandt, who is a former agent and a former front office executive with the Packers, tweeted this yesterday because it sounds like he's at least either been involved with directly or seen things like this before. And he basically said, CAA probably said, look, bro, there's nothing we can do for you anymore. Like we're at our wits' end. Like you're either just going to keep coughing up money, or you got to go back. You got to go play.
Yeah,
and he doesn't want to go play.
I think that managing the expectations of your client is hard to do in many different businesses, and it seems like CAA, which has a lot of experience with a lot of clients, felt like, no, listen, Hassan, you're not making any sense now. That's what it feels like. This feels like in one of the 19 different Menendez brothers documentaries that I've watched over the last several weeks, in one of them, they bring the part where Robert Shapiro was first working with the Menendez brothers. And if I recall properly, in this one documentary, Robert Shapiro was basically like, listen, you guys are hosed, you got to settle. And the family's like, no, these boys are innocent. And Robert Shapiro bailed, He just, I can't do this.
Sometimes.
So CAA in this instance is saying, like, no, we can't even. Yeah. Even I, the guy who will one day get O.J. Simpson off on his charges, will not accept this case.
That's right. That's right. I thought that was an interesting story. Major League Baseball playoffs. The Yankees are on to the ALCS. That wasn't painful at all, watching Garrett Cole do a victorious post-game interview going to the ALCS. The Tigers and the Guardians are tied at 2 now. The Guardians win yesterday. So this sets up actually a really fun baseball game tomorrow. The Tigers in Cleveland with Tarek Skubal trying to pull off another upset in the postseason here in a decisive Game 5.
Are you? I feel I'm pulling for A.J. Hinch. I think A.J. Hinch has done a masterful job at managing throughout these playoffs, both against the Astros and now in this series. That it's really in an era where it's hard. credit for almost anything anymore. They just don't want to make it all about the analytics and everything. A.J. Hinch has made some just very good strategic decisions, including the way their approach versus Framber Valdez. Like, that was masterful. And he's gotten a lot out of a lineup that doesn't look great on paper. But, so I'm pulling for A.J. Hinch in this.
I am too. We get a Game 5 tonight between the Padres and the Dodgers, so that's fun. I'm rooting hard for the Padres because the Dodgers and their fan base are deplorable people. So that's tonight. Jose Abreu is trying a comeback. I saw this yesterday. He's signed up with a Puerto Rican Winter League team trying to make a comeback to MLB. I wish him luck. I respect his,
just love of the game. Yeah. I mean, he's making his money from the Astros still. Yeah. Money's, I'm sure, got zero to do with it. It's that he feels like he's got more baseball.
That'll be the sign that the championship window is closed. If Jose Abreu comes back with another Major League Baseball team and looks like a competent big league first baseman, it's just the gods speaking to us. They're like, nope, you've had your fun. Yeah,
we've already had to watch Yuli Gurriel have big moments in the playoffs.
Correct.
So might as well do it with Abreu now.
All right, we got a fun 7 o'clock hour plan for you. Bobby Slowick on the end-of-game decision-making against Buffalo. This is really, really good. We're going to stack the card this weekend for you in the NFL. Some very interesting games at the top of the card. 7:20, Circle of Swarm. We do our 4th Circle of Swarm of the season. That's all coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
The circle of trusting your finances. Are you in it? Are you in that circle? That's your own.
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so we get the coordinators, the media does, on Thursdays. So I know, like, the process should be, by Tuesday we flush the previous game and we're on to New England. And generally speaking, we are. But unfortunately, we don't get to hear from Bobby Slowick or Matt Burke or Frank Ross until Thursday. Yeah. So I'm curious some of their thoughts on some of the things that happened on Sunday, especially in a close game against a good team where there were a lot of little micro decisions to be made in that game that impacted or could have negatively impacted the outcome of the game for the Texans. And so the big one, I think, for Bobby Slowick was some of the play calling, decision making down the stretch in that game, where the Texans, with under a minute to go, had the ball in Kaimi Fairbairn's field goal range, which is basically in the building. If he's anywhere in the building, he can kick a field goal. But they had it like at the 36-yard line of Buffalo. They were in position to kick a game-winning field goal, and it's third down. And if you just conventional wisdom was, you just run the football here. You got all your timeouts.
They're on the 39-yard line.
39, okay.
So at that point,
it's about a field goal would be.
56 or 57-yard field goal.
Yeah.
And that's the key. The key thing is, 39-yard line. It's a 56-yard field goal. What do you do there? Do you just run? You need time to expire. What do you do? And Bobby Slowick chose to pass. They didn't execute it properly, and CJ gets an intentional grounding.
Intentional grounding, which pushes him back 10 yards. They lose the down, so it's not third down again. Now it's fourth down. Now you got to punt the football. Now, fortunately, they got the ball back, and we all know how it ended. They end up winning the game anyways, despite that poor execution or poor play call, depending on how you look at it. Maybe both.
Well, it was miscommunication there, and somebody that was supposed to be there wasn't there. Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
So here's Bobby Slowick yesterday on the decision-making at the end of the Buffalo game.
We shouldn't ever get a grounding call there, so that starts with me. I got to just do a better job at communicating to everybody what we're trying to get done. That can't happen in that. We prided ourselves on we work situations all the time, and for a year and a half, I'd say we're a good situational football team. I think that's shown itself in how we handle 2 minutes. We're very good 2-minute offense. More of that is situations than anything. People think it's going on the ball. A lot of 2-minute, you're not going on the ball at all. It's just handling situations when they come up. But as it pertains to that specific one, I would look at that similar to the end of the half at Indy. I botched that one. There's schematically, you're expecting them to try to knock you out of field goal range. So you're pretty confident most coordinators in the NFL are going to all out pressure you. So the start point, you have to feel confident if you call a run, at the very least you're not losing 3 yards. Because that's, it's risky when they're bringing everybody. Now, there's ways we can definitely make that happen. And then in the pass game, obviously, we got to be able to go execute.
So in that moment, what they're really thinking is, it's a 56-yard field goal. If we run the ball here, yes, we're going to definitely soak some time up. But there's also a really good chance, especially given our ability to run the ball, that it's going to be a tackle for a 3-yard loss.
Right, it's going to turn into a 60-yard field goal.
Like so many plays have been in recent memory. So you dial up something that you think is at least an easy completion, and maybe you get some extra yardage out of it, but at the very least you don't actually go backwards again. So I'm a little bit more it's frustrating because philosophically it makes sense, and yet you're hamstrung by your inability to even just run for a stalemate right there.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If it's a zero blitz, then so be it. But there's teams that can still at least expect to get a stalemate there.
Yeah.
That he chose the less evil option there, and it ended up being the absolute worst. It sounds like he was saying at the end of the Colts game, or end of the first half of the Colts, where everything got all screwed up. Okay, I botched that, but in this, I feel like he stands by his decision to pass there. They just got to execute it better.
Yeah, it's been an interesting season for the Texans for end of half and end of game situations. I feel like there's been no in between. They've either executed or done just some crazy, odd, weird things, whether it's a singular play like that one we're talking about now, whether it's just a misunderstanding or botching of the situation like it was at the end of the half against the Colts, or for me, the general approach at the end of halves is something I just don't – I think D'Amico is more conservative at the end of halves than I would like him to be. It's just a philosophical disagreement on my behalf. And yet there have been times at the end again. I mean, look, the end of the Buffalo game, they only had to execute one play, but they did it fine. They set Kaimi up. The end of the last drive of the Jacksonville game was a masterpiece. The way they emptied the timeouts of the Jags while still going down and scoring a touchdown was amazing.
I mean, a lot of that, it's tough because when it does work well, it looks like, oh, yeah, that's the master. But when it doesn't work out, it feels like, oh, you're just guys are so conservative. You're so, how are you doing this? And yet, all those examples where they do suck the clock down and take a possession away from the other team, that's part of it, is they're driving down the field at the end of a half. Part of their philosophy is, all right, we want to be sure we take a possession away from these guys. They don't have a realistic chance to score at the end. Because you only get 12 possessions in a game. If you can steal a possession from a team, that's a big, big deal. And I think they look at that as a bit of a victory too. Whether the Texans score points or not, they're trying to walk that fine line, and it's frustrating because you're greedy in the moment. You want points, damn it.
Yep. Well, and I think especially too when you get the ball. Talking about the end of half stuff, when you get the ball to start the second half, also that factors in. Like, okay, let's make sure they don't get the ball at all. And plus, we get the ball. We're getting 2 possessions in a row here.
And we're keeping them off the field for like an actual 45 minutes to an hour of actual real time.
Real time, yeah.
Yeah, but so with Bobby, this is where I'm torn with him because I love his press conferences. I think it's very obvious and evident that he has a really deep level of understanding of the game. Yeah. And a lot of times, though, he'll be saying things that I 100% agree with, and they are 100% true. And yet, I don't like it because at the end of the day, it's all without substance if you can't actually execute all of this highfalutin philosophy that you're talking about.
Yep.
That you know what it feels like? I guess it feels most like when a new basketball coach takes over, Udoka, for instance, and you have to start. You're trying to do the basics, and you've got a philosophical, belief that you want to get good at doing these certain things. And sometimes you got to take 2 steps backwards to take 3 steps forward with all of that, and it feels frustrating and plodding. And yet the vision is like you got to do all this boring bad stuff to get to where your vision is. That's where Bobby Slowick is with the run game right now. And I think it's that there's part of you that wants to say, just let CJ cook. There's just sit back there and gun and go. But the vision is that you've got a well-constructed offense where the run game and the pass game are tied together and they complement each other, and they're just not there yet because they can't execute in the run game, and it screws everything.
I think the other thing to point out there, too, because we have people texting in, just take a knee. Why not just take a knee then? And if you're worried about losing yard, well, for one, if you take a knee, you do lose a yard. I think the other thing we're getting we're starting to take maybe Kaimi Fairbairn a little bit for granted as well. It was a 56-yard field goal. They're also trying to gain 4 or 5 yards there to make the field goal a little bit easier. Like, that was the purpose of passing the ball there, was to try to pick up some extra yardage to make life easier for Kaimi Fairbairn. We can't live in a world, people, where, I get it. They had to set up a 59-yarder at the end of the game because they had no time left. That was just what you were dealing. You had 7 seconds, and you had to move the ball as many yards as you could and still have time on the clock for the final field goal. But we can't have it. What people are saying, take a knee or just run the ball into the line or whatever, like, you can't play for a 56-yard field. I know Kaimi's really, really good. The two things that I feel like, you and I had this conversation off air a little earlier. The 2 things that I feel like we're starting to take for granted a little bit as Texan fans. One, Kaimi Fairbairn's ability to bang a field goal from anywhere inside 60 yards. And 2, like, this is real. What Kaimi is doing this year is freaking amazing. He's got 8 50-plus yard field goals. He's got 2 59-yarders, including one at the gun to win the game last Sunday. The other thing we're starting to take for granted a little bit is C.J. Stroud's right arm and just how ridiculously accurate he is under duress and how easy it is. And I'll use last night's game as an example. In the second half of that game, Brock Purdy was awesome in the first half. In the second half, he wasn't as accurate. He was missing what looked to me to be easy throws, and I would rewind and I go, okay, was that an easy throw, or do I think that's an easy throw because I watch C.J. Stroud every week? You know?
Well, then even somebody
who makes everything look easy. CJ.
I was talking to somebody who was talking about the Texans receivers, and they were saying like, well, it just seems like they get a lot of separation and they're just so open. And some of that is that because CJ throws with such good anticipation, and because he has such good ball placement. Like I did that cut up yesterday of Stephon Diggs. It was the receptions this season that Stephon Diggs has had while C.J. Stroud is under pressure. And it does. Every single one of them, it looks like, wow, look at how much room there is. But so many of them are either late in the down where C.J.'s had to scramble and create some time, or it's that C.J. gets rid of the ball. He's starting his throwing motion before the receiver's even into his break. And it's that one minuscule moment where there's great separation and they get the ball. Yeah, you get a little spoiled with that.
You do.
The other part of it, I mean, yeah, the Kaimi Fairbairn part, it's not like the Warriors at their peak were scheming just to get Steph Curry 35-point three-pointer. You know, like just because
threes.
He can, just because he can hit one from 38 feet doesn't mean that that's ideally what they're trying to get. You can't bank on that all the time.
Well, and the same people say, like there's a text here, why not? He's money from beyond 50 yards. Conservatively played for a 56-yard field goal and they missed it. They'd be like, how can you play for a 56-yard field goal? So no, I disagree, sir.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the decision. It all comes back to a lot of the issues that I have with Bobby Slowick as an offensive coordinator have zero to do with his play calling. I think his play calling is just fine. It's the problem is they can't execute, and that's on Bobby Slowick. He's not the offensive play caller. He's the offensive coordinator. And the run blocking is not good enough. And that's on Bobby Slowick.
We'll get to the Circle of Swarm in about probably 7 or 8 minutes here. The weekly Circle of Swarm. Seth and I each pick the 3 swarmiest Texan players for the upcoming week based on performance, recent and year-long. As far as the card this weekend goes in the NFL, I like stacking this like a wrestling card. You guys know that. The undercard, for me, the undercard this week, Seth, are the 2 games involving other AFC South teams I'll keep an eye on. Jacksonville and Chicago in London, 2 teams the Texans have played already. And then Indy at Tennessee. Tennessee coming off a bye week. Probably a better team than their record if Will Levis just would stop throwing pick sixes. And then the Colts, it looks like Anthony Richardson is back for the Colts this week. So I'm kind of hoping for Anthony Richardson to be terrible so we get a little more of that play Joe Flacco vibe that the Cleveland Browns had to deal with last year. That's kind of fun.
Yeah. This is what I really want out of Anthony Richardson is a continuation of what he's done in his career, which is make enough throws you continue to be tantalized by the upside. Maybe underplaying exactly just how erratic and bad he is, not just in his actual throwing, but some of his decision-making. So I need the Colts to really string this out for like 3 more years.
Yes.
Or just for them to think that, well, if he could just stop getting injured pretty much every 3rd game that he plays in his football career in college or the NFL, if we could just get him over that hump, play 4 or 5 consecutive games in a row without getting injured.
The mid card for me this weekend, 2 games. Cleveland at Philadelphia. Yeah, I know it's 1-4 against a Philly team that's shaky right now. The loser of this game, their head coach will be sitting right next to Doug Peterson on the hot seat list. If Kevin Stefanski, I think Stefanski's actually a good coach, but if they start 1-5 and they're married to Deshaun, if the Eagles lose to 1-4 Cleveland at home, coming off of a bye week, Sirianni is going to be squarely on the hot seat. So this is a hot seat alert game on the mid-card here.
This is, there's the beautiful thing about football is that you can find excuses for just about anything.
Yes.
And my favorite thing now these days where I waste time is looking at the people who are viciously 100% still in Deshaun Watson's corner. And we'll point out.
They're out there.
Oh,
huh?
Yeah. Now, I don't know how many of these are just actual burner accounts of Deshaun and his staff or not.
Yeah.
But, there's there's other Browns right now, so where you can make excuses enough for Deshaun Watson that, oh, hey, okay, yeah, this is Stefanski. With another coach, he'd be just fine.
Yeah.
There's it's just, look, you got all these other – nobody could operate well under this. I mean, and to be clear, Deshaun is still – there's lots of quarterbacks in the league that have issues with, on their offense and everything. But Deshaun's playing worse than all of them.
All of them.
So, but there's enough people out there making excuses that I think that at some point Haslam, the owner, who we know will listen to fans. It's the whole reason they drafted Manziel.
Yeah.
Was that yes, they're gonna blame Kevin Stefanski.
Oh, for sure. 1-5, and the schedule does not let up for these guys. The other mid-card game, and I struggle with this one, maybe putting this one further up the card. Washington at Baltimore is a fun. Any game involving the Commanders now becomes a fun game with this offense. So you got Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury heading to Baltimore. It's like a little mid-Atlantic battle. They kind of live on that same little peninsula there, and battle for that capital area of the country. And a little Lamar Jackson versus Jaden Daniels action. That's a fun game right there. Washington and Baltimore.
I am, we've never seen Cliff Kingsbury in the NFL as an actual just offensive coordinator, where he's not also having to deal with the responsibilities of being a head coach. Mm-hmm. And Cliff Kingsbury's, probably learned a lot of good lessons from his time in Arizona. I'm very intrigued that this might be it's kind of a rebirth for Cliff Kingsbury.
Good test, man. It's a really good test. Washington at Baltimore. Washington 4-1, Baltimore 3-2.
The way they ran things in in Arizona with Cliff Kingsbury, it was just from the stories I heard from people that, had been there, was that there were just a lot of things Kingsbury did as a head coach that were not like NFL head coach type things. Yeah. Like the level of discipline and professionalism and everything within the building, it just wasn't what most successful NFL head coaches do. Cliff Kingsbury with an elder dude over him and an actual NFL coach, and with that maybe kind of guidance and not in pressure, perhaps it might be the absolute best thing for Cliff Kingsbury. So far, Jaden Daniels just been playing. He's just been playing really good football. It's
out
not
of his
just
mind.
It's not gimmicky or anything. He's making good decisions. He's accurate. He's doing all of it.
He's everything you'd expect in a number 2 overall pick for sure. Semi-main event this weekend: the Lions at the Cowboys. Lions coming off a bye week. Cowboys 3-2 on the season. That game is in Dallas. Dan Campbell going back to where he didn't play in that stadium, I don't think, but he was a Dallas Cowboy as a player. But Detroit, generally considered to be one of the 2 best teams in the NFC, I think. Dallas aspiring to be. It's a big game for the Cowboys, man. It's a big game at home for the Cowboys. Chance to make a statement.
Did you ever follow up on I know people were trying to read CeeDee Lamb's lips as he was yelling at Dak Prescott, and Dak Prescott just kind of stood there and took it, didn't really say anything. Was that debunked?
I don't know. I couldn't read the. Here's the frustrating thing about that is every tweet that I saw made it seem like it was obvious what CeeDee Lamb was saying. Yeah. But they wouldn't say what it was. They're like, oh, boy, look what he's saying. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, I can't tell what he's saying.
People were saying it was like mid at best, or they were mid throws, or it was
And so I honestly, Seth, I stopped caring. It's the Cowboys.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So I never did any detective work.
We're rooting for dysfunction with the Cowboys.
Yes.
Not because it affects us necessarily all that much on a year-by-year basis, but it's just fun to watch.
Main event of the weekend. Weird to say with a game between a 3-2 team and a 2-3 team, but it's Monday Night Football, and I am fascinated to see what the post-Saleh, post-Hackett play calling Jets look like in a game where they are their first game post-firing their coach, and if they win this game at home against the Bills, the suddenly kind of reeling a little bit Buffalo Bills, the Jets will be in first place in the AFC East if they win this game.
I almost wonder whether part of getting rid of Saleh, without going into the whole soap opera of Aaron Rodgers and all of that goes, and whether how much input he had, I don't care. We'll never know. I think that Robert Saleh, as I told you, I was always a little bit concerned just from the Hard Knocks clips and everything that he might have tried to pit the offense and the defense against each other a little too much. There's a good, healthy competition that you want to have, but I always felt like, okay, the defensive-minded coach Robert Saleh was rubbing it in the offense's face how good the defense was. And that's dicey. That's dicey. You want guys that are competitive and everything, but you don't want it to start to feel like us against them. Sauce Gardner had a quote where he said basically like, hey, we're still playing for him, for Robert Saleh, to do it for him.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I wonder maybe Saleh, despite his better, best wishes and better motivations or whatever, was creating a divisiveness there, and maybe it'll be different now. Who knows?
We'll see. But that
I like Robert Saleh a lot, so it's hard for me to say, but maybe that was an issue.
Are you with me on how compelling that game is on Monday night, just based on everything swirling around the Jets and where the Bills are right now too?
Yes, because the Jets do have. On paper, it looks like they could be something.
Yeah.
And so much of it has to do with Aaron Rodgers. Like, Aaron Rodgers yesterday said all the right things, said, hey, if I play better, Robert Saleh is still here.
Yep.
So, yes, it's very intriguing to me. I love the interim coach bump, especially on a team that looks like they could do something if they turn a few things around.
And they did take play calling away from Nathaniel Hackett.
Yes, that as well. Right, yeah. They did the thing that people thought they should do, and people wondered whether that got Robert Saleh fired or not. At the very end of the day, at least, okay, that change was made.
They almost had to still do that. When the story got out that that's what Saleh was going to do, then they fired him. If they had given play-calling duties back to Hackett, the smoke on Aaron Rodgers would have been an inferno on Aaron Rodgers.
In the morning kowtowing meeting, they probably 5-minute meeting every morning where they're like, okay, how do we kowtow to Aaron Rodgers today? Okay, well, yesterday we kowtowed to him by getting rid of Robert Saleh, who had tried to demote Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
But now it turns out that Aaron doesn't like this heat that he's getting.
Yeah.
So we need to pivot and kowtow to him by demoting. Yes, this is all very good. This is all very good, productive. This is the way a good Yeah, we're good, right, guys? This is the way good organizations operate, right? Okay.
What a mess. What a prison that must be.
Kowtow on 3.
Kowtow on 3. All right, let's get to it. We do it every Friday.
D'Amico always says swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right, I'm tracking this. I am keeping archives of our Circle of Swarm each week. In the Circle of Swarm, Seth and I each pick 3. Swarmiest of Texan players based on recent performance and partially year-long performance and how we feel heading into this game on Sunday against the New England Patriots. This is purely subjective Payne and Pendergast stuff right here is what this is.
I'm going to – go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say we each pick 3.
Okay.
I was just going to reiterate that. We each pick 3.
It's my turn to pick first, isn't it?
If you want to, go ahead. I was going to let you pick first. The honor is yours. You're fire.
Nobody lets me do anything, Sean. I do what I'm going to do. Okay?
You do it, man.
Listen, mister. You kowtow to me right now.
That's right.
Okay, this is actually tough for who to put in first. I feel like the embodiment of Swarm last week, and this includes the way this guy's entire unit ended up playing, it was Azeez Al-Shaair, who came in, just had a really bad first series after he'd spent a night in the hospital. He'd lost 10 pounds of fluids. He was physically beaten down and ill. Started off the game rough. D'Amico threatened to or told him that he was going to have to bench him if it kept looking like that. And Azeez ended up playing like he looked like he just had the best week of his life. So yeah, Azeez Al-Shaair, first member of the Circle of Swarm, Week 6.
There is a play that they show. Oh, you know what? I saw it on the cinematic YouTube that the team does.
Yeah.
Of the recap of the game. It's like a 6-minute video. It's really good, and it was a play where Josh Allen broke out of the pocket, running to his right. And Mario Edwards Jr. is chasing him, and it's what it looks like. A defensive tackle chasing Josh Allen, and Josh Allen is clearly, making separation. Azeez Al-Shaair shoots from off the screen like a bullet, passes Mario Edwards Jr. like it's the HOV lane, and forces a bad throw by Josh Allen. Like Azeez Al-Shaair, east to west, just sideline has just been a joy to watch this year, man.
Yeah. That's he's a more athletic version of D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans was more of an old school thumper, but he was also sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
Aziz Al-Shire is the modern version of that. A little bit more athletic, sleeker, but still with an appetite for violence.
I just double-checked on this one, Seth, to see if this guy has been in the circle of swarm. This is my first pick.
Okay.
And he's not yet. And I like getting a little new representation in there. And you'll like this because he wears your old number. Foley Fatukasi, number 91. I'm putting him in the circle of swarm. And it's based on big plays recently and just all-out effort. He gives great effort all the time, Foley Fatukasi. Yeah. But 2 weeks ago, he was crucial in the goal line stand against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mm-hmm. The tackle for loss he had against the Bills on a screen pass was a really underrated big play in this game. At a time in the game where the Bills were getting a little momentum, they went from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 17, and the Texans were able to get off the field on that drive.
Yeah.
And I just feel like Foley Fatukasi, I feel like as the year goes on in the circle of swarm, I want to reward some of these guys who've been giving swarm-type effort, but recent weeks have been making splashy-type plays as well. So I'm putting Foley Fatukasi heading into Week 7 in the circle of swarm.
It's this isn't like an MVP ranking for the team or anything like that, but just by way of he's playing and what his expectations are, he's done some really good
Special
things.
Work ethic and relentless mindset, baby. Yeah.
My next inductee
Swarmy.
into the Week 6 into the Week 6 circle of swarm. A guy who improved on a swarmy element last week after a couple weeks ago being kind of dicey in it. Derek Stingley and his ability and willingness to come up and be physical in the run game, and then added to just his general overall coverage ability. I thought that 2 weeks ago versus the Jaguars, the Texans had some uncharacteristic plays where the cornerbacks and the defensive backs in general weren't quite playing their responsibilities and like the selfless part of it in the run game. Derek Stingley came back and did all the right things in that regard. And as D'Amico talked about this week, you got to have defensive backs that are willing to hit and willing to tackle. So Derek Stingley this week. I think that it's weird. I think, again, he's one of the obviously better players on the team. Is this his first time in the circle of
He was
swarm?
in. I just checked. He was in it last week, too. So this is 2 weeks in a row. But these are the first 2 weeks he's been in there. I've got some
It's tough now on the offensive side.
I don't even think I'm going to dip into the offensive side. I might stay defense.
Okay.
Or I think the rule needs to be when he wins Special Teams Player of the Week that Kaimi Fairbairn is in the circle of swarm. You kick a game-winning 59. He's been in it before. He was in it.
True.
He was in it the first time we ever did the circle of swarm. Included a kicker. That's how good a season Kaimi Fairbairn. You look at Kaimi Fairbairn's field goal log. I've got it in front of me here. He's kicked 11 field goals this year. 8 of them are 50 yards or longer.
Yeah.
The other 3 are 47, 47, and he's got a 30-yard chip shot from the Jacksonville game. That's incredible.
What was his miss?
His miss was from 54 against Minnesota.
Yeah.
So he is having the best season, certainly at this stage, of any kicker in Texans history. He's got the most 50-plus yard field goals, 8 through 5 weeks, of any kicker ever in the history of football.
I think the biggest wish I would have for Kaimi is that I would just hope he's never eligible for the award again the rest of the season.
Right.
If the offense could start just actually, using their brains when they're at the 40-yard line instead of just stalling out in that area of the field. Let's just go ahead and keep on pushing. Let's keep going. We're like the Donner Party here.
Yes.
It's
not just the 59-yarder to win. He kicked a 50 and a 47 in that game also. Like he's automatic, man. So we got to recognize him somehow. If the league's going to give him a trophy, then we're going to give him a swarmy right here. So Kaimi's my second pick. Who do you got for your last pick, Seth?
My last pick. Now, C.J. Stroud is falling precariously close to being out of the circle of swarm this week.
Mm-hmm.
This is dicey. I don't want him to be out of the circle of swarm.
Bad fourth quarter, man.
And yet, part of this is a little bit aspirational on this part, too. I want to give a guy a little bit of taste of love and respect, knowing that he's got a big test in front of him this week.
Yep. Okay, I like that one.
Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
If anything, for just his overall durability throughout his career, which is so crucial right now that he stay healthy. Nico, Tank, I have no idea how many games they're going to play for the rest of the season. I need Stephon Diggs to play every single game for the rest of the season, and mostly for Stephon Diggs' willingness to be really, in a lot of ways, in the same role he was in Buffalo last year, the short and intermediate guy, where Stephon really started to chafe against it. He's not showing any signs of buckling or disliking it or anything, and then he's got an opportunity this week to maybe be a little bit more of a deep threat and to get a little bit more of the glory. Yep. So for his relatively blue-collar, workman-like approach to this season so far, and for him trying real hard to do all the right things and say all the right things from a leadership standpoint, Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs is a good one. I thought about Diggs. That's a good one. My last one, I'm struggling with a couple of them here, and these are guys who are not normally guys getting a ton of accolades on defense, but they've shown up the last couple of weeks. I'm going to go with Henry To'oTo'o just because the position is a swarm-type position, and I think To'oTo'o has exceeded expectations so far this year. He does play with the swarm mentality. Like, he throws himself in there, and I think he's had a good season so far. So this is a partial good game against Buffalo, but overachieving expectations and playing the swarm type of football and hoping that he does more of it because they got no depth at linebacker right now. Similar to what you're doing with Diggs, a little bit of incentive. Give him a taste of that confectionery sugar, and he comes back for more. Noah is final pick for the circle of swarm.
So no C.J. Stroud in the circle of swarm. I had multiple people come at me during the game after C.J.'s intentional grounding penalty saying, like, okay, well, there's no way in hell. You guys don't have the guts to leave him out of the circle of swarm, do you? My gut after the game was, hell yeah, he's in the circle of swarm. I'm keeping him in the circle of swarm, and lo and behold, here he is. He's out because you decided to go with Henry To'oTo'o instead of the guy who actually won the game for you. Okay. All right.
No, I picked the guy that won the game for us, Kaimi Fairbairn. He's in there. Yeah.
But you chose. I can't put both linebackers in the circle of swarm when they're still the front seven is not doing a bang up job down in and down out versus the run. They're letting up too much chunk yardage in the run game.
Okay, I'm going to tell you who my other pick would have been. Then I got a bone to pick with you. Eric Murray has played really well for this team the last couple of weeks. He's had some good plays in pass coverage. He's had some big pass breakups on third down to get the team off the field. That was my honorable mention. That was the other one I was thinking about.
He received votes. Okay.
He also received votes. Now here's my bone I got to pick with you. If I'm going to let you go first in this, okay?
Yeah.
You can't take the fact that I'm going last and put it on me that C.J. Stroud's not in there. Like, Sean could have put him in there. Last chance.
Hey.
You can't do that, man.
I'm
pool.
just explaining how C.J. Stroud, the best player on the team, ended up out of the. I'm not blaming you. I'm just explaining to the listener that I trusted that. I thought that Sean would put C.J. Stroud in the circle of trust.
Man.
I assumed that he would. My mistake was in trusting you. I'm not blaming you, Sean. I'm telling the listeners it's my fault for trusting you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Is that what you're doing?
Yes. Your faults as a swarm committee member are actually my failings as a father.
That's
yes.
it, Ben. During the break, can you come get the
now
knife out?
I smother you with a pillow.
Can you come get that knife out of my back during the break, Ben? That was harsh. So apparently, and we've got like 50 texts of people confirming, CeeDee Lamb said to Dak Prescott, jump ball for jump balls. I got you. Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay, gotcha.
Basically saying throw it up to him.
So he's basically saying like, hey, we're cool, or just do that or whatever. Okay.
Just do that. Yeah.
I assumed it was probably these. People are getting a little now. There's like AI lip readers that people are just trusting 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
CJ should be the designated hitter for the Circle of Swarm. We're not doing stipulations for the Circle of Swarm. We've already got all kinds of extra stips for the Circle of Trust.
Making it 6 is tough.
It's clean, though. I like it. Like it's
this
exclusive.
is my least favorite Circle of Swarm. I feel like I did a little too much of attaboys in this one. Yeah. I'll give you a Circle of Swarm.
I picked Fatukasi, To'oTo'o, and the kicker.
Okay. Yeah. This is the problem. Fatukasi and To'oTo'o or feel like you're giving them an attaboy and for playing above expectations in some regards,
Maybe.
and yet when it comes to total swarmitude, they're not. Neither of those guys are on the level of C.J. Stroud.
They're not, but at least I've got, for Fatukasi at least, I've got examples of huge plays that he's made in the last couple of games. Toa take umbrage to. That's fine. If you want to take Fatukasi, I think, deserves to be. Like, Fatukasi's made a couple big plays the last couple weeks. If it was just guys who were really good, it would be like largely the same 6 guys every week. You know what I mean? Like, I like to have a little bit of recognition for, bam, huge play.
For the swarminess of it?
Yeah, so it is.
There's a little bit of an underdog thing going on there, too.
A little bit. Like
all
a combo.
All right. Now, I know moving forward, we got to keep the underdog element in there. That this is as much about spirit and pluck as it is about actual performance.
Someone says, I'm putting y'all in the circle of swarm for the great pregame foreplay. Keep up the good work, fellas. That's not foreplay. It's a pregame show. I mean, if you view it as foreplay, then
it is.
You
it
do
is.
You.
We spend 3 hours. It's like, Sean, you tell any lady, like, hey, before we get to the real action, we're going to have 3 hours of talking, of discussing your hopes and dreams for what might happen. Just a little bit of, just doing all the right things for 3 hours. Yeah, I think they'd approve, Sean.
That's a lot of work. Oof. Texans foreplay presented by it's Texans Countdown. Okay,
we do a 3-hour pregame show for a 3-hour game.
Yep.
A 1-to-1 ratio there of foreplay to action. That's pretty damn good.
That's a full
day.
Any
woman to tell you anything 1-to-1? Yes, please.
That's a full day. All right, there's our circle of swarm this week. Very defensive circle of swarm. Aziz, Fatukasi, Stingley, Henry To'oTo'o, Kaimi Fairbairn, Stephon Diggs.
That's true. Yeah, big picture, that's how it should go.
That's how
the defense has been much more swarm-like than the offense in general.
And even like if we factor like the recency part too, like these last 2 wins have been defensive wins, not offensive wins. In terms of the if we're combining the season with the last couple of weeks. All right. Okay, maybe I'm being petty on a Friday. Tuesday's our petty day. CBSSports.com put out a mock draft that if this happens, it would be the funniest thing to happen this offseason if this happens. Please, God.
So excited.
Let this happen. I'll tell you what it is coming up next. I want to tell you about Texas Star Grill Shop, though. Man, take a look at your weather app and take a look at what the weather.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Usually the day where we reserve some time to be petty. Seth and I can be petty at any time, but Tuesday is usually the day where we specifically reserve 8 o'clock to be petty. So maybe this would have been best saved for Tuesday, but boy, for something like this, I just can't wait. And it's a hypothetical, so it may not happen. It probably won't happen. But as of right now, it would appear that the Cleveland Browns are well on their way to having a top 5 pick in this draft. They had their Vegas win total revised downward from 8.5 to 4.5 over the last week. If your Vegas win total is 4.5, you are a bad football team. You know who else has a 4.5 win total in Vegas for the futures bets? The New England Patriots, who the Texans are favored by a touchdown against in New England this weekend. The Cleveland Browns are bad. So there's already mock drafts out there for next spring. It's kind of fun clicking them, and you have to page down and down and down and down and down, and you don't get to the Texans till like pick 29. That's kind of fun. It's been a long time since that's been the case. Now, they got to keep winning games. I don't want to, the Texans are not part of this topic. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's fun being good at football again. Picking third. Hey, Ben, get the draft sounder ready here. The Browns have the third pick in this mock draft, Seth, which is that's what they're on track for right now. Deshaun Watson is about to get them a pick that might net them the replacement for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
and if that is,
he's doing his best to recoup his own trade value.
Yes, that's a great way.
Listen, I know I haven't really kept up my end of the bargain here, but I'm going to try it for you.
I'm going to get you as much draft capital back as I possibly can by being an historically bad quarterback. If this were to happen with the third pick, oh my God! All right, so with the third pick in the CBSSports.com middle of October mock draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
Yes.
Holy crap! Because here's what you need to know is that this unless the Browns are willing to take an historic cap hit, like over $170 million, they're not cutting Deshaun and shifting over to Shedeur. Like, Deshaun is going to be on the Browns for at least another year, if not 2, because of how much dead money there is attached to him. Like,
it would be too hard to actually function.
Yeah, you can't field a
as
roster.
A team.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But to have and so to them drafting a quarterback would be logical. Deshaun's just going to have to deal with it. Whoever they draft, them drafting a quarterback is a highly logical thing to do. The Cleveland Browns, if they get a high pick, and there's quarterbacks worth drafting up there. I know you brought up the point many times. Teams are reaching on guys these days with high picks, but it just in a general sense. And by the way, Shedeur would be the first quarterback taken in this particular mock draft. His teammate Travis Hunter goes first to New England, who already has a quarterback with Drake May. Cincinnati's picking second in this draft. They're married to Joe Burrow. Dude, Deshaun Watson, emo as he is, his replacement on the roster, but his replacement having the most helicopter-ish of helicopter dads, a Hall of Famer with a loud voice, Deion Sanders. Like Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, and Deshaun Watson all in the same building has to happen. This has to happen.
If you look at the way this mock draft, just the way it is right now, I think they put some trades in here. But if this draft order, like with these trades already in and everything, let's just say hypothetically, it goes New England, likely not going to take a quarterback. Bengals, not going to take a quarterback. Then you get to the Browns, the Rams, the Jaguars, and the Panthers. I feel like Deion would be doing everything he could to angle Shedeur to the Rams.
Yes.
And that's probably the most likely scenario. If this were the draft order, I think Deion would figure out a way to get Shedeur to the Rams if the Rams so chose to take him or wanted him.
Yep.
And I don't know. That's I guess the whole sideshow element of just Shedeur's willingness to throw his teammates under the bus. There's that. There's Deion and the circus that brings. I don't know. This is is that the most likely scenario that he would end up with the Rams, and would the Rams actually want Shedeur Sanders?
I don't. Well, the overall likeliness of the scenario. Forget about teams for a second. Of Deion figuring out a way to get Shedeur out of what this mock spot on with that. There's a few other people weighing in on the text page saying the same thing. Shedeur would do an Eli Manning. He would never play for Cleveland. Text message: Deion would not allow that. Text message: facts, Seth. Somebody agreeing with you. So yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it ever happens, but man, just to put myself in a headspace yesterday, seeing this and envisioning a world in which Deshaun Watson has to deal with potentially being the backup for Shedeur Sanders is so fun.
The problem with the Browns right now, it's almost, like when you're watching an action movie and there's like a 9-minute car chase. And it's really good, and like all the special effects are awesome, but after a while, you're just kind of like, all right, okay, can we? That's enough. I've had enough of this car chase. Just end this car chase now. That's how I feel about the Browns right now. I can't sit here and watch. It's like watching fight videos on social media. Like after a while, you're just like, all right, this is affecting me. This is turning me into somebody that I'm not.
Wild?
I can't watch this bludgeoning of the Browns any longer.
Isn't that wild? Like when that trade got made, I thought there was a decent chance that the Texans would end up winning the trade. I had no idea it would end up being just the complete trouncing on both sides, that the Texans would turn into this and that the Browns would turn into that.
When with Dylan Horton coming back and playing last week, quite shockingly, remember, I had, Sean, I did a little video, I showed some of Dylan Horton's better plays from the game last week. He had 15 snaps in the game.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people that weren't aware that he had stage 4 Hodgkin. The fact that he was back playing football and doing some good things in that game was incredible. But on the petty side of things, that completed the circle of all of the players that trade has yielded on the Texans side are currently active NFL players still. The one guy, the defensive tackle from Stanford.
Thomas Booker.
Thomas Booker is still out there and playing. He's not with the Texans. The other guys are all still on the Texans and actually playing either well or putting in promising performances. It never works out that way. It never works out that way, and yet here we are.
Yeah, just wild. Shedeur Sanders to Cleveland. Make it happen, football gods. That's all I ask. I don't ask for much. And give the Texans a Super Bowl. That would be good, too. Matt Burke spoke with the media yesterday. Let's get the Texans' defensive coordinator scouting report. Let's start to look ahead a little more to the Patriots here through the eyes of the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. What's he see in rookie Drake May? We'll hear from Matt Burke, and that is coming up next. Today's my men's T clinic day, Friday. Head there after the show, get my testosterone boost, and then I'm on my way for another great weekend.
sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got a busy show, man. 5 Reasons I Hate You coming up in the next segment. Ted Johnson joining us in an hour to help preview Patriots Texans. Catch up with our old friend Teddy J. We got an injury report coming up a little later on in this segment. Let's hear from defensive coordinator Matt Burke. He met with the media yesterday. Always enjoy his press conferences. Very first question right out of the chute. What's your scouting report on on Patriots rookie quarterback Drake May?
Big, athletic, good throws, move, arm talent. So, it's again, obviously a lot of unknowns. I'm just trying to sort of triangulate between, what we see, him do well in college tape and what they've done this season so far from, in the structure of their offense and, what sort of the coordinator liked against us last year. So just trying to put it all together and see like what we think. But again, as always, at the end of the day, it's going to be about us executing kind of what we want to execute. So, but you see the talent jumps off tape for sure.
The biggest thing about Drake May is, all right, he's got a propensity to make some risky decisions at times. At least, that's what he did in college. Did in the preseason. I thought in the preseason he had some really nice plays that were the classic. Okay, that looks good by a rookie quarterback in the preseason, but in the regular season that's an interception. Mm-hmm. He got away with it against a fringe player in the second half of a preseason game. That's not going to work in the regular season. So you want to force him into some of those bad decisions. I think when you look at the Texans right now as a defense, where they're doing some really, really good things, the biggest issue is just you got to more consistently stop the run. They come up with TFLs that stop a drive or what have you, but they're just still letting teams run on them a little too much. But they've been rushing the passer well. They're not racking up sacks to an extreme degree, and Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are not on pace to be defensive players. The thing that I do respect about them and where it's worked is that there's a certain selflessness that you need when you're facing so many athletic quarterbacks week in and week out anymore, that you can't go for broke individually trying to get sacks. So if you think about in previous Texans defenses where there were some really good pass rushers, the thing that would always drive me crazy is sometimes you get defensive ends that are constantly running just past the quarterback at the back of the pocket, and they're trying to just really bend the corner, and they're going to run as fast as they can, but then they get pushed past the quarterback, and it's like there's no pressure at all.
And they're done, yeah.
Yeah, and now you've lost contain on that side. You've got one fat defensive tackle on that entire side of the field.
Yep.
The Texans do a good job of being disciplined in their pass rush. And tell me if this analogy makes sense, Sean. You used to be in sales.
Yeah.
There's some organizations that their whole philosophy, businesses, like real-world businesses, is they are sales-driven. They don't care if their salespeople are D-bags or what. They just want guys that are going to go out and sell. Yeah. And it works in that call. You try to use that same culture in another company, and it just screws everything up. It screws up the whole culture of everything. I do feel that there's a certain selflessness to Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter right now, where they're sacrificing some personal production to be part of a group pass rush that's just going to make compress pockets, force them to run to their weak hand side, all that stuff. That it doesn't win you sales trips to like awards trips to Bermuda. No, but it's good for the culture of the organization.
I'm having flashbacks. I hear you saying this stuff. Yeah, because the startup that I was one of the original employees for, that I eventually ran sales for the whole company. That's how we attracted sales talent to our company. Is like we are a sales-driven company. Every person who's not a salesperson in the company is instructed to, when you get called by a salesperson that needs anything, you stop what you're doing and you help that salesperson. To the extent that, I mean, you're using words like when I was hiring salespeople, I was instructed to find people that think selfishly.
Yes,
I think you want to find people. We need salespeople that think selfishly.
Dude, I was when I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life, I realized I had a really good plan in retirement, and then I realized 6 months into it, I hate this. So I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life, and I had a friend who worked for a surgical sales or surgical equipment company, very successful. A lot of people out there right now know exactly which company I'm probably talking about, but they are incredibly sales driven, and they give everybody a test. So I asked my friend before I take this test, should I have any strategy? It's a test that it's like a personality profile.
Sure, yeah.
And he's like, pretend you're the biggest, most selfish a-hole on the planet, and the cockiest dude who ever lived is about taking care of numero uno. And I'm like, I don't know if I
can't even fake this.
I'm taking the test, and I'm like, I think I'm supposed to. I can't answer this the way that I think I'm supposed to answer it. Wow. So as soon as I took the test, I'm like, no, this is not for me. So, I know who they're looking for, and this is not me. My friend, by the way, he's that guy. He's
their top producer.
Yeah, even by his standards, he was like, no, I had to stretch a little bit and go beyond.
So did you?
But that's not, and that works for that company.
Yes.
But there's a lot of companies that's the exact opposite of the type of the guy they're looking for. So yeah, I think that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are in some ways. The personal production is limited by the fact that they are trying to be good team players, and they're trying to have disciplined pass rushes. And if the quarterback does escape the pocket, be sure that he's escaping it to this side or that side, and it hampers the personal production. Yet the sum total of it all is, hey, the Texans are leading the league in pressures by some stat services. They're high up there in all the different stat services.
Man.
It's just not necessarily yielding sacks.
Right. Man, that's where I've got such admiration for Will Anderson. And Danielle Hunter, too. But Danielle Hunter has made his money. This is his second big contract. He got paid by the Vikings. He's getting paid by the Texans. Will Anderson is a guy who's in his second year, is as selfless as they come, it would seem. But he's selfless as they come, but he's a guy who we saw some of the video last year when he was mic'd up and some of the interviews he did, he wants sacks, man. He wants to get the quarterback on the ground, and that's where I've got real good admiration for a guy who's mature enough to be able to stay disciplined in this type of system, knowing full well that he wants to murder the quarterback,
And part of it is, too, I think, he can do more things, too. I think I don't know if he's limited by his ankle that kept him out during the preseason or not. Some of the elements of being a pass rusher that he wanted to work on in the offseason, it hasn't really showed up in the game. So I'm not saying that there's not upside there with him. It's just that it's not like I'm in a panic about it. I don't need to have two double-digit sack producers to think that it's a good overall pass rush. So they've got to keep building on it and everything. But so far, the way the defensive line and the defensive backs are kind of tied together and working well as a group, I'm cool with everything with the defense except for just they're letting up too much chunk yardage in the run game.
Yeah.
It's just versus the really good teams and in the playoffs, they're not going to get away with that. They're going to come up against a roadblock that you're going against a really good team and they're just continuing to run up and down the field on you. You can't allow that.
Yeah, I don't know if New England's a team that's going to hurt them that way. Now,
right.
Kamari Lassiter did not practice again yesterday. It's not looking promising for him. He's got a shoulder injury. It's not looking promising for Sunday. Here is Matt Burke on what if Kamari Lassiter this Sunday.
I'm not sure who's going to be available yet for us, so when we figure out exactly who that is, I think those determinations will be made, and that's what we do going through the week. Again, part of practice, not just obviously prepping for their team, but putting those guys in those spots and putting different people and say, hey, is this sort of set up better than this? And I would say I think Coach does as good a job as anybody of just sort of evolving as to the week. Let's try this out. Man, I don't like that as much. Okay, that looks decent. Let's sort of build on that. Or, hey, this guy's showing up a little bit more. Maybe we can kind of incorporate that element. So I'd say that's probably still ongoing, and we'll have the answer by Sunday. How's that?
Probably. Thanks, Matt. We'll have the answer by Sunday. I think it sucks. How do you like that? Look, of all the weeks to have some depth issues at cornerback, this is probably the week to have them on your schedule, I would say. The one team whose receivers can't seem to get open, that would be the week.
That's where we are too with Jalen Petrie, especially, is that, all right, man, he's got some limitations in man coverage. He's not a cornerback. Right. He's a safety who's playing linebacker a lot of the time, and he'll go out and he'll line up in the slot, and sometimes he's in man coverage, and versus good receivers it doesn't look so hot. Versus mediocre receivers, he does just fine, and that's what they're up against this week. The matchups favor the Texans this week.
Yes, very much so.
The teams with very deep, wide receiving cores is where I start to get nervous about the way the Texans' defense is constructed, and when they do.
Let's get to the offensive side of the ball. Joe Mixon practiced yesterday. He was limited, but he was suited up, doing drills. And he met with the media after practice in the locker room. And Mixon has practiced in the last couple of weeks. He practiced the Friday before the Jacksonville game, didn't play, and didn't practice at all leading up to Buffalo. Practiced yesterday. We'll see what happens today, but here was Mixon in the locker room afterwards on how did you feel, and are you going to play on Sunday?
I felt good, man. Obviously, been pretty much going back and forth with the training staff, trying to figure out when I'm going to get back and when I'm going to start being able to participate in certain things, so I felt good.
It's a step. Do you think it's enough of a step that Sunday you have some optimism, or is it a little soon?
I think we'll probably go through practice tomorrow, see what's going on, and obviously let's come up with a decision on whether to go or whether to just wait another week.
All right, to me, the question, Seth, is Joe Mixon 100%? If he's 100%, he should play. If he's ready to go, the ankle's good, then play. If not, I don't think he's playing. And I know the Texans would never say this publicly, and I know you can't look down on any opponent and any given Sunday, blah, 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 blah. I do think when you have honest conversations with yourself about who your opponent is, how important Joe Mixon is, how important the games after the Patriots game are, Packers on the road, Colts at home, Jets on a short week, that you do Cam Akers and Damian Pierce and Dario Gumbawale for another week.
Stephen A. Smith had a clip yesterday or a couple days ago talking about how this is no big deal for Nico Collins to be out, because if Nico's out for 4 weeks and the Texans go 2-2, they're still in a really good position in the standings and everywhere else with Nico Collins coming back. The one issue I have with that is that we don't know that it's only going to be 4 weeks. Like if 4 weeks is the minimum amount of time that he's going to be back. So, I don't want to be sitting here and acting like, look at all this. We got found money. We don't have to do a damn thing for the next 4 weeks. Yeah. I can't go there, but, if you're just trying to gauge it as like how urgent is it right now, there's some validity to it that this isn't the most urgent week that you got to get Joe Mixon back.
Right.
That if you look at it as objectively as possible, I know Vegas is like there's a human element to that, but look, objectively outside the Houston prism, the Texans are a one-touchdown favorite in this game without Joe Mixon. That's Mixon. With Vegas probably assuming that Joe Mixon's not going to be there and Nico Collins isn't going to be there.
Yep.
But you should be, if you clean up some of the stuff with the offensive line especially, then you should be able to handle this team. Yeah. It just gets there's a natural fear factor when you start thinking that way.
No, there is.
Like whenever you start thinking that way as a football coach especially, you feel like I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
Yeah.
Every game matters. Yeah.
It is, and yet not just in all sports, there's an element of load management now. There's an element of we know so much medically that it's a form of analytics. It's playing the percentages. How much does holding Joe Mixon out, what percentage does that damage our ability to win? I'm guessing they know that, versus what's the percentage chance he gets hurt again, and now we don't have him for 3 more weeks after that.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like old school, that's a tough way to go to look at it. It's like, you got to take everybody seriously,
But it is also look, hey, he is what he is now. He's a 28-year-old running back, which is you're pushing late middle-agedom by NFL running back standards, and you got to take that into account too. All right, man, maybe we got a guy that's just maybe physically now. I mean, he hasn't. How many total weeks has he been healthy for the Texans?
1.
The first day of training camp.
Oh God, it's total weeks. Yeah, you're counting that's right, dude. I forgot he missed all of training camp. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
he was gone.
He was healthy the first day of training camp.
First day,
at the beginning of it.
He practiced the first 2 days of training camp because I remember camp started on a Thursday. He met with the media on a Friday, and I remember seeing him outside the tent rubbing his quad muscle.
Yeah.
As he was getting ready to do his media, and then he wasn't practicing for literally almost all of the rest of camp, and he wasn't.
Right.
I don't think he was going full bore till the very, very end of camp. You know,
and it was so it's 2 separate injuries. It's not like the same lingering injury. He's been healthy for a week. Yeah. That's it. And I mean, who knows? Ready to go in the preseason. They're going to be extra careful with him there.
Yeah.
But it's something to be aware of. This might be the new reality with Joe Mixon.
Might be. All right, let's do 5 reasons I hate you, Patriots edition. We'll do it in the next segment. There's way more than 5, but we picked 5 off the top that I think many of you will agree with. Before we get to that, Seth, you've got the Mokaram injury report.
I do.
You do.
Joe Mixon practiced. He was limited, but still, he practiced. Laramie and Damian were both full participants in practice yesterday. Kenyon Green and Titus Howard were both limited. Robert Woods out again, as was Lassiter. Des King is still on the practice squad. Patriots' most notable ones was Ramondre Stevenson was out both Wednesday and Thursday, and that is your injury report. Brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, who, by the way, if you've been injured in an auto accident, a slip and fall, whatever it might be, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They've got real trial attorneys who don't shy away from a challenge. They're not just looking for the quick settlement because that's the easiest way for them to get a quick buck. They're in it to fight for what you truly deserve, even if it means going the extra mile. So if you're injured, don't settle for less. Mokaram Injury Lawyers has been servicing Houston for 25 years, more than 25 years. They're not your typical law firm. They'll step in. They'll take care of all the problems that come with suffering an auto accident. If you're injured, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Ted Johnson joins us, top of the hour. We'll get a preview of the Patriots game this Sunday against the Texans from a hardcore New England point of view. Ted Johnson, of course, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, won 3 rings with the Patriots, does morning radio up in Boston. It'd be good to catch up with him. 9 a.m., we will do that, top of the hour. All right, let's do this, though. Let's preview the Patriots game through a prism of hate. 5 reasons I hate you. Some teams are harder to come up with reasons than others. The Patriots are not one of those teams. Patriots, 5 reasons, rolled right off the tongue, I would say.
You didn't even have to consult your notes or anything. Huh?
Nothing.
You didn't have to use AI for this?
I did not. Nope. Just the old brain. So let's start with, we'll count them down. Texan fans will feel this one acutely. The New England Patriots were the breeding ground for what became the Mad King, Jack Easterby.
I'm a people person.
Yeah. He was such a people person in New England that he was able to people person his way into getting an executive job with the Texans and then people person his way into plowing through the entire organization just willy-nilly.
In a weird way, Jack Easterby is somebody to be both reviled and yet also maybe looked at as, hey, what could I take from his little toolbook to get a job that I'm vastly unqualified to have? And I think the biggest lesson is, hey, attach yourself to a very, very a top-notch, first-rate organization, and be sure you claim credit for a lot of the stuff that was actually already happening when you got there. Which is what he did. He loved to talk about all the different ways that basically he turned the Patriots into a championship caliber organization after they'd already won 3 Super Bowls.
Right. And then
how did he get that job? Well, he was in an organization where one of the defensive linemen shot and killed his girlfriend and himself.
Right.
And yet somehow because he couldn't have prevented it because he was such a nice guy after all had happened that the Patriots decided, that's what we need.
Yep.
We need to bring him in here.
Yep. So I will say this: as long as we were talking about salespeople in the previous segment, he would be a good salesperson. He can sell. He sold himself into getting the job,
Yeah. And speaking a lot of, make it sound like you get a gunny sack full of motivational slogans and pseudo philosophies and everything, and you can snow a bunch of people into thinking you're saying deep things.
Yep, absolutely. So number 5, we have the Patriots to blame for Jack Easterby. Number 4, Patriot fans act like they actually, maybe more so than any other fan base, they act like they actually got rings along with the players and the coaches in those Super Bowls.
They had an air of, we understand football, and you don't.
Right.
I would extend that to the Patriots media members as well.
Agreed.
People that covered the Patriots felt like they just understood football differently and on a higher level than anybody else because they got to watch this magnificence week in and week out.
Yeah.
So they really understand what it takes.
Yeah,
yes.
I can't play specific examples of it. I'll just say you know it when you hear it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This will be my request to those fans and media members is that as you embark on this era of Patriots football, which is going to be likely horrible for the next several years. Not every team can turn it around as fast as the Houston Texans did. You're likely going to be bad for the next several years. There's a good chance Drake May's not the guy. That's no direct disrespect to him. That's just the odds of quarterbacks. Most of them are not the guy. This would be my request, is that when we get into year 5, year 7, year 10, that you be equally know-it-all about rooting for a crappy team.
Right, exactly.
Hey, look, I've watched crappy football for the last 10 years, so I know.
Yes. Yeah. Get on our level. We've got an actual broad, full education on all this stuff.
Yep. So that's number 4. 5 reasons I hate you. Number 5 was Jack Easterby. Number 4, Patriot fans thinking they know everything about football. Number 3, I noticed this yesterday when I went to their website. One of Bill Belichick's gravy training kids is still on the staff there. It's not the mullet kid. It's not Steve. I think that's Steve is his name.
Mm-hmm.
It's Brian Belichick, their safeties coach, who looks exactly like a young Bill Belichick. It's incredible. And the thing is, he's probably like 29 years old. He graduated from college in 2016. So he's probably like 29 or 30 years old. He looks like he's 43. He's got a gigantic forehead. He went to Suffield Academy. So he is I grew up like 5 minutes away from Suffield Academy.
Yeah.
It's a boarding school in Connecticut.
The little snooty rich kid bastard school. Is that what it is?
Yes. They're not the hard scrabble Connecticut kid like I am that went to public schools. I was a public school kid. They went to Suffield Academy.
You used to have to get in a knife fight just to make it to your locker.
There was one time a kid hit me with his tennis racket, and it hurt really bad. So anyways. Kid hit me with a 3-wood. So the Belichick gravy train, even though he's not in the building anymore, rolls on. Brian Belichick, safeties coach, gravy train.
I don't know a damn thing about Brian Belichick, but I hate him.
Yes.
I hate him. This is who he is in my mind. Little snooty rich kid, but wants to have the tough guy mentality, even though he's never known a moment of hardship in his life other than daddy not giving him enough hugs and kisses as he grew up. And that now he lords over his, don't you know I'm a Belichick, over everybody else.
Suffield.
I don't care if I don't care if that's what he's like or not. That's what he is to me.
Suffield Academy.
Suffield and the Rivers School. That was the other place he went. He went to the Rivers School and Suffield Academy.
Suffield Academy. Went to college at Trinity College, not the one in San Antonio, the one in Hartford, Connecticut. That's a small liberal arts school. Played lacrosse there, and then Daddy handed him a job as a safeties coach with the New England Patriots. Does it get any more hateable?
Bro, nepo baby.
Yeah. Does it get any more hateable than that? All right, let's go. That's number 3. Number 2. As an organization, the Patriots are the sole reason that we're going to have to endure a world in which Eli Manning will be a Hall of Fame quarterback. They are the only reason that Eli Manning is going to go into the Hall of Fame. And I can't believe I'm conceding this now. He will go into the Hall of Fame at some point. God, if he goes in first ballot, then everybody should turn in their card. McLean and everybody. If he goes in first ballot, losing the Hall of Fame. I can deal with eventually. I can't deal with first ballot. But he's only going in, Seth, because the Patriots choked in 2 Super Bowls against this guy.
Yeah. You've personally elevated Eli Manning into a status. Yeah. Because you couldn't cover for an eighth of a second longer.
Yes.
On 2 specific plays.
Oh my God. Oh, so that's reason number 2. Reason number 1 is really a cornucopia of reasons, both on the field and off the field. This is a nefarious organization that gets involved in all types of off-the-field and on-the-field crime, to the point where you could just spin a wheel. Ben, spin the wheel. Let's just spin the wheel, and it'll land on any crime that's on this wheel. Bing! Aaron Hernandez. He was a New England Patriot. Have you been watching any of the Hernandez FX series at all?
I've just been watching the really bad clips on X. Yeah, as people bring it looks like a horrible series.
It's delightfully terrible. It's
really?
Yes. It's
bad enough that you can't figure out whether it's intentionally as bad as it is or if it's just that bad.
Yeah.
I guess you just stop. The clips I've seen, the acting is horrible. Every single actor just looks like they're doing a bad impression of the guy that they're trying to portray.
Yeah.
And I think I will sit down and watch the whole thing, or just to laugh at just how bad it is.
It's really bad. They have playing. The guy they have playing Urban Meyer, pretty good. The guy they have playing Belichick, I haven't seen the Belichick episode yet. I've only seen the clips that you've seen.
Yeah.
He looks a lot like Belichick, and the overacting is amazing. It is way overacting. But you could hey, Ben, spin that wheel one more time. You got Aaron Hernandez. You got Robert Kraft, Happy Endings down in Florida.
Oh, yeah, Bob Kraft, the owner, who's still there. Who's just he's an old creep who tries to dress He tries to dress young. He tries to appeal to the younger folks. I mean, he knocked up his girlfriend, and he's got her, well, allegedly, and he's got her set up and everything. He took care of her there. But, yeah, he's a creepy old man.
Yeah.
Bob Kraft is probably the creepiest of all the creepy old men that some of the owners in the NFL. So, yeah, I would take Bob Kraft himself, who skates by and doesn't get the scrutiny from the league office because obviously we know whose palms are greased.
He's going to go into the Hall of Fame here at some point. Like that's it's ridiculous.
It's a creepy old man.
Yep.
Just a creepy old man. The guy that is playing Belichick in that Aaron Hernandez series, people have compared him to Vincent D'Onofrio in Men in Black. Okay. He's the one that plays the alien. Yeah. He's got a disheveled, kind of creepy and weird looking. That's what. So now, whenever I see Bill Belichick, I imagine him as that alien and that Vincent D'Onofrio character in Men in Black, and it makes it everything. All the really, really smart things Belichick's saying in the media these days. It's hard. It's hard to do the Vincent D'Onofrio filter.
I can see that. I'm trying. They have a scene in the War Room that goes down like when Hernandez got picked, like the kind of the talking it into existence that Belichick was doing while they were on the clock. It was really interesting. And I was looking around the room, I'm going, okay, who's playing Caserio here? Like, which guy is Caserio? And I couldn't pick out a distinct Caserio character in there. Man, I got to go check IMDb because maybe they list someone who actually is playing Nick Caserio. I mean, they've clearly got a guy playing Gronk because he has lines. Belichick, Brady, Tebow. The Urban Meyer is pretty good in this thing.
I don't think that at any point in any of these meetings, if they had them, as they're creating this series, I don't think they were like, well, let's see, we can't include everybody in the organization, but we got to figure out a way to get Caserio into this because that's who the people want to see.
I wish they.
I don't think they're operating at that level.
I don't think they are either. Unfortunately, I think you're right. Apparently, the guy who plays Gronk, you've seen the Gronk clips of that guy.
Yeah.
The guy, I mean, just way over the top Gronk. Kay Adams had Gronk on her podcast yesterday, and they played the clips from the Hernandez FX series with Gronk. And apparently, the guy playing Gronk is a really good friend of Gronk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So him being so over the top is almost like a rib on Gronk. You know what I mean? Like he played it to the hilt, like in some ways, just to make fun of his buddy. You know,
with Gronk's full endorsement.
Of course, yeah. No, Gronk was laughing. Gronk didn't give a crap. Gronk was laughing about it.
The biggest issue I usually have with football movies or in like the actual physiques and athleticism of the actors themselves. Like you would think in this day of all the special effects and the way they can digitalize things that they'd figure out a way to do it better, but they just look so slow and unathletic and sloppy that it's hard to move past that. I have a hard time suspending disbelief.
The guy they had playing Aaron Hernandez in this is very muscle bound. Like he's very built.
Yeah. But when he runs,
he runs like someone who's never run before. Like it's
right, and it's hard to move past that.
It's so funny. I watch an episode of it, Seth, and just let me know what you think and see if you stick with it. But it's not too bad. All right, top of the hour, we'll talk to Ted Johnson, our good friend, about the Patriots and the Texans coming up on Sunday. What's that?
Just reminded me about Bob Kraft. I still like the dude let Putin debo him out of his Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
And then admitted it. Like he basically showed weakness in the moment and then also admitted weakness to the rest of the country and the former Soviet Union itself, who's trying to rapidly reassemble themselves. You can't show that kind of weakness, Bob Kraft.
You're right. We could have done a whole Bob Kraft reason on this thing. Point being, it's 5 reasons I hate you, and Seth and I are already on like number 11 right now. Yeah. So let's kill these guys on Sunday, all right, Texans? Nathaniel Hackett demoted. We've had Coach Jets making that announcement. Anonymous executives on the firing of Robert Saleh. Execunon is in the building. We've got that for you. Ted Johnson, top of the hour. That's all coming up next. But first, what am I to talk about here, Ben? West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos, and the team over at West Point Lincoln. Chris and his family own.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
So Nathaniel Hackett, this was Jeff Ulrich yesterday. He's the new interim head coach for the New York Jets. He's the defensive coordinator as well. And reportedly, Robert Saleh, before he was fired by the Jets, had made the decision to take play calling away from Aaron Rodgers' buddy, Nathaniel Hackett, who's the offensive coordinator, and give those duties to Todd Downing, who's the passing game coordinator. Saleh gets fired. Ulrich is going to stand by that decision, though. He demoted Nathaniel Hackett yesterday. Here was the announcement.
Regarding the staff, after a lot of time to think about it, and did not make this decision easily by any means, I'm going to make Todd Downing the play caller for the New York Jets going forward. And this is more a byproduct of a different take on things. I'm not saying it's a better or worse take on things by any means, but just a different take on things, a fresh approach. So ultimately, Todd will have the full say on the game plan and ultimately the plays that are called within the game.
So Ulrich is already trying not to piss everybody off. He's just, hey man, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just different. It's just new.
Yeah. Everything's different, new. Shake it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to make a change for change sake. Not that Nathaniel Hackett is hopelessly lost and never was a good offensive coordinator to begin with or anything.
No.
Yeah, it's just sometimes we just gotta just shake it up a little bit.
Variety's the spice of life, baby.
This is where the speculation about how much Aaron Rodgers had to do with or did not have to do with the firing of Robert Saleh. Frankly, now it just gets into wanton speculation, which I will now partake of. This is what I wonder. If this move was done on behalf, if the firing of Robert Saleh was done on behalf of Aaron Rodgers, but without Aaron Rodgers actually saying, hey, this is what I want.
Sanctioning the hit, yeah.
But then does it become, let's say that the owner acting on his own thought like, oh, now you're gonna demote Nathaniel Hackett. Like, no, this is the last straw. We need to keep Aaron Rodgers happy. But now because the crosshairs get turned directly onto Aaron Rodgers, and everybody assumes that Aaron Rodgers was behind it, do they now have to say, well, we don't want Aaron Rodgers to have that extra pressure, so we'll go ahead and we'll keep Nathaniel Hackett demoted, so that we're not bringing even more pressure onto Aaron Rodgers?
Well, if they're trying to take smoke away from Aaron Rodgers, they had no choice but to stand by what Saleh wanted to do.
Right.
They had no choice.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, based on performance, they almost have no choice. Nathaniel Hackett is a boob. He's not a good coach. He's not a good play caller. Like, you look at, and this isn't just a recency thing with the Jets. Like, he got fired after less than a season with the Broncos. He was calling plays there. He was the play caller in Jacksonville for a year, and he didn't make it through a full year with that responsibility. He got play calling in Jacksonville ripped away from him during the season as well. Other than him being a second-generation coach, his dad was Paul Hackett, who used to be the coach at USC and other places.
Grandfather was Buddy Hackett.
I don't. Now that isn't a bit more. But like, there's no good reason this guy should be anywhere near a headset calling plays.
The whole thing is, and again, just reading the writing on the wall, it seems that twice he's gotten jobs basically as an enticement to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That he gets this job in Denver as Denver's trying to make a play for Aaron Rodgers. So they make Nathaniel Hackett the head coach. Then the Jets, in trying to get Aaron Rodgers, just go ahead and hire Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. And none of it really making sense for any other reason.
Yeah.
There's no reason that he should have gotten that head coaching job in Denver, except that he might be an enticement to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, totally. Someone needs to ask Aaron Rodgers. It should be McAfee. He's got him on for an hour every week. Why do you think Nathaniel Hackett is a good coach? Like, what is it about Nathaniel Hackett that attracts you to him, coaching-wise so much?
I've seen him ask that question before, and if I could paraphrase from my unreliable memory, the answer was something along the lines of, he's a swell fella.
Right.
Yeah, boy, he's a swell fella.
Right. I'm a swell fella. You don't want me calling your plays for you.
Yeah.
I think I am. I don't know. Maybe I'm not that swell. So Execunon is weighing in on this, Seth. 10 anonymous executives and coaches weighing in on the firing of Robert Saleh. Hard to get 10 executives and coaches to agree on anything, but unanimously they all agreed, what the hell are the Jets doing? There's not a single one that thought Robert Saleh deserved to be fired at this point in this season. Now, if you look at his overall record, if you go 20-36, then you're out on the plank at that point. Like, if you go 20-36, if it's your fault, if it's not your fault, whatever, but you're in your fourth year and you're 20-36 as a coach, then anything can happen. We concede that. But the fact of the matter is this team was put together to be built around Aaron Rodgers, and the guys had 5 games plus 4 snaps with Aaron Rodgers as the head coach. So I think that was the kind of prevailing thing was, hey, he didn't even really get a chance to coach Aaron Rodgers. Hey, you win on Monday against the Bills, and now the team's in first place. Why shouldn't Robert Saleh get a crack? Why is Jeff Ulrich getting a crack at putting the team in first? Not Robert Saleh, who's had to endure all this craziness over the last year and a half. So they all agree too soon to fire Robert Saleh. They all agree on that.
Yeah. So now we see, what are you hoping for with it? Yeah, I hope they're a dumpster fire because the Texans play them.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Hopefully this turns into just even way worse than it was before.
Amen.
Which wasn't actually all that bad.
No.
Other than that Aaron Rodgers doesn't look salvageable at this point.
Again, if they make the field goal against Denver, I think Robert Saleh is still employed. I think the difference between him being employed and unemployed right now is the difference between being 3-2 and 2-3.
Nate Tice did a really good breakdown of C.J. Stroud, showed some of the good plays that C.J.'s had, even as the offense hasn't been performing well as a whole. Like, basically just to show some of the higher-level stuff that some of it was some of the decisions and plays that he made in the Vikings game versus the way that Aaron Rodgers responded and reacted to the way the Vikings were playing defense.
Not well.
And that Rodgers looked very much like a guy that blew off off-season activities to go on his vacation in Egypt.
Yep.
Like this, all of the hunger and drive and everything that allowed Tom Brady to do what he did in his 40s. We know Aaron Rodgers doesn't have that same drive or commitment.
Nope.
And now especially coming off of an Achilles tendon. I don't know if there's anybody that can salvage the situation, which is that Aaron Rodgers is probably just done. That's it for him.
Yep.
He's most likely scenario, if I had to gamble my 401k on it right now, it's that Aaron Rodgers is done.
Yep. We were talking about Belichick in the previous segment. I have another clip. Again, this is probably a petty thing as much as anything, but I know you'll get a kick out of this. Belichick, I don't know if he was on. I don't think it was Inside the NFL. Does Mike Lombardi do a podcast? Does Belichick do stuff with Lombardi now? Because he was.
Lombardi does. He does Lombardi does something with Belichick, and he's also on the McAfee Show weekly.
Okay, so this was whatever it is, whatever project it is Belichick works on with Lombardi, podcast or whatever. This is on video, popped up. They were talking about Davante Adams and trading Davante Adams, and Belichick was talking about what teams should and shouldn't give up. What's too much for Davante Adams?
Davante Adams wants to get traded. That's going to be a big story. And I have a feeling that, as we tape this, by the end of this week, he probably will get traded.
Not for supposedly is what they're asking for.
That's ridiculous.
I don't see how anybody's going to give up a second-round pick for him. You'd have to feel like this guy is going to, Adams is going to take us to the promised land, and he's going to get us over the hump this year because he's also got a big salary.
You gave up a second-round pick in 2019 for Mohamed Sanu. What the hell are you talking about?
Mohamed Sanu. You're going to tell me the salary was the only thing that's the difference between Davante Adams and Mohamed Sanu? Mohamed Sanu was out of football within a calendar year. Yeah, you gave up a second-round pick for Mohamed Sanu.
Who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
I'm not interested in this history. Don't start revising history and acting like Belichick never made any questionable personnel decisions or draft picks. Come on. No way in hell you'd give up a second-round pick for Davante Adams.
Belichick's saying that himself. Like, you wouldn't give up a second-round pick. I'm looking at the camera. Bill, gave up a second-round pick for Mohamed Sanu. Oh, my God.
Now I'm angry at that documentary, though, too, that Aaron Hernandez docudrama. Because there's a scene, one of the scenes I saw was when they were discussing whether or not they should draft Aaron Hernandez, and one of the scouts, during the draft that year, and one of the scouts says, we already drafted Gronkowski. We already had a tight end. And then Belichick sits back and says, 2 tight ends, put a fullback on the strong side. nobody's ever seen that before. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, nobody's ever put two tight ends and a fullback on the field. What the hell are you talking?
Script right? Okay, script right.
Right? Yeah, no, that's not what Belichick said. No.
Yeah.
In the long history of football, nobody's ever thought about putting two tight ends and a fullback on the field together.
You knew exactly what I was asking.
Let's see what the league has. Let's see how they respond to that.
All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, Ted Johnson, our former colleague, our good friend. He won 3 Super Bowl rings in New England. He covers the Patriots up in Boston. He's on the radio up there. He's getting off the radio right now, in fact, and he's going to jump on the phone with us. We talk to our friend Ted Johnson coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet, you've seen this before, getting the best deal in the city of
Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. I think we're getting old. There we go. And now I know we got Ted on the phone. Let that simmer for a little bit. We welcome you back in on a Football Friday. Texans, Patriots. Yeah, oh, yeah. That's Rush, all right. Texans, Patriots. Noon kick. Seth and I got you for pregame at 9 a.m. You can hear it all on Sports Radio 610. This guy did some Texans radio back in the day. He's up in Boston now. You can find him a few mornings a week on 100.7 W. That's a classic rock station. If anybody oozes classic rock and football, it is our next guest. He is on the hotline. He is our good friend. He's our former colleague. He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion. He is Ted Johnson. Teddy J, what's going on, dude?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Sean, Seth, it is good to talk to you boys. And yes, we've already we played a Rush song already in today's show, so I always appreciate the intro. But they just, I couldn't believe it when I got an invitation to come work here. I was like, wait, a classic rock station turned into sports talk? Just the morning show. So 2 days a week, so it fits my schedule really nice. The good thing is, guys, is the studio is literally 2.5 miles from my house. So it takes me about 7 minutes to get to work, which is a nice little thing to have when you have to be at work by 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's right. Yeah, you know what, Ted? Yeah, like we need to clarify because the way that Sean, who, by the way, has already botched one thing this morning. We do a circle of swarm, and Sean botched that. I feel like the way Sean presented that, it's like that your full-time job is now rock DJ. Are you now a full-time rock DJ?
Couldn't be further from the opposite. Seth. I am not, but I work. But my producer, my great producer Kenny Young, he's kind of a rock DJ. So I'm around rock DJs a lot though now, Seth. So like the voices and the intros, and they talk while the music's playing as they're introducing the song. It takes a certain kind of rock station versus sports talk. So just the two are so different. It's been fun to kind of see the difference.
That'd be hard for me because you and I both have memories, from childhood of trying to record your favorite song on a cassette tape, and the damn DJ won't shut up, or starts talking right at the end. Yeah, and now all of a sudden you're part of that world.
That's my world now, bud. It's odd. I mean, but one of the good kind of side benefits to this job is I pretty much can get tickets to any concert that ever comes to Boston, and that's a nice little kind of feather in the cap, too, working here for iHeart.
Always working all the angles. I like it. Ted Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Ted Johnson joining us. All right, Teddy, so we got the Texans and the Patriots. This is new territory here for both of these teams. The Texans, who have never won at Gillette Stadium, going up to New England now as a touchdown favorite. So we'll get into some of the details of where the Patriots are and so forth, but just what's been the general chatter about this game? How much are the Patriots on the radar right now up there in Boston? Give us the lay of the land up there with this game.
Well, it's this game. Look, the tone and tenor of this game changed for people here on Tuesday, and this past Tuesday. And you go, well, what happened past Tuesday? Well, the Patriots announced that Drake May, who was the third overall pick, the Patriots' first-round draft pick, is going to start his first NFL game against the Houston Texans. And so this game was really, when you consider how bad the season's been and particularly how bad the Patriots played last Sunday versus Miami, just the fan interest has waned here. It has the last few years, but it really felt just more and more people that apathy was really setting in, and that is terrifying to the ownership here. And I feel like partly the decision to play Drake May wasn't I don't think 100% a football decision. I think definitely PR and the owner had a role in this decision as well, because how bad it's been. Just really, I think there was. No one really expected the Patriots to have this, a great season, make the playoffs, but you were hoping to see signs of life and maybe it's something that was different than what you saw here in the last 4 years without Tom Brady. And then at the end of the Bill Belichick era, you're kind of hoping you would see a better product. And you really have seen a team that got off to a good start when they, in week 1, beating the Cincinnati Bengals. But it has just been really, ever since then, it has been just awful, an awful product to watch. And so I think a lot of what, the announcement coming in on Tuesday with Drake May starting was PR as well as football. And so that has kind of bumped up the interest in this game a little bit is just the fact that Drake May is starting. But no one here really feels real confident about our chances. Mm-hmm. And everybody knows how, it's amazing, guys. Like I was down in, Houston for those 8 years that I did radio with you guys. And, it seems to be what the Patriots are. And now it feels like it's reversed. I mean, we're citing what the Texans are doing and how we wish we could be the Texans. So it's just a strange dynamic for me.
Yeah, it's a damn shame is what it is.
I know you're all beat up about it.
I can hardly sleep. So Drake May, though, himself, what did you see from him in the preseason? Then it's always interesting these days when you draft a guy number 3 overall and you choose not to start him immediately. Was that because it felt like Drake May wasn't quite ready yet, or was it just a bad circumstance because of the offensive line, et cetera?
It was really more of your first point, Seth. Although I think your second point definitely played a factor. It was, in all the pre-draft hype and information that was out there, I think pretty much every, experts said that Drake was a project. He's a guy that needed some marinating. To play a guy, right out of the chute who's never been in a huddle, doesn't call his own plays, never took a ball under center. It's like he's never had to regurgitate a play in a huddle before, and he's never really taken snaps under center. And, the Alex Van Pelt offense, West Coast offense, you're under center. You have these long kind of plays that you got to spit out. And so, and then the other big thing on him was his footwork. He needed a lot of work. Like what we heard about before the draft, and then the draft comes, they draft him, and then that was what all they've been telling us is that it was going to take time. Well, I think the timeline for him to start has been expedited. I don't think they did not want to play him this early, but I think what they're seeing is just a team that's just way worse than they thought, way worse than they anticipated, and so it's kind of forced their hand, and they're putting a kid out there, guys, honestly, that's probably not ready for what's about to happen. But they just feel like there's, they have nowhere else to go. And part of the problem is I'm trying to think who's the team that, much like the Miami Dolphins, didn't have a better backup plan for Tua, a guy that's had a history of concussions. You should have probably planned for that if you're the Miami Dolphins better. The Patriots really didn't have a better plan to back up Jacoby Brissett. If they didn't want to play Drake May, they never went and got maybe a better quality veteran backup to back up Jacoby, and then really put Drake in that 3 spot. They had Drake May backing up Jacoby Brissett when they knew the offensive line was horrendous, when they knew the receivers were terrible, when they knew they had a new coaching staff that had never been official coaches of their positions. And so, they should have had a better plan. They didn't. And so now here we are, Drake May starting, week 6 with an offensive line that is just like a paper mache offensive line and receivers that are having trouble getting open and running the wrong route. So they couldn't put him in a worse spot. Pretty much saw this coming, that he was going to take time. I just think, who knows what we're going to get. Everyone's trying to figure out what offense we're going to see. Are we going to see his college offense, or are we going to see the Alex Van Pelt offense? And so I don't know if it's going to be a hybrid or what. So we're all curious to see what that looks like, and you'll see it for the first time as well as us on Sunday.
Okay, so you're telling me all that stuff, Ted, and things that, like, as a Texans fan, I should get excited about all of that, and yet, as Sean pointed out earlier, one of his better moments in this show, the Texans.
I love it.
The Texans have never won at Foxborough. The average margin of defeat is 18 points. It's been rough up there, so I think I think I can speak for most Texans fans as they're listening to you say all those things about how dire a situation it is, how bad Drake May is set up to fail, all of this other stuff. There's a part of me that I can't even get excited about it. Like, so paint me a picture. Of what it looks like for the Patriots to pull off an upset in this game. What do we need to worry about? Like, what do they do well right now?
Seth, I don't know if, I can tell you what they've done well at spurts, but they really, both sides of the ball. I mean, really, this offense was supposed to, look, if you had to say one thing, is running the ball and stopping the run. But they haven't really even been doing that well recently. But that's really what the Patriots kind of wanted to hang their hat on, and really got off to a good start. And probably their best player on offense. He hasn't practiced all week. He's got a undisclosed injury. So I don't know what the status is for him in this game. But it really is running the football, which, that can maybe, you can, chew up a lot of clock and maybe have some ball control with that. But, it's not helping with scoring points. And if you get behind it all, that doesn't help you. And so, and the Patriots defense, a lot of people thought this was going to be a top 5 defense. Please, it's not even close. I mean, Seth, I would, if I'm a Texans fan, all those, stats that you rattled off, I'm guessing that the margin of victory and not winning up here ever, it was all when Tom Brady was here and Bill Belichick. Those two, Belichick, he's not here, obviously. Tom's been gone for 4 years. It's a totally different New England Patriots. This feels like the late 80s, early 90s Patriots. And by the way, they're going to be wearing their throwback uniforms, so it's going to give all these fans here this weird, awful feeling of like 1990 when they won one game, right?
Hey,
it's so Ted, it's awful timing to wear these throwback jerseys. Like, oh my God, against a team that's clearly better than you, in your first start with a quarterback. It's just going to bring a lot of memories of the horrible teams that this team was in the late 80s, early 90s.
What number?
Honor Hugh Millen at the
that's what I mean. There you go. Steve Grogan. Yeah, like what number does
Zolak's going to come out of the booth? Yeah.
What does Drake May wear, Ted? What's his jersey number?
He wears number 10, which an old quarterback it was named Sequels. He was horrible, number 10. Back in the day in the throwback.
He should wear sequels on his back.
Tony Eason. Wasn't Tony Eason 10?
He was 11. I remember that.
He was 11. Yeah, so it's going to bring back a lot of bad memories. And so Texans fans can relax. Unless the Texans just are sleepwalking and go out, ripping it up in Providence the night before. This really should be no contest because it's the offensive line versus your defensive line. We got a new center, who just was horrendous in his first start last week. We lost our starting center, who was probably our best offensive lineman, to an injury, and so it should be feasting time for that Texans defense.
Ted Johnson is joining us, 3-time Super Bowl champ, obviously our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610. He's on the radio up in Boston now. Ted, I'm curious, given the fact that when it seems like once Nick Caserio left the building up there, the Patriots started doing much different things personnel-wise. They spent like crazy in free agency one year. They've not been very good drafting. They are where they are right now because things haven't been good in terms of roster construct. And meanwhile, Nick has been the main catalyst behind building the team that's going to take the field on Sunday that's 4-1. What's been the talk up there in New England? How does Caserio fit into all these storylines when it comes to the New England Patriots?
It's weird. Nick isn't getting brought up. I think we're worried about the current front office structure and the dynamics and the power struggles that's going on between the head coach and what we all believe is maybe a difference of opinions with our general manager, and director of player personnel, which is what I think Nick's role was here. There is just Nick's name should be brought up because I think Nick Caserio was a huge kind of at least he had the ear of Bill Belichick, and I think he had some influence with Bill Belichick. And I think when Bill had Nick Caserio here in the front office helping him scout guys, I think Bill was better at drafting. I really do. And so I think, and that was kind of it. That was a big kind of, thing that we pointed to for the decline in the Patriots, even when Bill Belichick was here, was the brain drain that was going on with a lot of scouts and just front office people were leaving to get better jobs for a million different reasons. And that really was impacting, I think, Bill Belichick and his ability to evaluate talent and to bring good players in. So even though it hasn't been a big topic, I will tell you, I think there's a huge kind of, void when Nick Caserio left here. So, I think it started out a little rocky there with Nick, but you look at some of the kind of the aggressive, forward-thinking moves he's made. Trading for Stephon Diggs, like those were kind of things that we did in the mid-2000s that helped us with our. We just don't do anymore. They're risk averse, and you see kind of what the effects of that's been here. It hasn't been good.
You said something earlier that piqued my interest, and it was about Bob Kraft and perhaps him being alarmed at how apathetic the fans got, like seemingly very quickly. So Bob Kraft and Jerry Jones have always had a kind of a rivalry, and there have always been reports that Bob Kraft feels like Jerry Jones gets a lot of more credit than Bob does, and he should get credit for this, that, the other. Is that part of? Do you get any sense that Bob Kraft is looking at the way the Patriots are being perceived right now and realizing like, oh, wow, Jerry's team is always relevant even when they're not that good, and my team is just kind of falling into the by the wayside and nobody's paying attention to him?
Without a doubt, Seth. He would never admit it, but we all know. I mean, it's Robert Kraft is behind the scenes. There's been people that have been trying to really kind of bolster his candidacy for Hall of Fame. He wants to be in the Hall of Fame. He would never say it publicly that he thinks he should be in the Hall of Fame, but I guarantee privately he thinks that, and he doesn't like the fact that Jerry Jones is and not him. He thinks if you look at the Patriots 10-part docuseries that came out this last offseason, it was Kraft had a big hand in what was put into that documentary. And a lot of it really kind of, I think Robert Kraft sees himself as a big reason that we won 6 Super Bowls here. That's how he sees himself. He doesn't see himself as an owner that just, owns the team. He sees himself as partly the reason that we won all those championships. So he's got a massive, massive ego and thinks, he's worthy of a Hall of Fame candidacy. So that's kind of there is definitely a tension here and a tension there when it comes to that, and he thinks he should be looked at the same way. But the problem is, the brand is not what he would hoped it would be after all these championships. It's the Bears have a better brand. Obviously the Cowboys have a better brand. The Washington Commanders have a bigger brand. There's even with all the success, the Patriots brand will never probably live up to those kind of tried and true old school brands like the Cowboys. And I think that bums out Mr. Kraft, but that's the truth of it, and that's never sat well with him.
Well, I'm sure his depiction in the Aaron Hernandez FX series will soothe some of those wounds. I'm sure that'll be fine. The brand is back.
Oh, yeah. That's
you've been watching? Teddy, you've been watching it at all?
I was told, someone told me that I heard on the radio the other day, some caller called in and said that the guy that plays Bill Belichick looks like Ted Johnson trying to act like Scott Golak, which is the most random thing ever. I'm like, so I got to see it just to see. He thinks the actor looks like me, doesn't he? Okay.
In the face, like a little
like an
bit.
ugly version of you.
Not the super handsome version that you are right now. No, that's a really funny analogy. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, dude, it's something else, man. Some of the acting choices on this are outstanding. Yeah,
I feel like Bob Kraft.
Go ahead, Seth.
Oh, no, I was saying Bob Kraft in that audition video that he had was a better actor than the guy they had playing Bob Kraft.
Yeah.
I heard the quality of the show is not that good. And you know what it is, too? I'm sure everybody's just so, okay, enough with the there's been enough things out there about Brady, enough things about Hernandez. I'm kind of like my cup runneth over. I have no more kind of desire to see any more shows about that. But I heard that's a doozy.
I disagree. I want more. I think if it's like this FX series, I could do it every week. It's so cheesy and bad. It's awesome.
That it's so cheesy and bad that it's good.
Yes, yeah, 100%.
It's like the sitcom Small Wonder back in the day, where you're like, this is so bad, and I cannot stop watching
Can't take my eyes off of it. It's unbelievable. Teddy, before we cut you loose, obviously you're doing great on the air up there. I know I see you on Instagram and text with you. Kids are great. How the folks?
Yeah.
Everybody's good, man? Because people are asking on the text page, how's Teddy doing?
That's very nice. I miss everyone down there. I really do. Gosh, I wish I had a team to cover like the Texans, but I'm doing great personally. I'm still doing TV. I really enjoy my role on TV. I do pre and post game, and I do a show, just an X's and O's show every Monday on NBC Sports Boston up here. And then getting this work fits perfectly into my schedule, and really it's something that I can handle. Doing a show, God bless you guys, doing it every day, getting up and doing it every day. It's probably not the best for my overall health. And so I just come in here every Monday and Friday and do the morning show, which I've really enjoyed. So it fits perfectly. I got my kids are both in college now, and they're doing great, playing their sports at great schools. And, and I'm doing great with my girlfriend. You guys know Robin. And so everything's really good for me right now. And so I have nothing to complain about. I'm very, very fortunate when you consider where I was at certain points of my life, even there in Houston. So I'm very lucky to be healthy and happy and have good jobs, and that everybody in my life is doing well. So I appreciate you asking, and everybody wondering how I'm doing. I'm doing great, and I appreciate all the support I've gotten from fans in Houston. I was very lucky to do radio there, and I cut my teeth on radio there, and I'll never forget my experiences down there. It was wonderful, and thank you for the support, guys.
Oh, of course,
I feel like I wanted to try to talk you into coming back down here now that your kids are out of the house, but now I feel like, all right, you sound like you're happy. So
I'm doing good, Seth.
Choose happiness, I suppose, or you could come cover this hot young team.
That's right.
You know what? And I will say this: good for you guys. I've always said this. Anybody that says, my buddies that do radio down there in Houston, all the fans, they deserve a good team. It is a town that loves their Texans. It is a football town and city. We all know that. And obviously, when the time I was there covering that team, it just was comically bad and just awful. And so where you guys are now, I feel you guys. No town deserves a good team like you guys in the city of Houston. So I'm happy for you guys.
That's awesome. Well, Ted, it's great to hear your voice, man. Glad to see you and hear you doing so awesome. And best to the family. And we will we'll talk again soon, man. Much love. Appreciate you, brother.
I miss you guys, and all the best to you and your family, guys. And we'll talk soon. Okay, you be good.
Sounds good. That is the great Ted Johnson, 3-time Super Bowl winner, and our former colleague here at Sports Radio 6 Center. All right, we got to jump out. We went a little over, but it's worth it to talk to Ted. How much do the announcers in Thursday Night Football, Major League Baseball, how much do they affect your enjoyment of the product? Because somebody stood on the table for them yesterday. Another former colleague stood on the table for them. And we'll get to a final preview of the Texans and the Patriots, and we will do that as we head towards the top of the hour. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. If you are a man, what a great time.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll put the final touches on our Patriots-Texans analysis in the final segment of the show. We'll get you ready with the main storylines for that game. Big thanks to Ted Johnson for jumping on with us. And sounds like things are positively horrible in Patriot Nation right now, according to Ted.
Sounds like they're miserable. But
yes.
They've got the worst than an irate fan base, but an apathetic fan base.
Yes.
I don't like any of it. Honestly, Ted was telling me all of the issues the Patriots have right now, both on the field and off, and not a single part of it made me feel like, oh, yeah, the Texans got this in the bag. Yeah. I don't want to hear any of that.
Okay. You're going to have a final?
Average deficit in the Texans loss, 18 points in Foxborough.
Yep.
My God.
7 games, 18 points. 2 of those are postseason games. Yeah.
And not all of them were Tom Brady either. So, you know, I take no comfort in that. It's not even a trap game. I don't think anybody on the Texans is taking this team lightly.
No, I don't think so either. I think so. Now, I think people outside the building are taking the Patriots incredibly lightly, including possibly me. But we'll get our predictions in the final segment. You'll have a prediction ready to go. You were spot on with your prediction last week on that.
A lot of pressure on me right now.
A lot of pressure, man. A lot of pressure. So Thursday Night Football last night, the Niners beat the Seahawks. I watched the entire game. I will say this. I come in with no complaints today about the announced team. I thought it was a well-announced game. I didn't listen to any of the Yankees-Royals game. I had that on a separate screen. Didn't have the sound on, but that was a Bob Costas game. I feel like it's an annual ritual where Bob Costas does these games for TBS or whatever, and MLB Network, and he just gets skewered because younger listeners and some older listeners aren't big Bob Costas people.
Well, and partly I'd say it has always felt to me like in those Red Sox games, you could tell very much that his prep for the paper, and like if it was in Boston, it would be a very Boston heavy side of it. I can't remember if he did one of the games in Houston, but it just I've never felt like he actually prepares for these games in the postseason.
Yeah,
it's like he hasn't paid attention to baseball all year, and he drops in and he's just being Bob Costas.
So in the spirit of hearing from former colleagues of ours at Sports Radio 610, we just got done talking to Ted Johnson. Nick Wright, who used to sit in this very chair on the morning show here. He's on FS1 now, First Things First. He's one of the faces of that network, does a tremendous job. I don't know that I agree with this take, though, that he has. This feels like broadcaster taking up for broadcast. Maybe even a Syracuse guy taking up for another Syracuse guy in Bob Costas. Who knows? But this was Nick Wright yesterday losing his mind over the criticism, largely on social media, that Al Michaels and Bob Costas receive, and probably received last night.
5 hours from now, you know what you're going to do if you check Twitter? Hey, what are people saying about the game? A bunch of 20-something-year-olds saying how much these guys stink. Saying, oh, I don't like this guy. I don't like that guy. Why doesn't he call the game this way? It's Costas and Michaels, you spoiled brats. One of them called the Miracle on Ice. The other one called Michael Jordan's final game with the Bulls. Between them, they've called 25 Olympics. They're in their 70s. They're spending a Thursday night calling a divisional round game and a Thursday night football game. And all these kids are complaining, being like, here's what I didn't like about it. Shut up. Do you know how lucky I would have been? Would have ended his career that long I could have watched him. I wouldn't have cared if it's not my style. Enjoy it. You're watching legends at the end of their run. So or just delete your Twitter account. You're going to get on there with your 78 followers and be like, here's why Bob Costas doesn't know what he's Bob Costas.
Nick's follower account bullied them.
This is Nick. This is a thing. Nick just turned 40 last week.
Yes.
So I think this was him almost consciously making the decision to become a grumpy old man.
Yes.
So because it's not just 20-somethings, it's people in their 40s and 50s that are maybe they're a little bit more polite about it, but like, all right, these guys have lost their fastball. The baseball, no. As far as it's not just Bob Costas. baseball's strategy of bringing back old dudes who don't actively follow the game for the playoffs annoys the hell out of me because I feel it's disrespectful to the fans.
Yeah.
It's one thing if they're older, but they've been working the Major League Baseball season all year long. These guys, half the time it turns into a discussion about whether or not analytics are good or not. Like, oh, great, we're doing this. You can't even you're having the same sports talk conversations from back when you were relevant. So no, I wholeheartedly reject everything that Nick Wright just said there. And I'll point out that what did he bring up? Oh, he called Michael Jordan's final game. Oh, his final game in the NBA? No, Michael Jordan's final game with the Bulls.
Yeah.
Not with the Wizards.
Right.
Because nobody really wanted to do was watch Michael Jordan with the Wizards.
Right.
Just like he wants to watch an aging athlete past his prime out there trying to compete against younger men. Likewise, that's the way I feel about announcers. There's a time where they need to be pushed out on the iceberg and left to die.
Yeah.
My God.
No, he called the Miracle on Ice. Yeah, he was in his 30s. he was really good. He was, like let's bring the guys back who played in the Miracle on Ice and see how they play hockey,
Let's replay the Miracle on Ice right now with present day Al Michaels and to be like, well, I mean, it's just, listen, remember everybody, this is just the semifinals.
Right,
and,
right.
They didn't cover and
Eruzione scores a goal, and it looks like the Americans are going to beat the Russians in this game.
But do you believe in improbable things? Because this seemed pretty improbable. What do you think? What do you think, Kirk? I don't know. I don't know where any of these guys played in college. I don't know. Did they even go to college? These Soviet hockey players? I don't know.
That running joke about Herb Street bringing up everybody's college background is an inferno right now. Like that's everybody notices. I wonder if he notices the chatter about it.
I didn't watch a lot of the game in real time last night, but I thought when I checked in on it, I felt like Al had a little bit more pep in his step. I don't know.
Yeah, he was fine last night. That's what I said. That's why I prefaced playing that Nick Wright audio with I didn't have a problem with and I didn't hear any of the Costas broadcasts other than the things that wind up. He was waxing poetic about something in the middle of an intense ninth inning.
I also, look, as a member of sports media, I like included this group, but I also do like people. I love it when sports writers or commentators get hypersensitive about any kind of criticism of themselves when our entire job is to criticize other people doing their job at an incredibly high level. Yeah.
Correct.
Like, all right, man, listen. Yeah, that comes with the territory. You're living in the public eye. There's going to be criticism.
Yep. All right, let's get you ready for Texans and Patriots in the next segment. Keys to the game. People who won't be there, people who will be there, people who might not be playing in this game. How important are some of these injuries? Is this the only thing that can torpedo the Texans tomorrow? We'll get on the record with our predictions. That is coming up next.
Looking for a watch, Zadok Jewelers is where you want to go, not just because they have an incredible selection, not just because they have
yo.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twist. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, getting you ready. Texans, Patriots. We'll get on the record of what we think is going to happen here. I would say injuries probably one of the bigger angles with this game. I don't know that there's necessarily a positional matchup in this game where I go, aha, if the Patriots win this one, especially after talking to Ted Johnson, I don't know how capable they are of winning any of the positional matchups without major mistakes from the Houston Texans. I mean, it sounds like if we did like the green check marks, Texans on one column and Patriots on another column and went position by position, it's hard to find a side where the Patriots would have the green check mark, the secondary versus receivers on each side and in the trenches, O-line versus D-line going either way, the quarterback matchup in this game, all those things. It feels like it's set up for a game for the Texans to finally win comfortably.
The one thing that Ted had brought up was that the Patriots, really want to run the football. They've made, they've looked promising at times, but they just haven't been consistent. The one thing that I think might keep the game closer is if the Patriots are able to run the ball consistently against the Texans defense, and they've allowed a lot of yardage versus the run. They come up big in moments to stop drives, but it's something that D'Amico and others have pointed to that they got to get better at. So I think it could end up, if the Patriots are able to do that, it could end up being closer than it should be. And then obviously if the Texans make a bunch of their self-inflicted wounds and all of that, then it could end up. I think it says if the Texans don't win this game, it's because they specifically lost the game.
I agree.
More so than the Patriots beating them.
Yeah, I agree. There's no team in the NFL that's so bad that you can afford to get away with some of the things the Texans have done in terms of the game staying within reach.
I do think that, and I was hesitant to really go this route, but the way I see it playing out are a couple things. One is that I think the offense without Nico Collins they're going to be a little bit more diverse in a good way versus a bad football team, and I think the offense is going to look more complete. I think it's going to look more like what you want to see out of them. The other thing is that I think the Patriots, they play a bunch of man. And, what have teams been doing against the Texans? They say, well, they got Nico Collins. We're just going to sit back and play cover 2. And the Patriots play a lot of cover 2 a lot also, but they also play a lot of cover 1 and cover 0. They're aggressive at times. I think they look at it and they say, all right, if we're going to beat this team, we got to make some big plays on defense. And they're going to go a risk-reward strategy. Yeah. And I think this is where you see a little bit of last year's version of the Texans where they take some shots. I think they're going to have opportunities to take shots downfield and have some big strikes even without Nico Collins. So I'm going to go Texans 34, Patriots 17 in this one.
34-17. And that would almost be flipping the margin on its head like you talked about before.
And a lot of it's going to be, look, the Texans, one thing that's been dear is in the turnover battle. They haven't created a lot of turnovers. They haven't created a lot of takeaways on defense. CJ's turned the ball over more than he typically does or did last year. I think that flips back around this week, and that's how games really become blowouts is with turnovers, and I think this is the week that it catches up.
How overwhelmed do you think Drake May gets in this game against this Texans defense? Given all the issues, as Ted pointed out, along the offensive line that the Patriots, they're going to have a really tough time protecting him.
I think it's going to get ugly. Yeah. Look, Caleb Williams had the night that they played the Texans, they were banged up at wide receiver, but he still had more receiving weaponry than Drake May does. And as Ted had mentioned, Ted's a guy that thinks that, or at least in the past, Ted Johnson was always a guy that thought that, all right, you get drafted in the first round as a quarterback, you should be playing right away. Mm-hmm. None of this. Even Ted is saying Drake May was not ready to start this year. His offense was so remedial in so many ways in college. He was never under center, never even had to make a play call itself because it all came from the sideline, to where now you're trying to ask him to be a complete and total NFL quarterback. And there's a bad situation behind a bad offensive line to do it. I think it gets really ugly for Drake May.
The things I'm intrigued about with the Texans, and some of this is due to injury, if Mixon doesn't play, and if I had to bet, I would bet Mixon doesn't play just because he sounded like somebody in the locker room yesterday that there might be one more week of him.
It sounded like they're still testing things out. Yeah.
But Dameon Pierce is going to play. Dameon Pierce was a full go at practice, so I am anxious to see how Dameon gets reincorporated and reintroduced into the offense. You know?
And it's one of the biggest wild cards of this season is, man, if you can get a 2022 version of Dameon Pierce, and man, that changes everything,
That's right.
especially when Joe Mixon comes back.
Right.
So as I've said, the entire process through training camp, I hope I'm really wrong about Dameon Pierce. I didn't see what I wanted to see from him in the preseason, and Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans disagree, and I 100% hope I'm dead wrong on that.
Bingo. I hope I'm wrong, too. So Seth's got 34-17. I've got 27-13 Texans. Larry in Stafford is here. We'll see what he's got. And Larry wanted to call in after Ted called in. What's going on, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, Sean Seth? Hey, look, real quick on 3 rings, man. I'll always be a fan because I remember when Indy Kalu had his first little kids camp over at Rice, and Ted came out, man, and he brought those 3 rings that he had, one at the Super Bowl, man, and he let my son put them on his fingers, and those things look like boulders on my son's fingers, man, and those kids just ate that up, and Ted has always just been a cool dude. So whenever y'all get him on, man, it's always special to hear how he's doing, man, him and his boy and his daughter up there in New England or up in the Boston area. Another thing, man, but Ted, I'm not falling for that trick, man. I remember every time that my boys went to New England, they ran our ass up out of Foxborough, man. So I'm not taking this, my boys to come out of there 5-1. The only variable that we need to keep in mind is that it's going to be 55 degrees and possible rain. That brings all kind of other elements into the game that I don't like. But I think CJ opening it up with these wide receivers without Nico should be a lot of fun. Last thing before I let y'all go, it's time that we all just really have a conversation about those Letterman jackets that they wore back in, I think it was 2011 or 2012, when the young J.J. Watt and Antonio went up there to New England with those jackets on. Now everybody wearing Letterman jackets, man, and I have to admit, I loved them things when I saw them in our hall.
Yeah, they kind of ruined the Letterman jacket thing. That would have been if they had gone up to New England and won that game, it was in 2012, December 10th, 2012. I was there. It was a Monday Night Football game. If they had gone up and won that game, that would have been a big seller in the team store. Instead, I feel like we're finally getting to where, you know, like if you have a bankruptcy, it takes 7 years to erase it from your record, something like that, 7 or 8. I feel like we're getting to the extent to where the bankruptcy element of the Letterman jackets is getting erased, and we might be able to sell those in the team store again.
You know what they need to wear? You know what they need to wear to undo whatever damage was done to the Texans organization with those Letterman jackets?
What's that?
They need to all wear hair shirts up there.
Shirts?
Hair shirts. The old, like, they used to wear, it's like a really rough, uncomfortable fabric that monks and religious people would wear back in medieval times. It's like a constant test, or like basically a way to punish or what have you.
That's what they should
That's
do.
what they need to do. They need to show up in matching hair shirts.
Hair shirts. Larry is right. I have not bothered to look at the weather. Maybe that's probably a sign of maybe the biggest sign that I'm taking the Patriots very lightly, as I haven't even looked at the weather. He's right. High of 55, 40% chance of rain on Sunday. Does that do anything for you?
55 just sounds so nice. Yeah, that's not cold. That's it's nice. You don't get tired. 50, 40, high 40s, low 50s or mid 50s. Yeah, you can run all day. You don't get tired the way that. So I'm cool as long as it's not a windy driving rain or something. I'm not that worried about that.
No, I'm not.
Although you know what, CJ, small sample size, but both in practice and in the Jets game, CJ hasn't been so hot with, and not to mention the time last year when the center was sweating on the ball too much.
Michael Dieter.
Yeah. So I don't know. CJ's he might be a little bit of a Wicked Witch of the West there or something. I don't know. Whichever creature doesn't like water.
The Wicked Witch of the West does not like water. She melted. She disappeared.
Ewoks also. Ewoks don't like. No, not Ewoks.
Gremlins.
What am I thinking of?
Gremlins. Ewoks.
Oh, no, Gremlins is light, isn't it?
No. Gremlins, the thing that turns into the gremlin, they don't like mugwump or whatever they are. Yeah.
Ewoks helped liberate the entire galaxy in Return of the Jedi, Episode 6. We owe a big.
I don't ever recall him doing it on a rainy day.
No, that's fair. It was very sunny on whatever the planet was. You're right, Yavin or whatever. That's Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Fantastic. So you're saying C.J. Stroud's not a mutter?
He's not a mutter. No,
he's a mogwai. It's a mogwai. Yeah. It's with a cute little.
Now you got me worried.
Mutter's not a mutter. Fodder's not a
mutter's
mutter.
not a mutter.
Yeah, mutter's not a mutter. Yeah. But I hadn't realized that. Does that affect you at all in this game? About
it didn't until y'all started talking about the rain.
I didn't even
games.
bother looking until Larry brought it up. Yeah. So we had Ted on a little bit earlier.
I heard.
It sounds like they're experiencing what we experienced like back in 2021.
That's a shame.
2022. That's what Seth said that directly to Ted. Seth's like, it's too bad. That was funny. That was funny. But, he made me even more overconfident than I already am for this game. How you guys feeling as we head
pretty damn confident for this game, man. Yeah. In fact, so confident that I think at 10:20 we're going to try and make sure that we're not getting too confident.
Oh, really?
We're going to stop down and make sure we're not
tamp it back a little bit.
We're going to evaluate ourselves and make sure we're not going too hard on this.
Did y'all see Mixon's comments in the locker room after practice? I'm sure you guys have them. You're going to play them.
Yeah.
Not to steal from your show, but do you read into what he said and how he said it and his body language as he's playing this weekend, or we'll see you in Green Bay?
He's absolutely playing this weekend.
You think he's playing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's absolutely playing this weekend.
Okay.
Do you think you think that was just gamesmanship, him acting?
Well, I think he kind of gave it away early. He says, "Of course I want to be out there."
Right. Well, sure.
Yeah, want to be out there.
But the way he said it, it's the Sean Pendergast body language. Like, hey,
okay,
yeah, I'll be out there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Body language read something totally different. That's the thing.
Well,
it's the theory on the body language, I guess, because we're seeing it differently. So you think he's definitely playing? What do you think?
Yeah, I go the other way, man. I'm not certain on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might see a good healthy heaping of Damian Pierce in this one.
I'm anxious to see how they reincorporate Damian into this thing.
You and me both, man.
I'm nervous, Lopez. I'm nervous that you're in this moment. You're being that guy that's like, she totally wants me. You just see it, and meanwhile, she's leaning away from her, you in her bar stool, and
she's
everything.
mouthing "help me" to the bartender.
Lopez,
she's undressing me with her eyes.
You know what's funny about that? You know what's funny about that? There might be some truth to that. I just, not even an hour and a half ago, took the online training for sexual harassment.
That guy's a creep.
Freaking Daryl. Oh, my God, Daryl. This dude was one of the creepiest guys we've had in these online
Daryl was the worst.
HR things.
Daryl was the worst.
He was horrible.
Yeah.
Who's Daryl?
Oh,
Daryl's the guy that wouldn't stop asking out his coworker. would not stop asking his coworker out, no matter how many times. She said, I've got a boyfriend. I'm in a relationship. That next day he overhears her talking to a friend about how she doesn't have a
yes. That was
she
the
doesn't
worst.
have a boyfriend.
That was
He's like, and then he confronts her on it. So turns out you don't have a boyfriend, huh? How about you and I do some things that HR doesn't approve of?
I guess we can have that dinner. She's like, what? No, it's that dinner to you. I don't want to go on anything. Yeah,
I can't. The whole time I'm watching any of these HR videos, I'm like, oh my God. This has actually happened.
Yeah.
Who are you?
That's always the wild thing. Yeah. Whenever you get some level of notice or advisory or sign out in public, and you're just like, somebody did something.
Yes. Like, who's the jerk in Topeka that harassed the receptionist?
Daryl. Daryl is it.
That's right. They used real names. That's actually his name.
I'm just always happy to learn that other people are being made to take these tests and not just me.
So anyway, maybe I am biased with Joe Mixon because I just watched it. I'm like, he's playing.
Yeah.
He wants me.
Oh, word, you called it the Pendergast theory, and you think he's playing. All right, we are done. Seth, 9 a.m. Sunday, Texans countdown, antibodies, and I will see you there.
Wait a second. Wait. Lopez, so when you were watching Daryl time after time ask that poor woman out, was there a part of you that was like, well, I mean, she's kind of putting out a vibe?
He was very happy about Daryl's resilience. He was like, Daryl's doing a great job right now.
She never flat out said, stay away from me, please.
You're not wrong.
Is this an HR video on persistence?
That's right.
Because that's what I'm gleaning from this right now.
Don't ask, don't get.
Yeah. The worst they can do is say no 7 times. Yeah. All right, we're done. Seth, antibodies, see you on Sunday, my friend.
Oh, antibodies and clean, legal. Don't get yourself in any situation.
Yes, get into consensual relationships, all right? Okay, you're listening to Killing. I gotta get
What a way to end the show. You'd love to see you.
I gotta get out of here. Hey, kids out there, get into consensual relationships. You're listening to 62 Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. It is a football Friday, by God, and In the Loop starts now.
Yeah, consent is very important, ladies and gentlemen.
Now I feel like I got to watch it again.
Yeah. You know what? What I'll have you do is I'll log in right here. You watch it and answer the questions real quick. It's because I'm concerned about your ability.
Maybe that's why I got a 40% on my first test.
Yeah. I feel like you need to watch it again and just fill in the answers. It might say my name, but it's just because I care enough about you. All right, you're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula on a Football Friday. We are gearing up for Texans at Patriots Sunday. Super excited about this. And, of course, as always, with any of these things, we sell games on stars. We sell games on the leads, the principals, as I like to call them, right? You have C.J. Stroud versus Drake May. You have Nick Casario returning to his old stomping grounds. You have DeMeco Ryans, a defensive head coach, facing off against a newer defensive head coach in Jerome Mayo. But, Lopez, it seems like for you think this might be less about the stars in this one.
Well, I mean, the stars have to produce, but I think it's about the character actors. And let me explain that because, the people that can do their job and have to do their job to make this movie work,
How belabored can we have this metaphor ultimately being by the end
I
of
can
the
do
segment?
it for 4 hours.
Okay, let's see. Big picture on this one. Get involved with the program on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and then also text in 713-572-4610. Sprinkle in your Hollywood magic to this segment that we're doing.
I'll intertwine character actors.
It's going to be a tortured-ass metaphor.
Actually, I won't. But this segment, I think, it's about Joe Mixon, if he plays, I think he is. Some people don't. You don't.
I'm not certain on that one.
If he plays, Sean
also letting you
waving
know
his hand at
me.
me.
On the record once again, I don't think he's going to play.
Thank you, Sean.
All right. Okay. Anywho.
And that was a cameo.
Yeah, that's a character actor right there. That's a character actor.
Howard. Howard's brother who plays 5-minute roles in about 8 jillion movies.
Exactly. So even if it's not Joe Mixon, let's say it's Damian Pierce or Cam Akers or whomever.
Right.
That's going to be the story. But the character actors, the ones that are going to really carry this scene, see, I did it again, is the offensive line. We talk about the offensive line, but whether it's Mixon or whomever has a big game, it's going to be, wow, what a great game he had. I don't know. We already know it's not going to happen without these guys because they've tried it with other running backs. Joe Mixon had a great day the first day, but I thought we also all agreed the offensive line looked the best it has this season in game one. It wasn't just Joe Mixon. We were talking about, look at Kenyon Green.
Yeah, we were fawning over Kenyon Green.
Yeah, look at what Juice Scruggs is just getting to that other level, just plastering dudes. So it's about that. And now let's go down to the other big star. I don't know if you mentioned this one or not, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I probably should have mentioned that, right? Yeah, he steps up into what we imagine is the wide receiver one role in that situation. It's why you bring him here is to have that level of impact, and so he's going to have that. He is going to be a headline star. He moves from featured to now he is a star on the show.
Yeah, but how good is Stephon Diggs going to be is if Xavier Hutchinson doesn't step into Nico Collins' role and at least shows some productivity and maybe even able to take some attention away in the middle of the field or down the sideline or whatever it may be. So Xavier Hutchinson, the character actor, has to be able to carry his load for Stephon Diggs to thrive. There's another one.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's an interesting one because that one feels a lot more like that role being divvied up, right? That character being represented by multiple actors within this, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That is Xavier Hutchinson handling some of this, and Tank Dell taking on a little bit more of that responsibility from what Nico Collins did. But then I also wonder if any other folks are going to get involved, if the tight ends get some of the things, especially the Nico Collins that likes finding spaces in the zones and just kind of sitting in there and giving C.J. Stroud a nice, easy target.
Yeah.
If the tight ends maybe don't exhibit some of those things, and if you don't necessarily get if Joe Mixon plays or if, whoever of the pass catching backs end up in that space, some of them out of the backfield, right? I think that you might be able to spread some of that responsibility out so that role is now inhabited not just by one single person in Nico Collins, where Xavier Hutchinson carries a good amount of it, but then also some of these other guys get a little bit of something to eat off of it.
I totally agree, but they know Dalton Schultz and what he's done in the first 5 games. They know the threat that is Tank Dell. If they don't have to worry about Xavier Hutchinson as much because he's not producing, then it affects all them, but especially Stephon Diggs. All right, another one. We talk about the edge rush, Andy Kuon, talking about how they're going to come in bunches. We've talked about Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, and maybe they're going to get to eat against a rookie quarterback and all the pressure they're going to bring and all that. Well, the interior defensive line has been collectively the star of pressure on quarterbacks this year.
Okay.
And tackles for losses.
That's right. So we need to invert those roles, is what you're saying?
Well, no, what I'm saying is if they can't continue that, it gets a lot tougher for Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter on the edges.
Yeah, and this feels like a game in which contain becomes factors back in again, right? We've had that conversation multiple times this season, right? You have Anthony Richardson week 1. You have Caleb Williams week 2. I guess maybe not necessarily Trevor Lawrence in that way, but you talk about obviously the same thing when you have Josh Allen. Multiple times this early portions of the season, you had the conversation of don't let that quarterback beat you with his legs.
Yeah.
And it feels like the Patriots went from statuesque quarterback to another guy who has a little mobility. And one of the things that we talk about with young quarterbacks that have mobility is, they're going to abandon the pocket earlier than they want to. So, making sure that you punish him for that tendency and not let him be able to get out and use his legs to make the game easier. So,
100%.
Absolutely. I think that adds to what's happening here with the defense.
And then the last one for me that I think is crucial is, we don't know if – how do you feel about Jimmy Ward and Kamari Lassiter playing in this game?
Not great, Bob.
Not great,
Bob. I feel like when you're looking at – particularly Kamari is the one that gets me because you don't have – or the depth when it comes to cornerback. I want to say this as kindly as I possibly can that I touted. That's not really been that anything to really write home about, and so now you might find yourself in a place where you have to have that. Hell, you've been playing with 2 cornerbacks, right? You have a slot cornerback almost. I'm not going to say entirely because you don't necessarily have many people that can fit into that role, but also, I know that you wanted to have something special for Jalen Petrie that fits his capabilities as kind of this linebacker safety hybrid type player, which that kind of nickel role does. But I think that now do you have a guy that can come out and play on the outside corner, particularly as well as Kamari Lassiter has? And what is that drop-off? Does that now allow an escape valve for Drake May, who is coming in looking for easy answers, right? When you have a guy who is having a debut, or at least like a starter's debut, because I know that he's done a little mop-up duty early on in this season.
Very little, to be honest.
Very, very little. But you want to make it so there's no easy answers. And that's any week, but particularly with a guy like that, because if there's no easy answers, he's liable to make big mistakes that you can capitalize on. Yeah. And I do wonder if, is it D'Angelo Ross? Is it MJ Bryant? Is it there's a lot of names I could throw out there, Kadar Holman, but I don't know if those are guys that you're going to see step in and play to the level that Kamari Lassiter has, give you opportunities at turnovers and those types of things. I'm very intrigued by that, especially because I don't know. We can't be certain after missing the first 2 days of practice on the week if Kamari's going to play.
We don't even know who those character actors are going to be.
Yeah.
It might be Miles Bryant, like you said.
But it also might be an opportunity for a breakout star.
Kadar Holman. Bryant safety.
Desmond King still in there.
Is
somewhere?
MJ Stewart going to play? So what I'm saying is, we're going to be sitting here on Monday. Hopefully, it's going to be, a very, pretty straightforward win and nice and comfortable and all that. But if it's only going to be that if these other elements of the game set up these stars to have the kind of game that we think they could have.
Yeah. Someone who came in texting. I appreciate you guys. One of the things I love about radio listeners is that y'all buy in.
Yeah.
y'all love the bit. So I appreciate you coming strong here from the 832 on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. They said, I need the O-line to be Denzel Washington in training day.
I could live with that. I could live
now,
with that.
what part?
I was like, where are we going there? I'm very interested in that setup here. But, look, I need them to find some level of dominance for him. especially against, a Patriots D-line that I think can be taken advantage of. They're not stuffing runs at a high rate. They're, allowing a decent amount of efficiency when it comes to running the football. Like, this is an opportunity for you to be able to make something shake in a place that you have not been all that great at.
Yeah.
And yeah, man. Also, one of the things that we always talk about is how demoralizing being able to run the football is.
Mm-hmm.
If it ain't this week, I do wonder when you actually will get that happening. I'm not trying to say that. I mean, the Patriots. When I think of
you are 100%.
When I think of the stars there, Christian Gonzalez is the star there. There ain't no other stars when it comes down to it, at least not in my estimation. And it feels like, the offensive line and impose their will here against a team and break them in some ways, and especially in the run game. If you can't get up and impose your will here, then
that's no matter who's in the backfield.
I have questions as to where we're going.
We might be sitting here, let's say Joe Mixon does play, and they're going to be better, this week. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. They have to produce on the offensive line. They do need to be. Which Denzel would it be, Figgy?
No, I'm saying which Denzel in training.
That's what I'm saying. Which Denzel in training?
Like, is he trying to put cases on all you players? Like
shoe program. Yeah, man.
Is he coming in with a fake warrant or what was that, subpoena or whatever that was? Right.
Yeah.
Is he doing that type of stuff? Is he dodging bullets?
I kind of want Equalizer Denzel. I just want this to be. I want it to be a problem, right?
But he's still a character actor. He's a star.
No, exactly. No, that's right. But yeah, character actor, star. I need them to be effective. I need them to get the job done. I need to have. Positive. I need 4 out of 5 stars. Type performance.
Was it the Equalizer when he had the gun put up to him and then he
flipped it? Yeah, he flipped it on him real quick.
Oh yeah, that's the one they want. That's the one they want.
Exactly. You think this is the weak spot? Oh no, I'm somebody call an ambulance.
Not for me. Flip the gun right back to you. Whoa.
No, it's not. It's so weird because I feel like this is going to be a relatively straightforward game for the Texans.
I do too.
I really do. But those little, and I'll finish the segment. You saying the word again, the term again. Those character actors, huge. And I keep going back to the offensive line. I think is the overarching one.
That's a big one for sure.
The subtle one for me that's very important. And we heard Bobby Slowick talking about him yesterday specifically.
And we'll talk more about Bobby.
And
as well.
it's Xavier Hutchinson. Yeah, we're going to talk about Bobby. I caught a vibe. I caught a vibe with Bobby that wasn't exactly comfortable. But either way, Xavier Hutchinson to me is the guy that just produce enough to draw that attention, to be a threat, and to open up Stephon Diggs for what I think could be a big game for Stephon Diggs.
Somebody said the Denzel for everything besides the last 20 minutes.
No, that's facts, man.
Yeah.
They said in the last 20 minutes they need to be Ethan Hawke. Okay, very good. From the 361, I need Daniil and Will to be grown men versions of the Bash Brothers from the Mighty Ducks. Get some hype and scare some people and have fun. Yeah, well, that's one thing that it does seem like this team. Yeah, the fun quotient could go up. It seems like they have a lot of fun, but I think the fun quotient on this team goes up if they're nailing what they do.
Yes,
you could tell that they are burdened in some ways by knowing that they're not existing in the fullness of their potential and what they believe they're themselves capable of doing.
Yes,
and I think that this team would feel a lot more free if they're like, okay, now we're nailing it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. Now we are doing what we need to do. We're winning on first and second down.
Yeah.
Right? We are not allowing teams to run the football and come out in the third quarter and establish themselves. We are dominating, right? And so I think that ends up being even more fun if you get to that space. So, yeah, would like to see them have fun in this.
I thought listening to all the coordinators, again, we're going to talk about Bobby Slowick specifically, but I thought listening to all the coordinators yesterday, they were pretty transparent about exactly what you said.
Wait, what exactly made you change from very to pretty?
Because there was more subtlety in how they said it.
Okay, very good.
But like all the things, like you can sense the vibe from the coordinators. Like, yeah, we haven't been what we thought we've been. I don't know if you caught that, but like from Frank Ross to Matt Burke, and especially Bobby Slowick, they, all these things that we've been saying, that fans have been saying, that outsiders, covering the National Football League nationally have been saying, they know that. Like, no, even though D'Amico kind of really tries to, put a positive thing on, a spin on everything.
Absolutely.
I thought the coordinators all were like, yeah, this is the week we got to get it going.
Man.
Yeah.
And So the stars, the character actors, all of it's got to come together for victory. And look, I think we're going to be style pointing a little bit here. Like if there's not, if this feels like a
what
game
you
of
also
style
caught
point,
on.
But I think it's less about style point, and I'll bring it back to. I think it's about process. If you are doing what you do well, in fact, what was it? I don't remember who it was specifically that was saying it, but just basically, it was D'Amico. Where it's like, look, basically, it's not about what they're doing over there, and I don't know if that's, some of that's just general,
it was D'Amico
all the way across. That hey, do what you're supposed to do, handle your business. But I think that might be a little bit more particular to these Patriots, where the Patriots aren't who we're competing against. The Texans are who we're. If we handle our business, them over there, they'll get handled.
No, there's a message in that building. I can promise you, especially after listening to all these guys yesterday. We've got to be better at what, in how we perform, how we look, style points, whatever you want to call it. Absolutely, 100%.
All right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 on a football Friday. We're just getting going as we get ready for Texans Patriots on Sunday. But coming up next, is there any way, and we are being a little too easy about this, is there any way this could be a trap game? And somebody just texted in asking about how this run game situation comes together, especially with the running backs. So let's talk about all of that next.
Area 45.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah, baby. It is a football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, rocking with you. Getting you ready for Texans, Patriots in New England. 12 noon, right?
12 noon.
You'll love to see it, and you'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, what a time, what a day. It's getting a little crisp outside, too.
A little bit in the morning.
At least in the morning.
Yeah, by 12 o'clock, it's 90 degrees.
Yeah. That's the thing is it's one of those times where it's like, hey, you're going to have to basically dress for two weather situations, you know?
This is my favorite time, though, when it's just a little crisp in the morning, but you still get that nice day.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, it's a little frustrating because when you get in the car, it's a little cooler.
Mm-hmm.
So some people might have to cut the heat on a little bit just to kind of knock the crisp out.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying some people. That ain't me. But it's a little frustrating when you come out at 2 and you got the heat blast and you're just like, oh, let me switch this to AC.
Yeah. Or you got the long sleeves on and then you step
people
out.
Like, why this fool rocking a hoodie?
Yeah, the hoodie got to come off like midday somehow. But I hope you guys, no matter what the weather is, where you're listening, appreciate you hanging out with us. We got someone on the Twitch who said they got 99 at 7 a.m. Where's that at? Oh, okay, I think I know that person. They're in Phoenix. So.
Oh, yeah, that's normal.
You just perpetually in the heat at that point. Christmas Day is 92 degrees, I bet. All right. Let's talk more about this game. As I was looking at the line on this game, Texans Patriots 6.5. is what I'm seeing, and I think that is the third biggest line.
I haven't looked at all of them, but that sounds about right.
Eagles or the Browns is 9.5.
Yeah, lay that point. Lay those points.
That is, what an indictment of the Browns offense. Okay, and then Commanders Ravens. Ravens have a 7-point line there, but. Other than that, like this is expected to be one of those big games and disparity. And we've talked about it as such. I don't think any of us have been particularly worried, which makes me want to take a step back. Right? That makes me be like, hey, why am I not so worried? Yeah. So let's take a moment to make sure, could this possibly be a trap game? Hey, there's the word.
Hey, man, any given Sunday, right?
That's right.
No, look.
Or Thursday. Or Monday.
I'll put it this way. I don't think this is going to be a problem for the Texans, but it has a lot of markings of a trap. It does.
Okay.
It really does.
All right, hit me the game.
Well, first of all, as much as we feel like they're equipped to handle this, you could easily be without your best wide receiver and your best running back.
Correct.
I mean, that's you could. I mean, it's very, very much.
And you will be without your best.
And you will be without the receiver.
We'll see about the running back.
Number two,
they practiced at 11:15 today.
Like I said, just the markings of a trap game. Obviously you're coming off of a huge win against a team that you fancy yourself to be in contention in the AFC with, and now you're coming to place traveling a long way. By the way, traveling as far as you will all year, probably further than you will all year, and then you're facing a team that you're a 7-point favorite. I mean, that's just human nature. I mean, we see it all the time, especially in the college ranks. Shout out to Vanderbilt. A team comes off a huge win. Goes to face on the road a team that is, you should absolutely handle. And then what happened? What's the update? So the markings are there. And then the other one that's interesting to me is the quarterback, rookie quarterback. You should just completely overwhelm him.
There's no real profile on
but you don't know
with
anything about him. Exactly. Like you should absolutely overwhelm Drake May. And that is one of the marks of a potential trap game.
Yeah, I know that Matt Burke was asked a little bit about like how you game plan for a guy that you haven't seen very much in Drake May, and it's like kind of all the above. look at some of the things that he did in college, and then I guess in the preseason, and his spots in the regular season. Then you kind of look at what the team has done thus far, and then you try and kind of triangulate within all that the things that are that you're liable to see, and that's probably why this team very much speaks about we just kind of have to execute what we do, because I don't know that there's any particular thing that to game plan to. But I think that does provide a potential for difficulty, because you don't know exactly the mark that you're trying to hit when it comes to what
or how they're going to use him
is going for.
He's really just had, I want to say it's less than 6 or 7 plays this year outside of the preseason. It's not a lot, and so I don't see a problem, but it has some of the elements. It has some of the elements.
Yeah, being on the road is one of those for sure. But speaking of elements, literally elements, I think the weather report that we're looking at mid-50s. With a chance of rain out there, not that 50 degrees is wildly different, but, have they played in anything particularly? They've played pretty much indoors all the way across here, haven't they? Their 2 road games were in Indy and Minnesota. They played indoors all the way around. So this is an outdoor game. You might have some rain. Maybe you look at the possibility of dropped footballs and those types of things and potential of rain. It's not going to be a downpour or monsoon. I don't want to get out of hand here, but maybe those add some level of element to this. And once I start doing this, I'm like, and now it feels like, okay, definitely stretching to make it a trap game, which makes me feel like, okay, we have not gone too far.
Well, the 3 things I mentioned, I think, are just sort of elements, like I said.
Sure.
The actual elements, the 50 degrees is perfect. I really wish I hadn't heard Seth Payne telling Sean this morning about C.J. Stroud in rain games. He hadn't been good. Figure you and I were both in New York.
Yeah.
In the rain.
Yeah.
And they lost to the lowly Jets and Zach
Wilson looked good.
And Zach Wilson.
That was probably his best game of his career.
And he's had a couple of other games that were, okay, but not typical C.J. Stroud, with the wet ball. So now I really wish I hadn't heard that, because I'm like, oh Lord, what if it rains more than we thought?
Yeah, 27% chance. Not that the percentage chance of rain means the amount of rain that they ultimately see. But I don't know that I'm all that worried about it being excessive. But then I think that this is why it probably matters more to being able to run the ball. And within that, we might, and somebody mentioned last rain game, CJ got concussed. Yeah, that'll probably affect some of this as well. But with the run game, we talked about some of the offensive line things, but also the running backs component of this is interesting. Are we certain that we are going to see Joe Mixon? He did return to practice. He was a limited participant in practice yesterday, which I think we all kind of rejoiced at in some ways, but then we also were like, hey, wait a minute. Does that mean that he will definitely play? Because we saw him return to practice and not play before already.
Yeah, what I heard, I thought he's going to play. You heard the exact opposite. So we don't.
Do you want to do the thing? You want to do the thing on air so the listeners can give us their opinion?
Tell me what you think.
All right, this is Joe Mixon talking yesterday after practice.
I felt good, man. Obviously, been pretty much going back and forth with trying to figure out when I'm going to get back and when I'm going to start being able to participate in certain things. So I felt good.
It's a step. Do you think it's enough of a step that Sunday you have some optimism, or is it a little soon?
I think we'll probably go through practice tomorrow, see what's going on, and obviously let's come up with a decision on whether to go or whether to just wait another week.
I think he's going to play.
Yeah, appreciations to Aaron Wilson asking those questions. But that felt very wait and see. And the Texans being in wait and see kind of conversations has not necessarily led us to dudes ending up on the field.
Could the wait and see be possibly the weather? If the weather is bad, then it's like, nah, we don't want to put them out there.
Because we're talking about an ankle here, right? It is important to know. It's not like it's a wrist, right? No, we're talking about an ankle here, and so traction factors into this. That's a good question, Fig.
I just feel like if he was out there, and I know, hey, trust me, I know he was out there last Friday, but he didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday, not even in a limited sense, So he is getting a look in this game plan, even if it's just a walkthrough type stuff. He's taking reps in this game plan against the Patriots. I just feel like that might be a little bit of gamesmanship, or not spilling, not telling the Patriots that he's going to play or not. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I don't know if I'm right. I just felt like, given that he was on the field, in a padded practice, but even though he was limited, and the fact that they're not going to be saying they want the Patriots about this well.
All right, so Dameon Pierce was a full participant, so I think we can feel good about him returning to action. And I think without having to have the whole conversation again of, well, who gets the majority? Let's just assume that, hey, Dameon Pierce, he's been slotted higher on the depth chart typically, and so he probably gets the lion's share. How comfortable do you feel about that? Because Clint was saying yesterday on the drive, I thought this was an interesting idea that maybe that could possibly be a blessing in disguise for this offense in some ways.
I get it. Explain how.
Okay, so we saw in week 1 when Dameon Pierce came into the game, they kind of switched schemes almost.
They changed their blocking.
They went to gap. They went kind of power run in some ways to make sure to get downfield. And I do wonder if that fits your offensive line a little bit better. Like one of the things in particular, when they get into these outside zones, especially like the tosses, it feels like the middle of your offensive line is not getting up to that linebacker, and that linebacker constantly is making that play on the edge.
Yeah.
Which that's a critical breakdown of the play of what you're doing, as opposed to when you get to inside zone and these things that it seems like they want to use more of with Dameon Pierce. Now they're getting downhill. Now they're getting better results. So if you have Dameon Pierce and if you cater a little bit to that player being on the field, maybe that caters you to doing things that fit better with your offensive line and for success.
Do you change your offense for Dameon Pierce?
I don't know if it's changing your offense, but I think
it's the blocking assignment.
I think you're calling it a little bit because I think that you use inside zone, right? So I understand like going to a actual gap scheme. Like I don't know if they do that, but I think utilizing more inside zone and maybe less of like the toss kind of real sweeping play.
North and south.
North and south.
Yeah.
Right? I do wonder if utilizing that in your play calling will be a little bit more helpful to what you're doing.
Look, I get the point. I think Clint made a good one as well. Boy, that's a big ask because then you still have Cam Akers, you still have Daria Gumbawale, you still have guys that maybe are more accustomed that you've gone through entire training camp. And oh, by the way, during training camp, Dameon Pierce was talking about the zone blocking scheme and how he's been working on it. And his offseason was all about learning.
And inside zone would still be in that zone blocking scheme,
it would. But boy, I just feel like that's going to be very interesting to watch, number one. And number two, on Bobby Slowick to make it all work somehow.
Okay. All right. You're in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I think not a trap game, right? I think I feel
not a trap game.
I don't think we're in trap game territory. And you know what? You can go ahead and pull this, and if we end up on Reaction Monday having to play it, I'll own up to it. But I feel confident in that way that you're not in trap game territory. You just need to go and make sure you do what you do. All right. Coming up next, we get into our question of the day, and you already started with the Hollywood theme, so let's go ahead and lean all the way into it. All right. When it comes to a movie, who would play you in a movie, but more importantly, who would play us at 6'10" in a movie? Let's cast a 6'10" movie here in the Loop. We'll do that next on Sports Radio.
The Texans are headed to Foxborough.
Stafford.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. The Twin Peaks Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're in the loop, Sports Radio 610, and we are already having a blast with this question of the day. Who would play your favorite fellas on Sports Radio 610? And, I mean, if you want to, let us know who would play you in a movie. I was inspired with this one. I think before the season, they asked various rookies who would play you in a movie. And, man, you can tell football players are all about their football because they had some awful answers. I think we could do better. But I think it was even more fun for me about these guys on Sports Radio 610, all the fine folks that work on the station. We got some colorful characters, and so I think that they'd be great roles that Hollywood could bring to the screen. So let's see if we can cast these roles for Sports Radio 610. And you guys are already coming with all sorts of different names. So where do we want to start, fellas? Figgy, I think you should lead the expedition because it seems like you've had the best answers as we've gotten ready for this.
Really? So are we just going random or
you tell me? Do you think we should start on the show or do you think we should go through the lineup?
Let's go through the lineup.
Okay, cool. Right. So in the morning show, we got Sean and Seth, and some of y'all are being a little. I think some of y'all know what we look like. Obviously, there's the YouTube and the Twitch, and then you've come out and you've met us at various events and such. But some of y'all are just going for who looks alike, and I don't know. I feel like you got to be able to deliver the performance because somebody was like
the vibe.
John Malkovich is Sean, and I love John Malkovich. Can he do Sean? I don't
He can
know.
do anything. He's one of the all-time greats.
He is great.
Yeah.
And I felt bad saying that, but I don't know. Are we just doing bald white guy there for John Malkovich for Sean? Someone gave Vince Vaughn for Seth, and I appreciate what they're doing there because I think that you have to get to the funny. That if you can't deliver that, you can't be Seth.
Boy, Vince Vaughn is a good one.
That is a good one.
That is a really good one. I tried to cheat a little bit. I went to the Celebrity Lookalike
I mean, who
app.
amongst us wouldn't? You know?
And the Celebrity Lookalike app said for Seth, Kevin Costner. And there is a little bit of a resemblance, but I like Vince Vaughn better.
I'm going with Ed Helms, man.
Ed Helms is a good one.
I think he just looked like Seth overall,
Yeah.
man. But I think Ed Helms can pull off a Seth.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a good one.
Okay. Are we settled on Sean?
Sean, I saw John C. Reilly. You know, he's the one from what's that?
Step Brothers.
Step Brothers, all that.
Talladega
Nights is what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Shake and bake.
He kind of looks like Sean, and he could pull it off.
This is such a good one that just came in. Michael Chiklis.
Or who was the guy that what's his name? Uncle Festus.
Uncle Fester
from Family. Adam's Family.
Yeah, he gets that a lot, and he does not appreciate it. Actually,
I know.
He plays with it. What about Figgy?
Fig.
I have no idea.
Fig is a tough one. We got from the 281 Figgy T-Pain, but I think we're just going with hair there at that point.
Yeah. I seen somebody say Kevin Hart. I think clearly going by height.
Yeah.
I do wonder if I think Lil Rel Howley might be a good one there for you.
Okay.
I think that Rel might be a good look there.
I'm going to go to the Celebrity Look. I have no idea. 713-572-4610.
I'm scared to know.
You know you're going to get some answers and some very bad ones.
713 also came with a Lil Rel for he could bring you're fun, man. You bring some fun to it. I think that's definitely a place to go. All right. John Lopez, which came in on the text line. George Lopez. I think George Lopez could pull you off, but
I've gotten that before.
I mean, yeah.
The other one I've gotten, and I don't see it, but I've gotten it a few times, is Benicio del Toro. You know, from Fear and Loathing and
Sicario.
Yeah.
Benicio del Toro is very good.
He's a great actor.
Yeah.
But could he do me?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one.
I feel like I'm missing his name. The guy that played Breaking Bad. Walter White.
Oh, Bryan Cranston.
Oh,
yeah,
Cranston.
he could. I could see him playing Lopez.
Okay. All right. Somebody Lopez can be Danny Trejo.
Somebody
I love this one from the 8 through 2. Cheech Marin. I think Cheech Marin would be great as a John Lopez. That might be the answer. I love that as an answer there.
Selena's dad. Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
All right.
Whoopi Goldberg could be Figgy. That's not bad.
It's not good. What are you talking about?
She dark though. Like I ain't.
That's what you went. You went to colorism. Is that where you went?
Yeah, I ain't that dark.
That's hilarious.
Missy Elliott could be Ron Hughley. That just seems mean.
Oh, good.
That just seems mean.
What are we doing there at that point? I don't even know what you're trying to do. All right. I guess now it's time for myself in this.
Mm-hmm.
You asked me in the break who I've been compared to.
Yeah.
When I was younger, people said Dave Chappelle, but I got Brown recently, and I'm like, I don't know.
I don't see Sterling K. Brown. Celebrity lookalike on Reggie said Bernie Mac.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Nah. Somebody on
Rest
the
in peace to Bernard McCullough.
Yeah, somebody on the text line said John David Washington, which is Denzel's Washington son.
Yeah.
I can see that 100%.
You might have gotten it.
Yes.
You might have gotten it there.
Yeah, he's a good actor too, man.
Who's Harold Perrineau? I got to look that up.
Who's who?
For Figgy. Harold Perrineau for Figgy.
Somebody said Hannibal Buress for Figgy. Oh, wow. B. Scott. That's good because I hadn't thought about who would play B. Scott. We'll have to circle around to that. Let's see if we get more of that. All right, let's go to the afternoon show. I think the afternoon show, the drive, gives us some of the biggest challenges because those are some personalities, man. Like those are some dudes that are interesting and this is something that always happens when you're casting somebody. They got to be able to give the accents because those guys got some character in their accents as well. So let's start with Ron. Ron Hughley is an interesting one. And the one that came to mind for me, actually, it might have been Figgy that brought it up.
Cedric the Entertainer. That's the first thing.
That feels like such a
because
good
the
answer.
thing is, what I like about Ron and his just regular voice, he sounds like a pastor.
Yeah.
It sounds like I could hear Ron being a pastor later on in life, just the way his voice sounds. And that's what Cedric the Entertainer kind of reminds you of.
I don't think we
a
can
little
top
bit.
that.
Yeah, that feels really good.
That feels right. That just feels
and they both,
right.
I want to say they both from Missouri too.
Yeah.
I think Cedric is from St. Louis, right?
No, he's from.
Is he from Kansas City?
He's from Missouri, but I think it was
closer to St. Louis.
It's closer to. Well, I'm not gonna pretend like I remember the geography of Missouri super well, but just get a text from Sean Pendergast. Just tuned in. Who's playing me? I think we might have settled on Michael Chiklis, Sean,
or John C. Riley.
Okay, yeah. We'll see whether Sean likes any of those. John Leguizamo coming in for Lopez. I think Leguizamo could play you.
I think that's a good one, actually.
But
somebody said Paul Rodriguez for John Lopez.
That one's been mentioned before too, to be honest. Yeah.
I think Cedric the Entertainer is from.
Somebody said CeeLo for Ron. Come on, man.
Cedric the Entertainer is from Jefferson City, Missouri.
Okay.
But yeah, it feels like now we aging him up at that point a little bit.
Yeah.
But I feel like he could play Ron. And
they got that same type of voice.
All right, now for the coup d'etat.
Clint is a tough one. Man.
Tough one.
Who plays Clint Stoerner?
That is because you got to be able to bring all of the elements here. John Hamm came in on the 713. That was a name I thought of too. Cause like he definitely has the figure and
stuff.
I don't know that he can get the accent work though. Like there are some quaint.
Chris Pratt.
Folksy things that get said. Chris Pratt for
Clint.
I don't know about that.
Yes. I think Chris Pratt could do it. You know, he's been in all kinds of stuff. You know, he looks like. I think Chris Pratt is a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then Tyler Milner. Do we have a T-Mill?
Oh, wow. Who looks like Tyler Milner? Or who could play him?
And he got to have a little twang, too. Like, it's not as much as Clint's twang, but
I have no idea.
Tyler.
Someone said Tyler James Williams for me. Shout out to Abbott Elementary.
Oh, yeah.
And all that. Everybody hates Chris. John Cena plays Clint. There we go.
John Cena's a good one.
It.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, John Cena's a good one.
That's a great answer. Good job, guys. Way to lift us up.
Don't wear them baggy ass jean shorts.
Did Tyler Milner really stump us? Is that the one that we couldn't get?
Oh man.
Okay. All right. But I think we did a good job all the way.
Who plays a good
there,
bro? Because he kind of has that bro look.
Well, he got a little bit of that.
Yeah.
What about Tom Hanks for Clint Stoerner? Somebody just said Tom Hanks.
Shape of his face, it looks like.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Rob Riggle for Clint. I don't know. Does he have the depth for all of that? It's possible. I keep thinking like, and this is not fair to our guy T Mill. It's not. But I keep thinking, old boy used to do SNL and date Kim Kardashian. What's his name again?
Oh. Pete, what's his name?
Pete Davidson. It's not fair at all. Someone said Paul Giamatti for Tyler. Okay.
From the 2A1, somebody said Tyler could be played by Joaquin Phoenix.
Huh.
That's not bad.
Okay.
Another one I've been called that I look like him, Billy Bob Thornton for me. Yeah, people have said that before. Which I love, too, because I love Billy Bob Thornton.
Clint, as Matthew McConaughey as Clint that'd be really fun. I want to see that. The movie that we're setting up is
what would it be?
I don't know. What is the actual plot of the movie?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Bedlam.
Yeah, it'd be insane. Dominic Cooper for Tyler Milner. All right, I'll do the Googles real quick. But yeah, it seems like
they kind of look alike.
Yeah.
Does he really? I don't know if he can act as, but if he looks like him, then that's good. All right, so there you go. Yeah, he does.
Oh, you gotta put a hat on.
Dominic Cooper.
Yeah.
We've done it.
Yeah,
we've done it.
Yeah.
John Barenthal. Oh, that's a great answer for Clint. John Barenthal. I'm casting my vote for that. All right, so we had Michael Chiklis as Sean.
Yeah.
What we went with? Did we stick with Vince Vaughn for Seth? Is that where we ultimately?
Yeah, I like that. I like that one a lot.
And then here we have where are we going? Leguizamo for Lopez.
Yeah. Or what was the other one? Billy Bob.
Could Ben Affleck or Matt Damon play Ty Milner? And then who do we settle on for me?
Who did we settle on for?
I said John David Washington.
David Washington.
Yeah.
Who was the Figgy look like? Or not maybe look like, but actor. That was the one that we didn't get a good answer on, I don't think. Okay. But then we settled on Cedric the Entertainer.
That's perfect. God, that's so perfect.
I seen somebody said for me, young DC Fly.
Young DC Fly. Now we're getting into dudes on YouTube. They got themselves a little thing going. Okay. That's a fun question of the day as far as that movie would flop, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
That movie would be insane. But appreciate Roy Funches for Ron Hughley. He actually does fit really
a little bit.
He's a great comedian.
A little bit, yeah.
And I think he voiced the shark in Suicide Squad. Ron Funches.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Football Friday. So let's get back to the football of it all as we get ready for Texans Patriots on Sunday. But let's go around the NFL with some news and notes around football. We'll talk about that next.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Man, y'all love y'all some Sports Radio 610. We appreciate that about you. But y'all was casting the mess out of the Sports Radio 610, man.
Messages going through the roof.
Some great ones coming in. Someone mentioned Reggie looks like Tony Rock. I appreciate that. That's funny. But Roy Wood Jr. came in for Figgy late as an answer, which I found to be pretty apt. It was not bad at all.
Eminem for Tyler is a home run. No, seriously.
Man.
Seriously, it's a home run.
Hilarious.
That is perfect for Tyler.
James Gunn was also, or sorry, not James Gunn. Sean Gunn.
Sean Gunn,
who is very good. And I also said Ron Funches voiced the Shark in Suicide Squad. No, he voiced the Shark in Harley Quinn, the animated show on Max.
Okay.
So my bad on that. I wanted to clean that up. But now, let's go and get Around the NFL on a Football Friday. And Around the NFL is brought to you by Quick Assist, your no-hassle solution reselling your tickets across every marketplace. Download Quick Assist from your app store today. That's QUICKASY. Everywhere. And last night we got some football, baby.
Yeah, we did.
We got some football. How entertaining did you find this football? Because I don't trust my own judgment here. And mind you, it was a 36-24 final in favor of the Niners over the Seahawks, a little divisional game there. But I'll trust my judgment here because I had all three TVs working.
Yeah, I was going back and forth.
I had baseball, I had WNBA finals, and then I had Thursday night
football.
You
was on that WNBA finals.
Yeah, he was talking about it before the show.
You had me turn to it.
Yeah, he was talking about it before the show. I was
but when you turned to it, it was exciting.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure that
I feel bad for him too because that was the WNBA finals
game
on Thursday night football.
They did it themselves,
and then
they scheduled it.
Yeah, and then the next one is Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday, like middle, like I did 3 or something. I'm like, okay, what are y'all doing?
Man. But let's not get too full of ourselves.
That's
here.
not what we're talking about at this moment. What we're talking about is this Thursday night football game. But how interesting did you find this one? Because I mean, obviously I was watching it, but I had a lot of other things.
No, I was flipping back and forth too. And to answer your question, it got progressively better. I thought it got progressively better, and the biggest reason for that for me was Brock Purdy. And I'm not his PR man. I'm not like a big Brock Purdy fan. I don't consider him, top 3 or whatever, 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. When is this dude going to get his due though? Like he played well in a game that the Niners had to have, and I think he became just well, actually he has the most 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He's done that 8 times since 2022. No other quarterback in the NFL has done that. He's gotten progressively better, and I think after some of the other things going on, I think he's going to start getting the recognition that he probably has deserved for a while now.
Yeah, I think he'll never get the fullness of it because our preconceived notions never fully shake those.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, or sometimes we do. It just takes becoming what is widely believed to be the greatest quarterback of all time. Like that's when we shook the oh my God, Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that it needs
took a while.
It needs to be that level of thing, but then also like I think people came in understanding that Kyle Shanahan builds a system that is really good for his quarterbacks. And then on top of that, they have all
they were stacked.
The star players. Now they're missing some of those, like McCaffrey isn't there as well. But yeah, no, he deserves more credit than probably he's getting.
Yeah,
for sure. Although you look at the stat, and I'm going to undercut it a little bit. You look at the stats, and he did have 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. The completion percentage wasn't crazy high, 64%.
You take that every day.
But yeah, you definitely take that, especially in the game that you had got there. Geno Smith, conversely, though. Not a great look for him in the course of this, and another game in which I don't like doing quarterback wins necessarily. I think that there's better ways to isolate the variable on how a quarterback played than putting the entire win on the quarterback themselves when there's multiple phases of football. However, I think he remains winless in Thursday night games or at primetime games.
Showcase games.
Showcase games. There you go.
Yeah.
57% completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions in this. Big ball, deep ball thrower, but did not come in. I mean, he had a bad intercept force, and ultimately he tried to help this team kind of battle their way back.
Yeah.
But the fumbles late and those types of things really put them at a disadvantage in addition to the less than stellar play from him.
He's been really a victim of when all eyes are on him. The timing. Timing is everything. Because he's had a terrific. Wasn't he the leading passer in the league going into this week?
Correct. Yards-wise, yeah.
Yeah, yards-wise. And then he has this, and you're like, I don't know about Geno. I think it's just the timing element with him. But, head-to-head, they had a chance. They had a chance to make a big statement with Geno leading the way and didn't do it. So you do have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, some other things that happened in the course of this was the NFL Replay Command Center looked really foolish.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what happened here when there was what should have been considered a muff punt that did not get reviewed because the Command Center admitted afterwards that they just did not have access to camera angles? How in the hell does that happen?
I don't know, because I have last year I was able to go into the Replay Center at an NFL stadium.
Really?
Yeah, they let me in.
Why?
Because I knew somebody.
Why did they do that?
I was talking to a referee friend of mine, and he goes, "You want to see it?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I want to see it." And here's
out of context, that's crazy. I understand what you're saying.
He goes, "Well, yeah, okay, I see where you're going there."
I didn't have to do that, but I decided to. It's a Friday, baby.
You want to see it? Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Who doesn't? So he took me into the Replay Command Center.
Yeah.
And I might have talked to you about this, Figgy. They have, I believe, 18 camera angles that they can do in real time. You can see it. So how the hell do they not have that one angle?
I have no idea. Like that. Honestly, and I guess I'll save that for confessions. But Thursday night games, man, I might be over this.
What?
I might be over this as an entire situation. But yeah, that was very frustrating to see. And I don't know exactly why they didn't have that, but especially with as big of a company as the NFL is, as advanced in all the kind of partnerships that they have with tech companies, and with their TV partners, I don't know how you ended up in a place where you weren't able to do that. Some other things that came through around the NFL. George Pickens was interviewed, as players often are during the week after practice.
God, this was brutal.
And Buddy, why is he having such a tough time with all these things? Mike Tomlin, who, I mean, a really great coach and usually gets along with his players pretty well, even though I think he's not a an easygoing coach necessarily.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin has seemed to kind of be very direct about
he's out.
about him.
It's something about these receivers in Pittsburgh, man. I'm waiting for that documentary.
Yeah, he just always got some knuckleheads up there, don't he?
Yeah.
He always got some knuckleheads in one shape or another. And George Pickens, we already knew he'd be out here with the shiesty and everything. He got that knucklehead on 10, but it showed up in a whole different way here. And Lopez, you want to set this audio up?
Yeah, he looked very, very sincere and contrite, didn't he? No, he didn't. That's a spoiler. But he was asked. Listen to the audio. He was asked about a lot of things that he's in the middle of right now.
Earlier this season, you've had some questionable penalties called on you. You've had some plays just kind of better at handling that kind of stuff and just dealing with the ebbs and flows of a game.
I wouldn't really say that. That's all on the refs. So that should
not really
show you where the refs are this season.
George, were you aware of the rule about messaging on the eye black?
Never seen it before. Have you seen it before?
I mean, Cam got fined like some years ago for putting these guys.
Years ago? Yeah. When I wasn't in the league, so nah.
Throwing your helmet on the sideline, is that something that is part of being a competitor? Do you regret that? Do you not want to do that anymore?
Nah, when it's third down and you don't convert, a lot of fans are mad as well.
When Jordan Lewis said something going off the field talking about you.
She already asked me that.
Okay.
All right.
That's enough.
Well, we're done here.
That's my favorite part is when the PR person, all right, guys. All right, guys.
We are done here. She was like, I see where this is going.
All right, we're done. We're done.
He does not look like he is game for these questions no more. All right, we are done here.
He wasn't game. I mean, to me, the way he looked so dismissive and angry.
Well, he's embattled at this point. I think that is a word that you can use.
He just looked like it was. We talk about body language and just demeanor and all that stuff. It was the answers to the questions were inexcusable for a guy that is trying to, maybe let people understand where he is. Well, I guess he's not.
Yeah, I was like,
I guess he's not.
You made an assumption there that's where he was coming from. Like he seemed very much,
should try to let people know where he's coming from.
Okay, fair enough.
Was just like, you guys guys are worse than the dirt on the bottoms of my shoes.
I think that it went a little both ways, and I'm not trying to knock those journalists that were asking questions either, but they were somewhat pointed questions.
Well, they had to be. They don't have access to him. He doesn't come around. I in this case, and I'm not apologetic for. I wasn't this week when we were talking about some of these things.
Right.
I'm not apologetic for the journalists at all. That was awful.
No, I'm not saying that
That was awful.
I don't think that apologetic is the way that I'm going, but I think that we should acknowledge that the ways in which a player in that situation might feel like he is under attack, which I don't think is the right word to use here. That feels way too grandiose, but where it's a little bit adversarial in that response, and maybe you need to do a little bit better job of kind of tamping down that feeling and that emotion.
Maybe, but
if you're already in a place where you're defensive, that puts you in a more of a defensive stance, and that sounded like a dude who was very, very defensive.
And that's why I think it's on him. He just looks awful here. And by the way, Mike Tomlin is just out on him, and that's a good sign.
I think that's why they was trying to get another receiver, man.
Yeah.
I think he probably would have been part of the package.
Well, maybe, but they need another receiver just to have another wide receiver. Like George Pickens is the only one, and I don't know that he exists as a wide receiver one type player necessarily. So they need another wide receiver anyways. But yeah, man, this only makes it tougher. And it's funny because you're right. It comes in maybe not a long line, but a line of kind of knucklehead wide receivers. I bet Mike Tomlin, although he does not shy away from the opportunity to coach and really, the tough situations, he didn't run away from those. But I bet he's definitely acknowledging that this is not the easiest coach. Shout out to George Pickens.
Well, okay. That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
Vaya con Dios, brother. Go with God. All right, some other news around the NFL. This is something that, honestly, I had forgotten was happening. You remember how the Jets traded for a pass rusher and he never showed up to work?
Yeah.
Hassan Reddick, former Philadelphia Eagle, then became New York Jet, right? He couldn't get his contract done in Philly, and the Jets were like, we'll take him if y'all want to get away from him. And they took him, and they have not been able to figure out the contract, at least to Hassan Reddick's liking. And so he is legitimately sitting out. And I guess his agents at CAA, Creative Artists Agency, they've parted ways with him, which makes me wonder if he is the one that's being just completely unreasonable.
I don't think you should wonder. I mean, the key verbiage here is they parted ways with him. A lot of times when a player parts ways with the agent, it's because they feel they've gotten information or they've discussed with other agents. We can do this. We can get. He wants to get that better deal. They're like, we've tried.
Yeah.
They're like, we're out. We tried.
And if you're just gonna throw the money away, what are we doing here?
Well, yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of wild that he's gotten to this place, and I just wonder, what does he actually want, right? Because that's the essence of a negotiation. You try and figure out what the other side wants and see if you can, appease that as much as possible within the realm of possibility. Saying that as someone who does not really do a lot of negotiations, take it with a grain of salt. But I imagine that that's what you're working with. But I don't even actually understand what he wants.
I don't know if he does. I think part of it is like his agents probably already had a good enough deal.
Sure.
To get him done.
But I think as an agent, you understand some clients are like, no, this is a matter of respect, principle, or whatever, and you go, okay, we'll see if we can make that happen. But even in fighting for it, right? They got to it seems like they got to a certain point where it's like there's no appeasing him. In this, and I just don't know what Hassan Reddick wants, because the way that these things are structured and set up within the rules is so that you lose money in a big way to the point where it's like, all right, this becomes prohibitive, right?
Yes.
This is
and
no
it
longer
is
worthwhile
for him.
But that is not moving him.
No.
Right, so I don't even know, like, if it's money that he's looking for, you're going in the complete wrong direction. If it's respect, I don't know what the additional respect is going to be that you can get from this situation. Is he ready to be done playing football?
I mean, maybe that's part of it. He's like, screw it. I'm gonna ask for this, and I want this, and I don't care if I get fined, etc. I don't think so, but you never know.
Okay, well, shout out, more power to him as well as he tries to figure out what's happening there. Continuing around the NFL, one more note that at least I have, which is in regards to Monday Night Football. So Troy Aikman appeared on Pardon My Take, that podcast, and he was talking about how, the matchups have been better on Monday Night Football, and one of the reasons is because the NFL now allows, like, the flexing for Monday night. And so last year marked the first time that they started doing that. But a change could possibly be coming because the NFL can't use the Monday Night Flex until week 12.
Yeah.
And it might be possible that we're seeing that, the NFL gives themselves an opportunity to flex more games for Monday Night football. This situation?
Big time. The example that they used is Week 13 right now, Monday night, is Broncos and Browns.
Gross. Keep me and my family away from that.
So, yes, I'm in favor of flexing the Monday night games. Absolutely. And they said they might do a couple, right, this year. Now, I don't know what other one might be in play that is kind of looking like a stinker. And before you go on, I don't think they're going to flex to the Texans. That's when they play Jacksonville. So I don't know if that's how much better that's going to be.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, they'll look at his division game, but I don't know how much better off the Jags look. I mean, at least you would get the Texans on national TV.
At least you get the Texans
instead of the Broncos and the Browns.
Yeah.
But I just found that to be interesting. More opportunities to have.
Don't you?
Good prime time. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But the thing that sometimes happens with that, especially as we have more and more games away from Sundays, is that the Sunday slate kind of gets a little watered down. And I know for me personally, last season, there was quite a few times where I looked at the Sunday slate and I was like, this actually isn't that good, but it's a whole bunch of it, so we're going to watch it.
I think that's what makes up for it. There's always the red zone. There's always the red zone.
God, the NFL's got us wrapped around their fingers, don't they? All right. So around the NFL here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys getting involved. Someone said Keenan Thompson for Figgy as we were
still going.
We were
still going.
But they did point out a critical error on my part, which is I did not cast the night show. I did not cast Area 45, and so I'll raise my hand. That mea culpa. That is on me. I apologize. Maybe we'll circle back.
Creighton?
Who would play Creighton and Bijani if we did have some level of a movie? Somebody said Steve Buscemi could play Tyler. Don't do that.
No, you can't beat Eminem. That's it.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, no, Eminem as Tyler is it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is the word from John P. Lopez. All right. Coming up next, let's get into the matchups of this meeting between the Texans and the Patriots. What are you most looking forward to between these two teams? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
WEEKDAY, Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez and Atatula as we gear up and get ready for Texans Patriots. That'll be Sunday, 12 noon. 9 a.m. is when the pregame starts right here on Sports Radio 610 with Michael Chiklis and Vince Vaughn. Just kidding. With Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. Okay, cool. I every time I say their names, I stop because I'm like, I'm going to mess this up. And then I mess it up because I'm thinking about messing it up. And then Clint Stoerner and Sean will finish this thing up after the game, wrap it up, give you reaction, interview with a player, all those fine things that you're used to on the home of your Texans, Sports Radio 610. But it's a Football Friday. We're getting ready for that game. And so what are the matchups within this game that we're pretty confident that the Texans handle up business in?
Which one could be trouble?
What are the matchups that maybe could be trouble?
For me,
all right,
is how I'm looking at it.
Okay, I like that as a framework.
You know, the other day I called I called Derek Stingley maybe the second best cornerback in the league behind Patrick Surtain. It might be Christian Gonzalez too. That dude is really, really good.
He's only allowed 4 completions on 16 targets further than 10 yards down the field.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, he does not allow a lot happening when it goes to him. So that is absolutely one of those things. I don't know exactly how they'll match up though, because I don't know.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, I don't know if he's going to travel,
right?
But Stephon Diggs, that's where I'm going with this. Has to have a game. Has to be able to step into that number one role. He's done it a million times, etc. But Christian Gonzalez, give me those numbers again for the season for him.
He's allowed 4 catches on 16 targets on passes over 10 air yards.
And he's faced Jamar Chase, DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, Brandon Ayuk, and Tyreek Hill.
Tough.
Like he's the real deal. He might be he is their best player, but he might be their their biggest threat in this game. And he could cause problems, especially as we talked about at the top of the hour. At the top of the show, that he's Xavier Hutchinson has to step up a little bit. We know that. Tank Dell. Christian Gonzalez and Stephon Diggs, man.
All right, so if there's anybody that you trust to break this team down, it's Nick Caserio. He's gotten really a lot of shine for these breakdowns that he does. This is how he evaluated the Patriots defense that you're going to see.
They certainly have a number of things that they do well, starting defensively. Like they're a good team on defense, good front, multiplicity of fronts, and they have a lot of hybrid-type players, if you will, kind of working back to front. We look at guys like Mapu and Jabril Peppers and Kyle Duggar, safety, kind of linebacker hybrid, but they can do multiple things well. Have a really good corner in Christian Gonzalez. I mean, matchup corner, he's really one of the better corners in the league. And then they kind of mix and move in between a nickel and a perimeter with Jonathan Jones, who's played inside over the course of his career. Jonathan was a really good kicking game player early in his career. And then Marcus Jones is kind of their slot corner, nickel corner, Houston kid, who's also as well as their punt returner. So the secondary, kind of the back half, some hybrid players, but a lot of younger players, but do have experience in the front. A bunch of big guys inside, starting with Godshaw, Equale, guys like that. Keon White, I would say, is one of the better players on defense. He's very versatile. Yep. Lines up at outside linebacker, lines up at defensive end, rushes from the inside, but he's big, he's long, he's athletic. Yep. He can rush the passer. He can pressure the quarterback, really good player. Uche is a good pass rusher. So they get kind of contributions from a number of different players on the edge. And linebacker, they've kind of had to some turnover there because of the injuries. Yep. So Bentley's on IR, McMillan's been in and out, Tavai's been kind of a steadying presence there. So it's kind of a collection of players that can line up in multiple spots, younger players who have kind of grown up and developed in the system. They do a good job. They're good against the run. They don't give up a lot of explosive plays, and they've been able to take the ball away.
All right. I mean, it's a lot of guys that kind of do various things, but the ones that notable for me, Christian Gonzalez, Kyle Duggar also, he's been on the injury report. He did not practice on Wednesday. He was a limited participant yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see what the practice report looks like again. I imagine he plays, but yeah, he mentions also Josh Uche. Uche is a good player. Other than that, like, I hear what he's saying.
They don't have a great defense, if we're being honest.
But I don't view, and you have to be positive and look at the ways in which they can play well. And of course,
Christian Gonzalez is the real deal.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm not particularly worried about a lot of what they do when it comes to especially like efficiency and these types of things. They're not. You should be able to get some things done in various different ways against this Patriots defense, and I expect them to. In fact,
other matchups, and I want to hear yours. Stevenson did not participate again yesterday.
That is correct. Ramondre did not practice again on their team,
so he could well be out, and that might make this point moot. But as I mentioned yesterday, their run game is not too bad. Their run game has had some success. So how is that going to stack up against the Texans defensive line that has shown some susceptibility?
Yeah, that's now the problem is their offensive line is in tatters.
Exactly,
like they've had a lot of injuries. But when it comes to like the actual back, Ramondre Stevenson is a tough physical runner, and then also Antonio Gibson. He has been a nice runner this season. He might have more juice than Ramondre has, and that's saying something considering I think I have a lot of respect for Ramondre Stevenson. So when it comes to like those actually dudes toting the rock, that'll be interesting if you can corral them. But I think that this is going to be linebackers and defensive line interior against that running game, and seeing if you can completely take away and neutralize the one thing that I could probably look at as a benefit that they seem to have. And even then, like I don't know that they're incredible at it. It's just when you don't have a lot of things to lean on, that one pops up. It's one of the things I say in basketball in particular. You notice how when you have a player who does not have anything that they do particularly well, we start calling him a defensive specialist because we just got to point to something. We got to say something nice about everybody.
He's a competitor.
Yeah, exactly. I do wonder if that ends up being kind of the thing that we point to.
Guy just competes, man.
Yeah, if we point to when
can't rebound, can't pass, but he competes.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what about you?
Really, I think the big one I'm looking at is Drake May, the mobility versus the defensive line, particularly the edges. Like, can you keep him bottled up? Because once you do that, I think that you're going to be on smooth sailing. Honestly, I think that this offense is going to be. It struggled to put up points. I mean, they had a 15-10 victory over, the Dolphins had a 15-10 victory over them. Like that was a rough game, and that was against who exactly throwing a football? Snoop Huntley.
Yeah.
Like this offense has not put up a lot of points. Now they'll try and make it tough on a different team, but this Texans offense, if they are humming the way that they have the possibility to, should not have issues.
They should not have issues.
There's not a lot of matchups that I'm really all that concerned with. I think that for me, it has largely been a lot of looking at this Texans team and saying, how do you handle your own? This might be
it's absolutely true.
Very, very little to do with matchups in this game.
But kind of as an extension to your matchup there with Drake May, I'm interested. Like Alex Van Pelt, their offensive coordinator, is catching heat as well. He should. You just talked about how their offense has not done much. It's going to be interesting to see if he has anything ready with Drake May, a lot more mobile guy, a little bigger arm, and how Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans match up with whatever it is that Alex Van Pelt. I don't mean to be that guy, but I don't see it as like a big worry. But it is going to be interesting to see, if you're talking about matchups, how Alex Van Pelt utilizes Drake May and the running game, et cetera.
You want to see how Nick Caserio characterized the offense?
They did it. And offensively, I would say the two best players are really the backs, really, Gibby and Ramondre Stevenson. Stevenson is as good of a back there is, well-rounded, good balance, good body control, strong, tough, good player in the passing game. Signing Gibson in the offseason, who kind of is a change of pace guy. He's got some speed. Jacoby's done a good job. Jacoby hasn't turned the ball over, right? So he hasn't given it to the other team. I think their turnover margin, they're in the top 10 in terms of just the overall margin, so they haven't given it away, they've taken it away. So two good backs, good tight end, and Henry, who's very reliable, and then a receiver, have a number of young players who they're kind of working through some things with. But Pop Douglas is a really good player, played well as a rookie, getting Bourne back. So in that offensive line, they've just had a number of players in there because of injuries. So they're just trying to kind of piece it together there. But a number of things that they do well, they run the ball really well. Offensively, they don't turn the ball over, and defensively, they kind of give you multiplicity of looks. They have good players. They've been in 3 one-score games, so went to overtime with Seattle, beat Cincinnati, and then kind of came down to the wire there against Miami last week. So it's a good football team, so we're going to have to go up there with the right mindset and be ready to go.
That's all nice, Nike.
Boy, he tried, didn't he? He really tried.
He did what he could.
How crazy is it that this is coming from the GM?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
this is crazy. Like for a minute, I'm thinking like, okay, this is an offensive coach or a defensive somebody on the coaching staff. No, this is the general manager.
My man is scouting. They talk about pro scouting. He is pro scouting. He knows what they are doing.
I put
down
him
to
against
a team.
any GM.
100%.
And he's got that coaching gene, man. He just loves to do it. But boy, he put a spin on that.
He sure did.
That sounded. I want him to be able to sell me.
They run the first.
Yeah,
exactly.
Offense.
Can I get him to write my profile and biography? Because I feel like it would go well. Yeah.
Like he goes working through some things. Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, man.
That's one way to put it.
So just to illustrate what we're talking about here and where my lack of concern comes up with any of these matchups, you talked about they run the ball well. One of my favorite stats.
What's that?
EPA.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to EPA per rush, like running the football, the Patriots, guess where they rank out of 32 teams in the NFL this
I don't think it's higher than about 28, 29.
24.
Oh, okay.
So a little bit higher.
A little bit higher.
Because they're good at running the football, right?
Well, okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the offensive line is not good. Ramondre Stevenson's working through some injury. If it's just Antonio Gibson versus the Texans defense, I think that they'll have some issues.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Texans already getting themselves ready for this matchup. They're practicing already, and Joe Mixon, indeed, out on the field again, which
all right.
Does that bode that feels like that should bode well for
let's have this conversation on Sunday.
I'm telling you, I think he's playing, man.
I'm trying, Figgy. I'm trying to leave the possibility and the openness within my heart of him playing football this weekend.
We'll see on Sunday.
if it's a question, you think that you should sit him or play him?
If it's a question, no, you sit him. If it's a question,
okay.
I don't think it's going to be a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's talk more about Joe Mixon as we get into what's popping. We'll talk about all the things that are interesting around sports. We'll do that next.
Amy Fairbairn did it again.
Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford on Main Street.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Oh, yeah. Let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610 on a football Friday. And, when it comes to the football, we are all super excited and, looking forward to Texans, Patriots in New England on Sunday. Right now, the team is out there practicing outside, of course, because they'll be playing outside for the first time this season at Gillette Stadium. And there's news. So Aaron Wilson yesterday said that sources had told him that Robert Woods probably wouldn't play in this game. And it's looking like that's going to be the case because Robert Woods is not practicing today. Dameon Pierce is practicing today. Jimmy Ward is not practicing today. So you're getting a good amount of Eric Murray, Kalen Bullock at practice. Mario Edwards not dressed for practice. So that's another one. And although, are you concerned at all about that? Because Settle and Khalil Davis have done
they've
a
had their
job in
moments
rotation there.
But Mario Edwards from first day of camp has been very much in the mix, and they're thin already at that position because of the suspension, which of course after this week with Danico Autry he should be back. No, absolutely. Mario Edwards has been pretty big part of it. Let me ask you this though, because the Robert Woods thing, clearly he's not going to play.
Yeah, it feels very
all signs are that he's not going to play. What's the return game going to look like?
You have a lot of options.
That's the thing.
Let's go through that first.
Yeah.
Now, just on punt situation, I know I saw was Houston Stresses on Twitter. The return of Tank Dell punting. Any chance that you feel good about the punt return there?
That's why I asked. I don't see that's off the table.
Desmond King obviously is now comes into play. Maybe he gets some level of return there. Who else have you? I mean, Dameon Pierce looks like he's going to play, so at least on kick returns,
but he's been more of a kick guy.
He's
been more of a kick return guy. Do we get the return of Steven Sims?
Yeah, maybe he gets activated again and gets an opportunity to get some shine there.
Yeah, and
someone on the text line feels real hot about the opportunity of the John Mechie breakthrough. They said, wild football prediction, John Mechie kick return touchdown.
No, not going to happen.
You don't think he takes any returns?
He hadn't taken reps that I've seen.
I think he took some
kickoff. Wasn't it kickoff?
I think early on in camp.
Yeah.
Remember, it was early on, and we was like, "Oh, is he playing special teams?"
But I was more focused on punt returns at this point. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think. They would.
No, they had Robert Woods back there, man.
They did. They had Robert Woods. Well, he's reliable, but no.
And don't forget, Robert Woods is a veteran. I do wonder if they were trying to make sure to give him opportunities to do things.
Yeah. And don't downplay the special teams here. It's been sort of erratic. Not awful, not great. Just kind of erratic.
Man, what's up with the punter, man?
Punter,
Tommy Townsend.
Frank Ross was asked about that. Kind of went full Nick Caserio. Nothing to see here. He's doing more than fine.
Well, just circumstances kind of put you in that place.
Yeah, exactly.
What Cam Johnston up to, man?
Yeah, well, where is he? I saw him. But anyway, that is the first thing that jumps out with today's practice report. We'll get to the running backs, but also Kamari Lassiter not practicing.
Yes, and within that, Aaron Wilson has pointed to the idea that D'Angelo Ross has gotten a lot of work with the first team. So it looks like it might be D'Angelo Ross being the first man up to be the opposite corner. I don't know. What was that noise there, Fid? And yeah, Ocho, good question. Is it smart to put Tank on punts now that Nico is out? No,
I think that's in play.
I don't think it's in
play.
It might be in play, but I don't know if that's the best idea, especially seeing as he's wide receiver 2 at this moment, fully. But yeah, that's all things that we're getting from camp. Some other things into what's popping. Joe Mixon actually talked a little bit about the hip drop tackle that has had him miss all this time. That is what aggravated the ankle and has had him miss all this time, and he does not seem very happy about the fact that did not really garner very much of a.
Joe Mixon?
I don't think he grabbed the audio for you there.
Oh, okay, that's no big deal. But he called it, quote, a weak ass hip drop tackle, and he's right. It was weak. But the thing that really jumps out at me at this is that put a really good running back on the shelf for 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Given where they were in the second game of the season, and he went out in that game. That dude T.J. Edwards got fined $16,000 for that. $16,000 for a hip drop tackle that sends one of the best running backs in the league to the bench for a month, maybe longer. Although I think he's going to play. We'll certainly find out. As opposed to like C.D. Lamb doing the thumbs up first down signal, he got fined $14,000. As opposed to Jamison Williams dunking the football, got fined $14,000.
Yes.
Derek Carr channeled Michael Jackson and did the little leg kick and the thrust. He got fined $14,000. So the NFL is telling us that putting a guy on the shelf with an illegal tackle is about in the same neighborhood as dancing like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, man, this is we're never going to be happy when we start looking at it like this, because the NFL has never been very congruent with their punishments. You know, like it's one of those things that happens whenever you see the number of game suspensions or games that a player is suspended. When there's domestic violence versus gambling, right? When we do that, it's like, well, this guy missed 4 weeks. You're not growing in these ways. And the thing that is most frustrating is they supposedly had an emphasis on this. That's the big
exactly
thing. Like, this is supposedly an emphasis. Is it or is it not? Is that something that they're walking back to some degree?
And the other part of this is what you're talking about is off the field stuff. This is on the field, on camera.
Sure.
On the field, on camera.
Agree.
Point of emphasis about the hip drop tackle. It was a classic. Perfectly executed. You could put it in a film and send it to teams around the league and say, "Don't do this." And the dude got fined $16,000. And then all of a sudden,
I think it just got to happen to a quarterback. If it happened to like Patrick Mahomes or something like that,
well,
then they'd make a big deal out of it.
That's wrong. No, I get it. I'm not saying you're wrong with that, but I think that's
it is wrong. Yeah, it is.
So some other news that we're looking at across sports and what's popping. This actually just showed up moments ago, honestly, or maybe about an hour ago, I guess. Jordan Mason, who was the running back for the Niners, he obviously played last night in a victory over the Seahawks. He's actually the NFL's leading rusher, and he's believed to have suffered an AC joint injury, supposedly not considered serious, but he's going to have to go under some more testing. What happens if they lose him as well? That was my immediate thought. I was like, oh, can the Niners sustain another injury like that? Because, I mean, this is probably best case scenario on next man up in that situation without Christian McCaffrey. What happens if that is not as unserious as they are seeming to believe?
Well, we're about to find out.
But they usually do pretty well when it comes to running a rock. They put anybody back there, and they usually do decent.
Yeah, but that's risky.
Because nobody was talking about this guy at the beginning of the season.
We've heard that multiple times. Oh, this blocking scheme, you can put anybody in there. There have been cases where relative nobodies, have excelled. There have been a lot more cases where they haven't. And we can look at our team here, in some of those examples.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping, at least it was real popping for me. And if you like hoop, yesterday was a real fun day. You might not have known, WNBA game 1 of their finals began yesterday between the New York Liberty and the Minnesota Lynx. And if you were watching it all the way through, you might have thought, man, this game is getting out of hand. I don't need to keep going. With within the final 5 minutes, the Lynx were down 15 points. They walked the Liberty down. They ultimately took the lead. Liberty needed a foul late in the game and 2 free throws to put them tied. In fact, Breonna Stewart, who is probably the best player on the Liberty, had an opportunity to win the game. She misses the last free throw. They go to overtime, and then it gets even spicier. You play through overtime, and then Breonna Stewart, they're down 2. They have an opportunity. She has an opportunity to drive the lane and make a layup, right hand layup on the left side, and she smokes it.
Oh, in a good way?
No, in a bad way.
Oh, man.
And so the New York Liberty, a team who has been pretty good in the history of the WNBA, but has never won a WNBA, one of the best of 5 series at home. And one of the best images of it is Spike Lee sitting on the sideline.
Oh, he goes to all of them.
Dejected.
Yeah.
I was about to say, did somebody do the choke sign?
Somebody should have.
Oh, man, that would have been great.
Spike Lee, I think his body is like 76% sports disappointment.
Always.
Yeah.
He just has that slump.
I guess he's got to be a Yankees fan, right? He's a Yankees fan, right?
Got to be.
So at least there's some not as much disappointment there, but there's a lot of sports disappointment.
I feel like he's a Mets fan.
Is he a Mets fan?
Seinfeld is a Mets fan.
Yeah, Seinfeld's definitely a Mets fan.
He goes to all the games. He was going nuts yesterday, which, of course, Mets move on.
Yeah. Mets move on as well. That's one of the other things that's going on is the baseball continues, and we have another CS contender booked up. 2 of the 4 spots have been solidified as the Mets beat the Phillies. And so they move on. Actually, no, the Yankees-Royals game was the one that was last night, was it not?
Yeah. Yankees won last night. Garrett Cole, baby.
3-1, yeah.
I mean, he was nails.
Familiar with that guy, huh?
Yeah, I don't like him at all. You know how I was talking yesterday and I got some crap about cheering the player? I ain't cheering this player. I ain't cheering
So
this.
you rather cheer for the Dodgers
No,
over Garrett Cole, man?
No, don't put that out there again. I was cheering for Ohtani. You will not catch me cheering for Garrett Cole. He's, what is he? I'm a representative of myself. After he left, like literally moments after the Astros got eliminated.
Well, he was a little upset about the loss.
Yeah, well,
Probably should have got in the game, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, so the Yankees are the first in the ALCS. They might be joined by either the Tigers or Guardians. They go to that deciding Game 5. They'll play that on Saturday. They'll play that tomorrow, 7:08 p.m. But the big one,
spicy, as you
tonight,
like to put it.
Yeah, both of these spicy. Game 5, Padres-Dodgers tonight to see who will.
Lopez team.
Oh man, come on.
Yeah, Lopez. We know who you pulling for.
Let's go Dodgers.
That one is tonight. I know you're gonna have that one pulled up on the phone tonight.
Watching on this boat.
Oh man,
you'll get Yu Darvish versus Yamamoto, which is a fun matchup on the mound as well. Yeah. Playoff baseball has been fun, although if you look at
y'all are making it less fun for me.
If you look at the Final Four, the potential Final Four that you get, or the Final 6, I guess, that are still alive, are any of these teams would you be happy to see win?
Detroit, if they get there.
But only them. That's only one of the Final 6 that you're excited about?
You know what? Maybe the Mets, just because of the story. Not the Yankees, not the Dodgers, although I would be happy for Ohtani.
I do not want to see Yankees and Mets in the World Series at all.
God, can you imagine?
Man.
Subway Series?
Yeah, these New Yorkers, man. Oh, my God. It's going to be an East Coast love fest.
It's going to be so annoying.
Goodness gracious. I'd rather have Dodgers than Yankees, to be honest.
Yeah.
At least it's L.A. versus New York.
Yeah. And probably the most likely if you're handicapping it, right?
Gross. Yeah, I mean, those would be the 1 seeds, right?
Yeah.
Playoff baseball still going on. Oh, man. We're getting close enough. I just can't find a team that I feel like super great about.
How have you been watching this?
Maybe the Padres. I just keep putting them on, man.
I would probably say Detroit.
I'm kind of in with Detroit as far as the team. I like the Mets story, just because where they were and where they are now.
Well, I was rooting for the Mets, not this year, but the last year, because I really want anything that's going to make owners look up and say, hey, we can spend money and it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted them to be like, hey, we put all this money on the table and then get success for the team.
Yeah, but then
put money on the table, baby. Put money on the table.
Yeah. Yankees, absolute no. Dodgers, only Ohtani. I'm really pulling for him. Stop it, Figgy. But we'll see. As far as teams, Detroit probably.
I would like to see the Guardians, even taking my background out of that, but just them being, I guess, almost there and never got it for real.
Yeah,
I would like to see them.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the first timers.
I think I'm leaning Padres right now. I think that's where I'm at. But I don't really feel all that passionate about it. It's just good baseball.
That would be cool because they traded Juan Soto. Oh, yeah. Did they have one?
Tatis
is and get to a World Series and win it. That'd be a good look.
That would be cool. All right, so that's what's popping here around sports and in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, it's a football Friday, so let's get back to the football of it all. The coordinators talked, and particularly Bobby Slowick, obviously, is always the headline. You got a little bit of an air of
a little bit.
I don't know, something that felt a little wrong. Let's revisit some of the audio from Slowick and see if you also feel what Lopez was feeling. We'll do that next.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Happy Football Friday to you. Wherever you're listening, however you're listening, thanks for making us on In the Loop part of your day. You got Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, and you have myself. We mentioned some of the things that were happening at practice. Joe Mixon was...
You changed your mind, by the way?
Did I change? About what?
You weren't confident he was going to play on Sunday. When I was saying that I thought he was.
Yeah, I'm still not certain.
Wow.
I'm still not certain. He is at practice again today, though.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a windy day, which maybe that's helpful, getting them a little bit of the elements. It's supposed to be kind of like mid-50s, maybe a little bit of slight chance of rain out there in New England when they get out there. So Mixon practice. Pierce is practicing as well. Who else didn't practice?
Mario Edwards.
Mario Edwards is not practicing today. Kamari Lassiter not practicing, and it's kind of expected to not play. D'Angelo Ross getting the first-team snaps. They are a majority of the first-team reps on the defense. So those are some of the things that are happening at practice. But yesterday, on Thursdays, we always get to hear from the coordinators of this team, offense, defense, and special teams. But let's focus on the offense. That has been a side of the football that we've all kind of had. We've watched that space, as I like to say. That has been a side of the football that we've expected big things about from. That has not fully necessarily transpired yet. So Bobby Slowick, always the interesting one generally anyways. No shade to Matt Burke or Frank Ross. Those guys bring interesting things as well. But you, in listening to them, listening to Bobby Slowick in particular, you felt some type of way.
I did. And you guys know, I mean, I call him the savant. I've been very high on Bobby Slowick since before they hired him. I mean, he was one of the guys that I hoped they hired when D'Amico came in as offensive coordinator. So it's not like, oh, boy, this guy. It's not that. But there are some things that you vibe, whatever you want to call it, hit different. When I heard him yesterday, and
you sound like somebody's daddy. I love it.
Like the kids say.
That's what the youths.
The youths these days. So I'm listening to it because I'm listening to it after the show.
Yes.
Because it was obviously going on either during or right after, our show.
Yeah, right at the tail end of when we're on air.
And I heard, as I'm going through this, I'm like, damn, Bobby, don't make so many excuses.
Let's see. I kind of want to really sit and see if we feel like there's excuse making happening here. So let's start with Bobby Slowick looking backwards towards the Bills game. How did Bobby feel about the offensive performance against Buffalo, and what was the biggest challenge that they're still trying to overcome?
For us, even offensively, we felt like that was probably one of our better offensive games. First half was one where really we felt like we were doing and executing how we wanted. We had cleaned up the penalties, which was a big thing for us going into the game, which is a credit on all in on really trying to hammer that out. Then the second half, we kind of had a few times it showed back up and we just couldn't overcome it. And, statistically, we've been good on third down. We've been good in the red zone. We've been good in yards. There's this void somewhere between the plus 45 and the plus 30. That we've had some issues in, and that right now as a staff is what we're in there grinding and trying to figure out, because really in the game where we stalled in the second half was we had three, if you count the 44-second play, times where we got across the 40-yard line and we had no points to show for it, which that gets hard. That's hard to win in the NFL when that happens. So we were fired up as a team that we were able to rally together and get that done.
All right, so that was probably his strongest, fairest comment on where the offense is. So as he's saying that, I'm like, all right. And as you guys just said, I'm a big fan of Bobby Slowick's. And so, okay, so they get across the 40-yard line. They had these spells of not getting the offense really going, or it's stagnating or whatever.
Yeah, and penalties have affected that, but also just not quite getting the job done. And that's part of why you've had such a lot of work for Kaimi Fairbairn to be done, because you're in that situation where you're close, but you're not getting yourself into the red zone. And so, hey, Kaimi, come get us 3 from distance here.
Yeah, and so I'm okay, I'm sitting there going, okay, that sounds right. But as we go through here, and I know we're going to hear more from him right here, but in terms of the offense in total, why we haven't seen what we thought we've, and I think, when he was talking about that, it became very evident that he's trying to figure things out. And by the way, he's got to figure things out.
All right. So Bobby Slowick, this is cut 2 here. Why hasn't the offense been able to fire on all cylinders yet?
The NFL is hard.
True.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear
we
that.
We embrace the fact that we've been able to get some wins and got to 4-1, and we played a lot of really good team efforts. Very rarely in the NFL, in any aspect. So even if you bring it all the way down to offense, are all things clicking at once? Like, that's an extremely rare thing in the league. So, we had the first game, our run game was clicking. I would say probably our pass game, not so much. We've had a couple games in there where nothing was really clicking. And then we've had some games since where the pass game's been clicking and the run game's had its moments, but by and large has not always been exactly what we want, but that can change at the snap of a finger.
This is the one where I went, oh, don't go there. First of all, nobody wants to hear the NFL is hard, and maybe it's PTSD from Bill O'Brien, Figgy. He was.
You guys are something. Do you guys have any idea how hard it is to win an NFL game?
And oh my gosh, Figgy, you just brought back even more memories. And I'm like,
I wish I could find that clip.
We've lived that with a really bad coach.
That's what we call posturing.
Yes, nobody wants to hear that. You know, Bobby.
I love that you got very close to one of my favorite sayings, which is "Ain't nobody trying to hear that." Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
I'll use that next time.
Please do. Please do. I will.
And by the way,
he's not wrong in that regard, right? But I think when he went as far as saying it's very rare that everything is clicking on all cylinders.
That got me too.
I feel like we're doing a lie here.
That was Bill O'Brien-esque.
And I understand. Yeah. Everything's not clicking on all cylinders, and you're finding a way to get it done. I do understand what we're doing there. But starting there, I didn't like the taste of that.
I didn't either. And by the way, yes, it can be rare. It can be very rare that not everything on an offense is clicking. This isn't an average offense, we were told. You go into a party, I was told there'd be tacos. I was told this was going to be a great offense. And I'm just like, it doesn't quite sit right,
Yeah, and look, let me not say that. Anyways,
you guys are unbelievable to me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to win an NFL football game? I mean, it is the most difficult thing to do, I think, in professional sports.
I don't need that in my life. I've had that in my life, and I don't need it anymore.
I think you guys are unbelievable to me.
That's the part that got me right there.
I don't know what he thought he was doing. Did he think he was going to get sympathy by scolding everybody?
Yeah, exactly.
I think you guys are unbelievable to me.
I think
Do you have any idea how hard it is to win an NFL football game? I mean, it is the most difficult thing to do, I think, in professional sport.
The NFL is hard.
It is. It is.
Figgy's on top of his game. Figgy's on top of his game.
I ain't going to do that to Bobby, man.
But that's my point. I'm like, I was told this was going to be a great offense. I was told it's going to be, pick your poison. What is it? Five-headed monster, all that?
Yeah.
And Bobby Slowick with, oh, boy, now he's got toys. Oh, boy, it's very rare when it's clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I mean, it would be one thing, because I know someone on the text line here, 832, 713. I would blame it on the O-line. They're not aggressive like Big Red said. That's the problem. That's part of it. I think some of it is also you're not necessarily setting yourself up for success at times. And I understand, I'm not doing he's running the ball too much, right? I don't want to fully go there, but I think that there's some places and some ways in which you can try and make this more efficient. I do think the offensive line has been a big hamper on what you're doing there. But also, like we were talking about earlier, right? When Clint yesterday said on the drive, the idea that, hey, man, some of these toss outside zones, you're not being successful there. And maybe that Dameon Pierce coming back will kind of focus him on something that would be, more effective, more downhill running. I went and I looked at some of the snaps of these kind of outside zone kind of plays. Actually, I just really looked at all the run plays from last week. Maybe that's not a full look at it, but just trying to get a feel of it. And one of the things I very quickly saw was, hey, man, you have your interior offensive line on those, tosses that need to get up to the next level to get that linebacker so that he can't come down and make the play. And it feels like they're in that game, and then also just kind of anecdotally throughout the season, thinking back in my memory banks, and I'm like, I don't think that they've gotten that.
Yeah.
Maybe if they have, they've gotten it a handful of times. They're just, and it's like, is this not fitting what you're supposed to be doing? Do you need to shift the way that you're going about it? Because Bobby has said that the run game, it's the foundation of what you're doing on offense. Well, if you're not doing that well enough, and they haven't, well, then how do we adjust that?
Yeah, I don't Bobby could like him so much and what he can do.
No, I mean you just don't want to be unfair to anyone.
I don't think I'm being unfair to Bobby. I think it's fair to say this squad really needs a complete game. Bobby Slowick really needs, hard. Stop it. Really needs a complete game. Bobby needs it more than anybody.
All right, let's continue with Bobby because at least one of the things to help with Bobby, or one of the things that has helped Bobby, is that Nico Collins has been so damn good. And so Nico isn't there. So this will be one here who has to step up with Nico out for the next 4 weeks.
You know, Nico is a guy that is really irreplaceable. You know, I think he's been playing probably the best ball of his career. I think right now I'd say for us, he was the best receiver in the NFL and what he was doing. And you know, you can't replace that. But at the same time, we got a room full of guys that are hungry, that want to go in, they want to get their ops. I think Hutch did a great job in the game after Nico went out. He took advantage of his ops. He showed up in the run game. He works every single day. Obviously, you have Metch, you have Woody, you have Sims. I mean, we got a lot of guys that can go out, that can play, and that can function. So we have full confidence that we'll just keep rolling.
Yeah.
Do you have to change any of the playbook without Nico being in there?
It's really the same as always. You know, everybody's good at their own things, and we like to emphasize the things they're good at, and we'll do that with the people we have out there.
And where I am with this one is kind of what I just said. Like, this team really needs a complete game from the offense because Nico or no Nico, you know, we were told about the five-headed monster. You know, we understand that they have weapons that they brought in specifically to win this year.
And our friend Denise Imperiland texted in and said, well, who told you that? I think that, okay, if you're talking about explicitly, did anybody say it explicitly? But implicitly, when you have this level of investment, when you go and get Stephon Diggs, when you trade for him on this offense, that is implicitly that this is supposed to be a very good offense in the ways that they've invested and tried to make this.
And to be more specific,
and then go get Joe Mixon. Don't forget that as well. And I understand he's been injured, but like all of those things are implicit in that this is supposed to be a good offense.
Yes, you're right. But to be more specific to that question, C.J. Stroud told us. Is that good enough? Like, you know, he's the one that was talking about how great this offense was going to be and the five-headed monster and all that. So, yeah, this team needs to have a complete game.
Absolutely, and I think that you need it even more now. And they're capable, right? We've talked this up and down that they have a lot of people. This is why you have Stephon Diggs. This is why you have the depth that you have a wide receiver. But you're going to need to show it because, like we're talking about in the grander scheme, you've got all these guys and the offense is going to be there, and it hasn't been there to the same degree. Now, there's been yards, and you've been able to make that happen, but you have not been able to turn them into points. You haven't gotten yourself into the red zone. In fact, they've been good in the red zone, as Bobby mentioned, 69% red zone touchdown percentage, which is nice, but only 13 trips, which is good for 22nd most.
Yeah, man.
Like, you're not giving yourself the opportunity to do that, so you're still missing those things, and that is with what we've talked about, the big play potential that Nico Collins has given you. Everybody else has to even this out. And all of figure out how to replace the Nico, you also need to raise the level of all of this.
Right.
So, yeah, this absolutely has to be some level of get-right game, or you would hope at least that it's some level of get-right game against a Patriots team that we at least do not feel super strong about.
Yeah.
All right. One more thing from Bobby here before we move this along, where Bobby was asked specifically of what he hoped to see from Stephon Diggs, the man who you brought in to be wide receiver one type player with Nico out.
Honestly, the same stuff he's been doing. You know, he's one of the best separators we have. He's really good regardless of leverage he has in man coverage. He's one of the better people I've seen at beating leverage where they don't want to be beat. You know, and then at the top of routes, he's extremely explosive. He's good with the ball in his hands. Probably this year, actually, I think he's been the most efficient ball in the hands receiver we have as far as yards and the yards that are available and what he's getting. So he's just going to continue to grow in the offense as we keep going through the year, and it'll be fun ride.
Look, and that's why, you know, from the very start of this week, from the very start of when Nico went to the IR, I feel like Stephon Diggs is the guy that's going to have to, as much as he's played well, even step up even more and be that guy. And you just heard Bobby Slowick talking about that.
Yeah. Excited to see what this looks like, man. I want to see how the Patriots use Christian Gonzalez fully within this. I know he's a matchup corner. He has that ability, but I really want to see who they try to or how they try to implement him against it.
And how Bobby reacts to that.
100%. 100%. But yeah, This offense needs to progress, and this is a great opportunity to see some level of progress.
What if they don't? What if they don't have a complete game? They get another win like they did. Figgy, what if they just like 5-6 games in? Are we going to be like, don't worry? Because a texter just kind of made me think about this. You know, in the words of Aaron Rodgers, relax. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like, I ain't gonna lie. I thought we was gonna see a lot of fireworks.
Yes.
In this season, and I'm not mad at it. I will be fine. Like, to me, I feel better the way they win the games. Like, seeing CJ march down the field and whenever it needs to be done. So yeah. I feel a little more confident with that. But I still was expecting a lot of fireworks.
If it doesn't look complete, if they don't have a complete game on offense, there'll be some concerns. Like, this comes back to our conversation about if they play to their competition.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah, I do feel better because the wins they did have, I don't feel like they were lucky wins where they just lucked up.
No, they made some plays. They
made some plays when they needed to be made, but it's still a lot of stuff they've been doing, self-inflicted wounds and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I do wonder if you can continue just riding off of the, riding on the edge of this, right? Yeah. Like just skating by in some ways, because it gets more difficult, admittedly, on the course of the
schedule.
feel
like that's going to work for Kansas City Chiefs.
Or just over the course of the season.
Or Baltimore Ravens. Yeah. Like, that can work against Chicago, or that could work against the Jags. Hell, maybe the Bills. Maybe the Bills just help, but Kansas City, you can't do that with them.
Yeah, so, look, it did feel like a little bit of excuse making, or maybe just like a frustration with the ways that we in the media have talked about this, because I'm sure that he looks at some of the challenges that he's had and said, look, these are all factors, and we all need to kind of get better within this. But ultimately, the way, Bobby, that you get us off your case is by having that complete game from the offense. Yeah. And, of course, that's not all him when it comes to the guys on the field's got to do it, but buck stops with you, buddy.
That's a lot on him.
Buck stops with you, buddy. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. It's a great canvas for him, though. It does feel like this Patriots team has a lot of opening for them to be able to, for the Texans rather, to be able to get some things done. So hopefully this is the week where we can give Bobby a whole bunch of praise for the offense showing up in the ways that we wanted to. All right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions on a Football Friday. We'll do that next.
Yep, D&M Auto Leasing.
Choppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I need you guys' help. Non-sports related confession, first of all. So I have a relative.
Well, you got sick of all the sports ones that you put out yesterday. That had you, we was whooping your ass yesterday.
Boy, you were. I didn't even think of that. It was well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we all are familiar with the side text, right?
Yeah.
I got in a little bit of, like there's a group text.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then somebody says something that you're like, all right, so you side text someone else.
Correct.
So I got kind of chastised, and I don't know if it was serious or not, but. So I have a relative that passed away, not very close, but close.
Sorry about that,
close
man.
enough. Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. And I got the news. This is how close, with a Facebook post, And on this Facebook post, I'm being dead serious. He said, so and so, sorry to say blah blah blah, passed away, gone too soon. 74.
Yeah, he had at least another 30 years, didn't he?
Okay, so see so the side text was to a friend, gone too soon? ? And so I know that's insensitive. And
you're not wrong, but you don't have to say it.
And so sometimes I just whatever I think I say, and you guys know that. But
yes, I've become quickly acquainted with that. Yes,
and so. Now, look, I don't want to go at 74. I want more than that. So I get it. Is 74 gone too soon, though?
What is gone too soon?
What is thank you. I was going to ask you and Figgy both the same question. What is the number? What is the number when it's safe to say, yes, indeed, they were gone too soon?
I got to have a 5 in front of it.
Yeah,
maybe a early 6.
No, definitely 5.
Definitely 5. Maybe an early 6.
Early 6. When you start getting it around the 67, 68, then I don't want to say it's expected, but it would surprise me.
I just felt so bad, and they were giving me a hard time. You're awful. I was like, I know, but is 74 is not gone too soon, is it?
Are we setting the over under at the age
63
at the age when you can start drawing Social Security? Is that what we're doing? When you can start
65.
drawing Social Security, then it's not too soon. Is that what we're doing here?
65. What's the number? I would literally that's what I was going to ask you guys. Is there a number? It ain't 74, is it? Even if he was otherwise healthy.
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say. I always crack up whenever a celebrity passes away and they're older.
Yeah.
Like a Betty White.
Yeah.
And be like, oh, my God.
Gone too soon.
Oh, my God. Oh, 2020. What is wrong with y'all? Why y'all had to take back? She was 99, man.
So, yes, I admit that I was being a little crass there.
Mm-hmm.
But
yep.
What is gone too soon?
People are 65, retirement age, depending on health conditions, 60s and under is gone too soon.
Mm-hmm.
74 and a half. Yep, that's right, 713.
74 and a half.
74 and a half. And Lopez
That's
just
a great
missed the
answer.
cut.
That's a great answer.
Lopez just missed the cut with his answer.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This one's going to be unpopular, but I do not give a you-know-what. I'm done with Thursday Night Football. I'm out.
That's crazy.
Really?
I mean, I'm going to keep watching.
As much as you like football.
I'm going to keep watching.
Much as you got 3 TVs on you, what the heck are you going to put on there?
Football and WNBA finals and baseball. I'm going to keep doing this, but the short weeks and everything. How often we get a game that is lesser quality, visibly lesser quality within the course of it. I understand that we've had this for a while or whatever, but I'm just like, I'm beaten down by the Thursday Night Football of it all.
This is I shouldn't say a wild take. It's a surprising.
I understand that it's not going to be popular, but there's plenty of people out here that are like, football my entire week, Monday through Sunday, put the football game on every day. I get it, but it just seeing the havoc that it seems to cause, and the short and the crazy long weeks within the course of it, and then just the injury problems that pop up within the course of it.
Yeah.
And all of that for a product that is often not as good as the ones that we typically want. It doesn't feel like a good return.
I think that's a big part of it. the product. Like Thursday night games have just not been good. Like if we've had some barn burners, there's an old phrase. If we have had some barn burners on Thursday, maybe you'd feel different about that.
Maybe. Yeah. But yeah, it just feels like the trade-off has not been worth it. We've been doing it long enough, and one thing I know is the NFL never giving back money. So you had a whole nother media entity drop a whole bunch of money so that they could stream it. Like I don't Thursday night football, we're not giving that up. But I just feel like I don't think that we should be doing it.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of out on the NFC. Because I feel like
the entire NFC over there?
No, yeah, kind of. Because especially when it comes to Thursday night football, it's like, how do this matter to my squad?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like
you want the relevance.
Yeah. So unless it's a good game, then I'm like, like even last night I tuned into it, and after a while I'm just like, man. Like, this ain't got nothing to do with the Texans, man.
Yeah,
so
I get that. Now, that I can get down with, yeah.
And, I mean, it got to be an interesting game. You got the return touchdown in the course of it, which was fun. And then, the Seahawks pulled themselves within 2 scores and looked like they were going to try and walk it down. But even then, I was just like...
Especially late in the year, though, like Figgy was saying. 2 NFC teams that are out of it.
I don't give a damn about the Vikings and the Packers.
Yeah. Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, other people, you know how you buy a car that you never heard of or really seen, and now you start seeing this car all the time?
Oh, yeah.
So, I kind of, that's kind of going on with me with Reggie. Reggie being a part of the show now.
You seeing me everywhere?
Nah, I'm running to a bunch of Nigerians, man.
That's right.
I feel like everybody I walk into is Nigerian.
We deep out here.
And I do the one thing that I never thought I would do.
Oh, no, don't say it.
Hey, I work with the Nigerian.
Somebody in Nigeria. God, you said it. I got black friends.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing, man. So I'm like, oh yeah, I work with somebody that's Nigerian.
And we everywhere. You didn't even know you run into people. You're like, oh, what's up? And they all of a sudden you find out they're Nigerian.
Yeah. So my realtor is she's Nigerian. And so I was thinking in I ain't say nothing to her.
Yeah.
But I was just about to be random as hell.
That's probably my cousin.
I was about to be random as hell, like, hey, my coworker.
Yeah.
He's Nigerian.
I got a Nigerian friend.
From the 3-4-6 going back to the Thursday night football, they watched the run back, and then they started looking at the score and they were like, why am I watching this for? Exactly.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm like, this is an NFC team, man. Like, it'd be one thing is AFC.
Yeah.
But shout out to all my Nigerians. We out here.
Yeah, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I might be missing something on this, but Malik Neighbors was kind of getting roasted for going to a Travis Scott concert while he's in concussion protocol.
I don't like this.
Why is that a big deal?
I don't.
Why?
Now, I've seen it from some of the I guess the aggregator accounts. I roll my eyes, man.
Why would anybody be upset or say you need to be, clearly he's not taking whatever?
Now, I'm not a doctor. Like, I don't know, and you maybe don't even need to be a doctor to have some of this, but like, what are the potential adverse effects of like having a concussion and then being in like an environment with loud music and those types of things, right? I don't know. I'm
confused.
I always dislike the kind of, well, if you're not at work, you need to be focused on work that we try and kind of do with athletes.
You should be reading the playbook.
Yeah, why are you not in your playbook right now? Because they off work right now. That's why. Because they're off work right now.
I actually, my mind was going, I said, did Travis Scott do something recently that maybe, I don't know. I was like, this is normal. You're in concussion protocol. You're going through all the things, and you go to a concert. What's the big deal?
Yeah, and we don't even know the severity of the
severity. Yeah,
because it could be a thing where he's good to go, but
it might be great news.
Yeah, he just might. Sometimes those tricky stuff happen where they maybe don't pass him yet.
Yeah.
Or he's not ready yet or whatever. But he can't go to a concert.
Man, I was just confused.
And sometimes, some of us kind of want to get out of work every once in a while.
Keep your nose in the playbook.
Yeah. You can't do that either.
Hopefully we'll see Tua at a grocery store or something, man.
You see where he works.
They bleep.
You see where he works. You see what he has to deal with. He was out there carrying this thing by his lonesome.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to take a night off.
He should be in the playbook.
These are my confessions.
So today, myself and Lopez just got advanced copies of a book that is really interesting. It's about Hakeem Olajuwon. In fact, we will get a chance to talk to the author of the book, Mira Fader, next week. But I got some reading to do, and I'm thinking I might actually be that person.
Mm-hmm.
What person? The person that goes and reads in like public spaces.
Oh, why not?
I've never been that
Going
dude.
to a coffee shop?
Yeah, I don't know,
read?
coffee shop, bar, something like that. And
Don't go to a bar, man.
Go to a park. It's gonna be beautiful weather.
Oh, it is gonna be beautiful weather.
Go to Buffalo Bayou, one of those benches over there or something.
Yeah. But I was like,
that's
I usually read it.
That's a good thing.
I usually just read at the crib, but I was like, I should just go be out.
Plus, people think you're an intellect. Hey, look at that guy. He's reading on a bench.
See, that's what I don't want. I don't want people like, oh, look at this jerk off. Look at him.
He think he's better than everyone. He must be Nigerian.
Look at me, I'm reading a book. Ooh.
You know, I know a Nigerian. Several.
Yeah, at least two that are on this show all the damn time.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm officially worried, man. I just seen that new Tesla robot.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
I've got a group chat talking about it now.
I'm a little nervous, man. I ain't gonna lie. And I know I should have been nervous about all the stuff that been going on in this world, but for some reason, the Tesla robot got me a little nervous, man.
I mean, if it works the way that these other Teslas work, you don't have to worry too much about it. It'll have some defects. Did I lie, though?
It'll only last like an hour and a half.
Just power it down one time.
Every car got some defects, though.
Not like the Teslas. Let the people that own Teslas well, they might not, because some of them are in the cult of Tesla.
Yeah.
But I think the real ones will tell you, it's got some design flaws in it.
Yeah, but I seen the Tesla robot, and I think I seen 2 Chainz talking to it, and he was pretty. No, for real. I'm gonna find that clip. I'm gonna find him and probably play it on Figgy Smith's tape. But he was sitting there and asked the robot, "Can you shoot hoops?"
Yeah.
And the robot was like, "Yeah, maybe one day."
Oh wow.
So I'm like, what in the world?
I just love the idea. The noted
2
rapper,
Chainz.
2 Chainz, formerly known as Titty Boy, was like, look, I'm going to have a conversation with this robot.
Yeah.
Like, that is, I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is.
And this one is very funny to me from the 713. I donate to a Nigerian prince every month.
Yeah. Oh, which it's the year of our Lord 2024. You still getting got on that? God bless. I understand the joke. I get that you're joking there. All right, there's their lunchtime confessions here, and it's brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I get it. Neighbors was ruled out this week, and still, what? Is his legs broken? He can't walk.
He got to sit in the dark room.
That's right,
and just focus on his concussion.
That's right. You just got to think real hard to make the concussion go away.
Yeah.
Do what CJ did last year. Remember CJ? He said he had the sunglasses on and couldn't see light and all that stuff. He got to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to go to break now. I'm just going to move. Coming up next, let's get into the college football weekend. Lopez will give you his headline for the week. Plus, we got an announcement coming through as well for the Texans. Bowl, don't we? We'll do all that next.
Details at T-Mobile.com.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. No, I am not Mike Tirico. I'm not Italian. So I just want you to be very abundantly clear about it. What you mean, what?
Is he really Italian?
That's what he says he is.
I never heard that. I never knew that.
Really?
You're pulling my string.
Absolutely not. Does it look like, is this a face of somebody who's making a joke?
Yes.
I'm not. Mike Tirico is a proud Italian man. Don't you forget it. All right. Football Friday. Don't forget that our guys
I don't know what
on the
it is
drive.
about him that doesn't make me think he's Italian. I can't figure it out.
I don't know. That has something to do with you. Not him.
It probably does.
Man, I thought he was a brother for a minute.
Yeah.
Anyways, you got the drive. They'll be out in Humble, Big City Wings, for this Football Friday. So if you ain't got plans,
Clint is Amish.
Go and see the fellas.
I thought he's Nigerian.
Yeah.
At Big City Wings in Humble, they'll be hanging out from 2 to 6 for sure.
Yeah.
But coming up this weekend, obviously we have the Texans game within this, but then this weekend you also have some really fun things in college football. So Lopez, we turn to the Lopez college football desk for the overarching theme of this week.
The hackish college football slogan this week.
Yes, sir.
Say my name Saturday.
Oh.
Say my name.
Shout out to Kelly Rowland.
How about that? And by the way, mini confession before I get into that.
Okay.
Kind of more excited about the college football slate this week than the NFL slate.
That is an interesting process.
And I think some of you will agree with me. So say my name. Let's start with the big one up at the State Fair, even though it's not necessarily the most significant game on, in terms of like top 5 or whatever.
Oh, when it comes,
it's still a big game, though.
It's huge.
Always a big game.
I think Texas is going to run them out of the gym, so to speak. But Texas OU. And by the way, can we just call it? Do you call it the Red River Shootout or Red River Rivalry?
Well, I call it this one is the Red River Showdown because they moved.
Oh, that's right. They moved
away from that because of they didn't want the NFL to find them.
Yeah.
Because of the name.
Yeah.
The Red River Shootout. But yes, the Red River Showdown. But it is the Red River Rivalry, and I do call it Red River because I'm not trying to upset anybody on that. Because, between those two teams, they get mad about who gets for top billing. Mm-hmm. Is it OU, Texas, or Texas OU? And I'm like, I'm not messing with y'all. It's the Red River. Leave me alone.
I just out of habit
still say the shootout.
I say shootout just because of old habits, and all that thing. And by the way, it's not insensitive if that's what it's the title for decades of the football game has been the shootout. Shootout doesn't necessarily mean that you're implying anything. It's just a shootout. It's just play-by-play guys say this is a shootout all the time.
Yeah.
So anyway, but
it's the showdown, sir. That is what it is called.
So I think Texas is going to be, and this is where I came up with Say My Name Saturday. You're going to see a common theme in these big college football games, Reggie, and that is like the team that wins this game. And I'll go through them here. You got to say their name in terms of like they are definitely in the mix. You are the number one team, and they look like a big time contender for the national championship. Sure. They run Oklahoma out of the place. They're going to be rolling.
Well, but the thing about that game, and I also think that they should win, but you know how we go with rivalry games? You're like, throw records out the window. This is one of those games where it's actually the case,
you do.
Right? Like those two teams, anything can happen in that game. So that is the only thing that gives me pause. But no, Texas is clearly a better team, and some of that's because Oklahoma is missing like 5 wide receivers.
And their best wide receiver is going to be missing as of yesterday.
They've had crazy wide receiver injuries all the way up and down this season.
The biggest game in terms of top of the heap is Ohio State and Oregon. Man, that's where
Big Ten matchup.
Yeah, well,
that sounds wild, man.
Well, it is. Ohio State, Oregon, man. I haven't really been believing too much in Oregon. I think Ohio State, if it's not Williams in Alabama, they have the best freshman in football, Jeremiah Smith, wide receiver as well. I don't know how you feel about this one, but I think Ohio State's going a long, long way into a loud place. If Ohio State gets this one, You're going to have to say their name as they might just win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. Obviously, Figgy, you have an investment. I find myself looking at me like, damn, I really haven't watched Ohio State play football this year. So I'm really excited to have this be an opportunity.
They haven't really played this year.
To tap into what that's looking like.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like Akron, all these little teams, that don't count, man.
All those cute little teams.
Yeah.
Next one. Don't sleep on this. This might be a weekend in terms of like entertainment value.
UNLV, Utah State.
Not that one.
Oh, okay, my bad.
LSU, Ole Miss. LSU, Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah.
Big time. Both these teams have been a little bit erratic. Obviously, Ole Miss lost to who was it? South Carolina, was it? And then LSU lost the opener to USC. And the loser's out. I mean, the loser's out of the playoff, I feel. Because
I can see that.
You still have you got 2 losses, and you still got the rest of the SEC slate to go. So you're going to have to say the name pretty loudly that they're still in it between LSU and Ole Miss.
Yeah, and this one might be one of those where it's just gunning up and down, although Ole Miss has a better defense than what LSU is bringing to the table, which is not very good. But, yeah, I imagine Ole Miss probably gets it done, but this should be – I could see this going up and down, especially because Nussmeier, the quarterback.
He's good,
LSU,
man.
A lot better than I thought he was capable of being.
How does LSU not have a secondary?
Yeah, they used to be DBU for a secondary.
Man. Like they're very and you're going against Lane Kiffin's offense?
Brian Kelly, what you doing out there?
Yeah.
You should be like that's one of the places where recruiting should be like easy.
Yeah.
They have think about it. I don't think there's another major program in a like talent rich area that has no competition in state.
Zero.
Like they have literally
you
no
talk about
competition
Tulane all you want.
If you've got anybody in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, anywhere in Louisiana, you should be able to get them without really very much competition in state.
Yeah. No, totally agree. Figgy, I think you might have some opinions on this. Are we going to actually say Penn State's name after their game at USC?
But you can, James Franklin, you cannot trick me.
They always good until you go against Michigan and Ohio State.
Every
single year, man.
Every year, like, hey, man, look at Penn State. They're looking pretty good. They might get them this year.
Yep. Get blown out by Ohio State or Michigan.
So that's a no on this one?
Nah, I'm not.
Going to USC and beating USC?
Hey, no. You could get God if you want to.
And then this one, I got to tell you, I know this is your squad. This is a squad that you follow. I've kind of kept an eye on K-State all year long. I think they're pretty damn good, man.
They're always kind of this kind of football team.
Yeah.
Especially when the offense is clicking. Like Avery Johnson has had some moments where it hasn't looked quite right. But there's a lot of talent within this. And this is an offense that really likes kind of beating you up, which does not bode well for Colorado. However, I don't know that this is going to be one of those ones where you kind of just write Colorado off. They're figuring a little bit of something out.
No, they are.
They just don't have the trenches, and that's always going to be an issue. And it does not feel like they have a lot of depth. It's a couple of guys there that could really make some things shake at a pretty high level because Shador is fantastic, and then Travis Hunter is what he is. But when it comes down to the entirety of this, you've got a better team that is also a lot more physical on the other side with Kansas State. So I don't think Colorado gets a win, but I think that they're a little bit better than maybe some folks are giving them.
I'm talking about K-State. I think K-State goes into Boulder.
Yes.
And if they get this thing done, and they do play that ugly-ish brand of football, K-State, which isn't good necessarily long-term, playoff scenario.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to start being mentioned in a playoff scenario.
They were one of the favorites for the Big 12 championship, and they kind of still exist somewhat in that space despite a bad loss, or maybe not a really bad loss, but a loss that they should not have taken earlier in the year.
And then another couple that don't necessarily fall into that say my name category, but worth your time probably. South Carolina, who I feel is going to be a little bit of a problem for a lot of teams this year. They're going into Tuscaloosa, man, and say a prayer for South Carolina because Alabama's going to be ready after.
Well,
they pissed off right now.
We'll see, right? Because that is a characteristic that we have attributed to Alabama because of Nick Saban's particular
that's true.
penchant for 1.5 coachable games. And so when they lose in particular, Nick Saban was like, "We getting after it because that's not happening again." I'm not trying to say that Kalen DeBoer isn't that, but we can't take that as a given that he's going to then come out and have those guys completely ready. I assume, right? It's college football, but I think that what you saw was some of that was they didn't have as much in the tank as maybe some people thought. South Carolina is a well-coached team out there as well.
No, I've watched them a little bit. You know how sometimes you just fall into the same team, week after week. Like,
correct.
You watch
just a team that fascinates
like, why am I watching this? And you end up watching it. I think they're pretty dang good. So we'll see on that. But I think Alabama. What's the spread on that? 21. I think they're gonna be okay on that.
Okay.
And we got Friday Night Football.
That's true.
We have Friday night Utah, Arizona State. I might have to miss that one, but stumble up and I'll watch it.
What the hell is Utah now, man?
Cam Rising's finally playing.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he's back. I saw that this morning. 6th or 7th year of football.
Yeah, and it feels like for the last 3 of them, you can guarantee that he would miss a significant amount of time where they would just come back out, and you now had to see what Utah was without Cam Rising. But Cam Rising back, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll definitely. I might be reading this book. We'll see if it's on. We'll see if it's on. But that's your college football kind of slate as laid out. It is a Say My Name weekend.
Say my name.
Okay. See which teams are able to establish their name in a way where they make us have to say it as we careen towards college football playoff the first time with the 12th team.
And don't forget as well, we got some happenings right here in the great city of Houston.
That is true.
And that is the Gridiron Legends have been announced.
Ooh.
That's always cool, man. Texas Bowl, they put them out there, pregame, halftime. And they're going to be honored pregame on December 31st at the Texas Bowl. This is a pretty good squad right here.
Great class.
This is a pretty good squad right here.
Sealy's own Eric Dickerson in here.
Dickerson.
John Randall as well. James Francis comes through. You have Tony Franklin and then Tony Heath.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great group of guys.
That is.
That are going to be honored this year at the Texas Bowl. Gridiron Legends, class of 2024.
Worth your time.
Absolutely worth your time here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to the meat and potatoes of this Texans football. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the things that will determine whether the Texans get a win or a loss at Gillette Stadium on Sunday? We'll discuss it.
a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
If there's anything that I'm happy to do on this very program called In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 is to give people an opportunity to learn about something they had no idea about before. And John Lopez and
share with the class.
I'm giddy about this.
They're learning a lot about our friend Mike Tirico, the play-by-play man for NBC Sports. He does.
Who was here on Sunday Night Football?
Yes,
when it was here in NRG.
He was.
Actually saw him too.
Oh, for real?
He was in the hallway.
Yeah.
He was walking past, and he actually spoke to me.
Were you able to understand him?
Yeah, well, it was just, hey, what's up, man? It was one of those.
So he spoke in English instead of his native tongue. I got you. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Let's get into this.
I could do a whole segment on this.
I know you could, and that's why I'm about to start talking about football because we can go the wrong way.
Pasta.
Yeah. Yep. He had a carbo load. We all got to make sure we have enough carbs
Mike,
to go about things.
We need to talk.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I bet he loves Sopranos. All right, so Texans win because Texans lose because 713-572-4610. What are the things that you'll determine whether or not the Texans win or lose? Because within this, I'm already well established. I'm on wax about the fact that I think that this should very well be a win for the Texans and probably an easy win.
I'm with you
for the Texans in the way that this happens. But let's break down the causes and the factors within this.
Yeah. I think win because, lose because is, a lot of these are just, obviously they can go either way. I think the Xavier Hutchinson and Stephon Diggs dynamic that I mentioned really a couple times, but at the start of the show, Stephon Diggs has to be that guy, and I think a big part of that is Xavier Hutchinson filling the role, the exact position of Nico Collins. And Bobby Slowick actually talked about this yesterday.
Nico is a guy that is really irreplaceable. I think he's been playing probably the best ball of his career. I think right now I'd say for us he was the best receiver in the NFL and what he was doing. And you can't replace that. But at the same time, we got a room full of guys that are hungry, that want to go in, they want to get their ops. I think Hutch did a great job in the game. After Nico went out, he took advantage of his ops. He showed up in the run game. He works every single day. Obviously, you have Metch, you have Woody, you have Sims. I mean, we got a lot of guys that can go out, that can play, and that can function. So we have full confidence that we'll just keep rolling.
Do you have to change any of the play go being there?
It's really the same as always. Everybody's good at their own things, and we like to emphasize the things they're good at, and we'll do that with the people we have out there.
But it's got to start with Hutchinson for me. Everything goes a lot easier if Hutchinson, and I'm not talking 7-8 catches, but just be a factor. Affect the defense and help Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, maybe like 4 catches with
something like that. Yeah,
Tank maybe steps up, gets maybe a nice 6 in there, and then all of a sudden you're cooking with grease. Yeah, you find it interesting that obviously he's talking about the entirety of the roster. Mechie was the first one that came up.
Isn't that weird?
After that, so I'll be interested to see if you go from Mechie having 3 snaps in this game versus the Bills to where maybe he gets to 10 snaps and you get an opportunity to get involved here, especially with Robert Woods dealing with what he's dealing with right now. He's missed practice again today, so maybe that provides an opportunity for Mechie to get involved in some of this as well. But yeah, I think Xavier Hutchinson is a great one to bring up in the course of this if he's able to step up and do some of the things that we saw last week that he came in. But I'm interested because I heard Bobby mention the idea of blocking in the run game as well. Like that's a big thing that factors in because Bobby likes using all 10 of the guys that are not carrying the football, well maybe 9 of the guys because I don't know how much you're like CJ go get that in.
Yeah.
But everybody that's available blocking, working in the run game. And so I don't think that that's been the issue for the run game, but it is cool to have somebody when you're in to know we feel confident with him upfield once you get past the line of scrimmage, making sure that there's additional blocks and additional yardage to be gained.
Well, I got some more, but I'm interested in yours because.
All right. Texas win because they show up to the field. No, I'm playing. That might be a little much. But
throw the ball out there.
Texans win because their defense is capable of honing in the outlier, or maybe not outlier, but the unknown that is Drake May. I think that Drake May likelihood is you'll be able to blitz him, show him pressure, and make him look like what we anticipated rookie quarterback looks like. But there is a little bit of the unknown he has tools, he has talent. That's why he was regarded as one of the best in this draft class.
Yeah.
But he just has not. He was not viewed as pro ready. He's not.
He's
been
the
in
number
that
3
place.
pick.
And so, yeah.
I mean, there's a reason. Number 3. So yeah, but I think first game is going to be problematic.
And I mean, lose because they won't do that, right? Like obviously, there's the other side of that. But how crazy do the Patriots look if he does come out and he's able to do really look passable in this? Because they wait until the Texans, which is probably the lead. I mean, the Texans get the most pressure of any team on quarterbacks. Like, you wait until that, and if he acquits himself well, which again I don't believe he will do in a big way, and I don't think that's much about him as an individual. The question then arises, like, why did you wait? You know,
I think that's possible, but I think the other possibility is we're going to hear a lot of, you got to let that quarterback sit for a while and learn.
You got to let him marinate. You know,
let him watch and learn from a veteran like Jacoby
Brissett was the necessary.
Give him a
element.
notepad.
That's right.
Where the headset, all that stuff. I think you can probably get more of that. That ties in with because I said Drake May, the scramble drill and the long ball are what I think he could be effective with.
True,
because that's just instinct. Like in the course of the offense, and you're running the plays, Texans are coming at you. He could get just pummeled. But
he doesn't have to do all the processing. If
right,
you just
yeah. But if the play breaks down and he goes out, kind of like what we see C.J. Stroud doing here and there,
backyard football.
Yeah, a little backyard football, and somebody breaks free behind us secondary. By the way, that is going to be minus at least 2 guys. It looks like with the Texans. That could be problematic as well. Here's one a lose because you can't let one guy just ruin your day, and I think that one guy might be Christian Gonzalez.
Okay,
yeah, like if he is, because then you often talk about we've talked about like this needs to be a turnover game. For the Patriots, this needs to be a turnover game.
Right. You need to win the turnover battle and give yourself more opportunities, more cracks at it.
Yeah.
And if Christian Gonzalez is one, if he travels or whatever, if he just makes life really difficult on one or two of your wide receivers, that'd be kind of frustrating within the course of this. And that might tie in with one of my lose, because if you put yourself in a situation where you're playing, again, in third and long, whether it's penalties or whether it's like just being inefficient early, you then make it so that those big moments of third down completions or third and long are more important, as they have been. And then you don't have the cheat code that is Nico Collins. I think Stephon Diggs is capable of doing that, but like, to what degree does that look like? And then are you now bringing Christian Gonzalez into play of is he capable? Or are you allowing Uche to pin his ears back and come after you? And so you might be allowing a defense that really shouldn't be on your level to have opportunities to get at you. So I do think that giving yourself an advantageous game script will be big.
I do have one more. Do you have another win because, lose because?
Nah, you got it, man. Let's see it.
I said this, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday. Are we sure they got over those dumb penalties?
That's a great question. That is a great question.
Are we sure they had a run of 4 games of we're like just shaking our head. Most penalized team in the NFL, most pre-snap penalties in the NFL. Your left tackle was getting pummeled. Your entire offensive line was downfield or holding or more problematic.
Just lining up
lining up in the wrong place or moving early. And then we did see that third quarter, which I don't think it was necessarily in the same vein as what they had been doing, but they did get over the penalty bug, the dumb penalty bug against Buffalo. We got to see that again, because are we sure that's not just something? By the way, it's a road game.
Correct.
They've been at home.
Yeah.
And they've had
inside.
And they've had most of their they've had them home and away until Buffalo, but they on the road game it's more difficult, for a number of reasons to avoid those pre-snap penalties. Like we can't have it. I mean, we can't have another reverting to what you were.
Yeah, and one of the things that I try not to the idea of, oh man, they're looking past this team. But if there was any place where maybe that would happen is like if you get away from the details, and one of the details is clearly lining up correctly, making sure that your get off is timed well, making sure that you're not holding. Like those are the types of details that I think could slip if you're not locked in the ways that you want to. But Bobby Slowick, he said that they really locked in on that, and that's why you saw it get better in the first half. And then I guess
I hope he's right.
You had various things. So yeah, I hope that continues as well. The idea that hey, you guys are locked in and making sure that the ticky tack, the penalties, the lack of attention or focus on detail. Does not then shoot you in the foot and allow a team that has no business playing with you to then play with you.
And then the last one, and we talked about this exactly an hour ago, but it's a win because Bobby Slowick, hands on the dials and the levers and the knobs make that offense work the way it is right now. And that includes, by the way, not just the passing game that we've talked about with Stephon and Xavier and all that. It has to do with find the running back that can work. If it's Joe Mixon, he's going to get the majority of the carries. But if Dameon Pierce, it's not working, you got Cam Akers there. If somehow Mixon can't go, Bobby Slowick, it's incumbent upon him. It's important that he just doesn't sort of slam his head against the wall if one of these guys isn't working.
Slam your head against the wall is a very interesting phrase to use with Bobby Slowick because I think that's one of the things that people are criticizing him of, whether right or wrong. Yeah, it will be interesting to see, it feels like Joe Mixon might be back the way that he's practicing, and then what does the run game look like? Does it continue to look the same? Are there some elements that shift? I want to see some of those things as well. Do you have a prediction score-wise for this one?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I've said this, go ahead and put those 7 points down, 6.5 points, whatever it is. I think a double-digit, nice tidy 10 or 11-point win. I can't give you a score. I hate when people give scores. It's going to be 37-16.
I usually don't like giving scores.
That's such a crapshoot, I'll do it if somebody asks. You know what? That just popped into my head. I'm going to say 37-16.
Okay, excellent.
Which is the most bizarre. That might even be one of those.
I give scores, but I give them with the understanding that I don't know. What do I have a crystal ball? If I could predict scores in this way, I'd have a lot more money, right? Yeah. Clearly.
Somebody on Monday, you were wrong, Lopez.
Yeah,
that's right.
38-17.
Why are you on the radio? You're wrong.
Of course.
You're always wrong.
Well, I don't know. That might be wrong. 34-9 was the number that was coming to mind.
Oh, nice.
And again,
that's a very tidy double-digit win.
Very tidy.
Yeah,
and that's the style of game that you feel like they should be able to have in these circumstances. Do you have anyone, Fig?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 28-13.
Okay.
Go 28-13. No, I'm just
not a lot of confidence in
don't do that.
And not a lot of confidence in that Patriots offense.
Yeah, I think it's
none of us.
Yeah, I think it's a bad offense. I kind of feel bad for Drake May to have to step it behind that offensive line, man. So I don't think it's going to be pretty.
Man, Ted Johnson was on, with the boys this morning.
He was. You can hear that on the Odyssey app. Rewind or go to the podcast. Yeah. Payne and Pendergast.
Real good friend of the show, former host here at Sports Radio 610, Teddy Three Rings, and they're talking up in New England about is this guy going to get shell shocked? Is it going to be that bad?
Yeah.
Like you set him back a little bit,
Well, that's another thing that hey, man, this is the time for those sack numbers to actually show up on the page. Somebody texted in earlier, was like, what's happening with Will Anderson Jr.? It's like, he's applying a whole bunch of pressure. But because those sack numbers aren't there, and I know he didn't get a lot of tackles this past week, but because those numbers aren't there in a tangible way, people are kind of, at least some folks were like, what's happening? This is an opportunity to go ahead and bolster that and put everybody at ease. Go ahead and go get those sacks.
Stat padding.
That's right. They should have about 7 sacks.
Wow.
Something slight. Something
7 8.
Everybody should be eating.
7 or 8, somewhere in there.
2710 comes in on the text line from 713. 55-2 comes in favor of the Texans.
I want to see that. I would love to see that.
Oh, that would be great.
I would love to see that.
What the safety is just CJ running out the back of the end zone just to end the game? Is that what are we doing?
Yeah.
Or the punter.
Lots to a little. Thank you for that prediction on the text line as well. All right. You're in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Excited for a Texans. You know what? I'm going to be bold. No, I'm not. That's kind of reckless. A Texans game versus the Patriots.
Be bold.
On Sunday. No. Bold is one thing. Reckless is another because I'm not trying to set myself up to get got. But Texans, Patriots in New England, 12 noon. And you'll be able to hear pregame here starting at 9 a.m. with Sean Pendergast and saying
Italian guy's not.
He is not. Okay. It's going to be actually. I don't know. Is it CBS on this one?
Yeah, I think it's CBS.
I think it's CBS.
Yeah,
I don't know who.
Next week at Green Bay, Jim Nantz.
Okay.
Tony Romo.
You excited about that?
No.
Okay. I was like, you said that like that mattered a big. I found that I really don't care as much about the actual broadcasters.
Only if they're really, really good. I care about that. If they're not, I'm
I like
whatever.
Kevin
I'll
Harlan,
watch it.
man.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin Harlan is great.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming up next, it's about time where we hand this thing over to our guy Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What we got? Fig?
Yeah, speaking of broadcasters, man, people was going in on Bob Costas, and we got some people that's defending Bob Costas. So I'm going to let you know what's going on with that. Plus, I want to know who's in the right here because I ran across a football conversation, and it got a little hardo during this conversation. So I want to know who's in the right. I want to ask y'all about that.
All right, let's adjudication football conversations. We'll do that next.
Kami Fairbairn.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And earlier in the show, I want to play this audio for y'all real quick. I mentioned during Lunchtime Confessions about 2 Chainz talking to a robot, talking to the Tesla robot.
Okay.
And this is how it sounded.
2 Chainz, how you doing?
What's up?
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Optimus.
Okay. My name is Tony.
Tony?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Tony.
Nice to meet you too, buddy. Hey, can you
Awesome.
can you play basketball? Can you shoot like jump shots?
Maybe one day.
I'll teach
Can
you.
you?
I'll teach you.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, brother.
I don't like the language model that they put on that. I don't know who voiced that, but I don't like how it sounds. It makes me
Sounded
feel
like a
uncomfortable.
kid.
It sounds like a relatively young guy.
Yeah.
It sounds like a relatively young guy.
Yeah, but we are here.
Having that conversation with a robot.
I would like to see a robot actually shoot a jump shot, though.
They got those.
They have the ones that don't miss. Remember,
Yeah.
have you seen that video? Where it's just like
yeah,
100 men in a row? Yeah.
It doesn't look crazy fluid, but it gets the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it matters. Be looking at Sean Marion.
Yeah. But no, I've been impressed with just impressed and terrified at the same time with just how far and how quickly AI language like models, for lack of a better term, I don't think that's the right term, but whatever, have progressed. There's very little latency there in that conversation with 2 Chainz.
Yeah, I feel like, to me, and I don't know if anybody out there that played this game. I played this game on this game been around for a little bit, but it's a game called Detroit.
Huh, okay.
And it's all about that, like AI stuff, robots, like real live robots. And one actually ended up killing somebody, trying to save somebody's life and all that. It's crazy, but it seemed like it's about to go there.
It does. Definitely does.
We'll see.
Man, so Bob Costas was getting a lot of hate from the Young Bucks on this not this platform, but social media platform. And I want to go through a montage of all of his all of his calls that people kind of had an issue with from this this Yankees and Royals ALDS series. And I want y'all honest opinion on Bob Costas after y'all hear all of this.
Hit to short. Witt gets the force. Can they turn 2? Yes, they can, and it's just the point we were making. It's not Giancarlo's fault. A near base hit. Couldn't beat it out at the other end. Turns into a double play. Isbell had 8 regular season home runs. Sends this one to deep right. Back goes Soto by the bullpen. And he's got it. Against the bullpen fence. Here's Tommy Pham. First pitch, bouncing to short. Volpe backs up, throws, and that's that. In the air to center field. Judge has it lined up, and the Yankees are on their way to the LCS. The Royals gave them a good battle. All 4 games were close, but the Yankees, who didn't make the postseason last year, a rarity, now advance to the LCS.
I know who's mad about that one. That's hilarious.
Yeah, so he been getting a lot of pushback on his calls during this series. And I'm going to get to a couple people that was defending him. But I want to know your honest opinion on Bob Costas right now in 2024.
Okay, so what my feelings on it is that's clearly not great. Like, that's not a great baseball call. But I'm going to defend him in this way. What do you expect from Bob Costas? Like that's what Bob Costas is. He's a conversationalist, an analyst. I think the bigger problem is putting Bob Costas in that booth for play-by-play. He's a host. He's an analyst. He talks sports.
He's a long time. He's also
he's done basketball. He's done baseball. But if you're going to if you want that energy, that whatever it is, you know better.
That is fair. Yeah. I think that is fair. Like he does not like kind of use his voice as an instrument to, I guess, hype the game. He's not selling the game, for lack of a better term. But I don't no. I've with Bob Costas. The only thing that I do is like sometimes he can grandstand, right? Like sometimes he can.
That's what he is,
right? Sometimes he can get that place where he feels like he's moralizing.
He pontificates,
right? Oh, I love that word.
Yeah,
pontificates.
Yeah,
right. So sometimes that can happen. And I understand why that would rub people the wrong way. But otherwise, I'm just like, hey, we're here for the game.
So that's my thing. Figure like you know what you're getting with Bob Costas. So if you don't want that in the booth, if you want to hit that young audience that has some guy with his hair on fire making a call, then get that guy in the booth.
Yeah, or get a radio guy.
Yeah.
The radio guys be fired up.
Yeah.
But I get some of these calls I played was a little iffy, but I just feel like Bob Costas and Al Michaels are probably some of the last of that ilk that we gonna see for a long time, man.
Yeah.
Just that kind of smooth, laid back type of voice. I feel like that's not really in style anymore.
Exactly.
And so, like, I mean, it might not be the best call, but I'm just here to appreciate him while he's here because it ain't gonna be around for a long time, forever.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but your boy Nick Wright had something to say about
I heard this.
He was a little upset with the 20-year-olds, the young bucks on social media trashing Al Michaels and Bob Costas, and this is what he had to say.
5 hours from now, you know what you're going to do if you check Twitter? Hey, what are people saying about the game? A bunch of 20-something-year-olds saying how much these guys stink. Saying, oh, I don't like this guy. I don't like that guy. Why doesn't he call the game this way? It's Costas and Michaels, you spoiled brat. Called the Miracle on Ice. The other one called Michael Jordan's final game with the Bulls.
True.
Between them, they've called 25 Olympics. They're in their 70s. They're spending a Thursday night calling a divisional round game and a Thursday night football game. And all these kids are complaining. Being like, here's what I didn't like about it. Shut up! Do you know how lucky I would have been if Howard Cosell would have extended his career that long? I could have watched him. I wouldn't have cared if it's not my style. Enjoy it. You're watching legends at the end of their run. So or just delete your Twitter account. You're going to get on there with your 78 followers and be like, here's why Bob Costas doesn't know what he's Bob Costas.
Okay, but that might be a little bit to the other extreme, just a touch.
Yeah, shut up and take it.
But
And I kind of see where he's going with it because I kind of feel that way where I'm just like, hey, it is what it is. I know you hate that term, but
but it is.
It is what it is.
It really is, though.
This is a legend.
You know, remember when people used to criticize Milo Hamilton? And I didn't think he was very good at the end of his career, but I always told him the same thing. Get back to me when you've been doing it for 60 years.
Yeah.
Get back to me and tell me, about your game after you've been broadcasting for 60 years.
Yeah, but I think this is where, like, the continued education of this all is. Like, hey, man, if you've been doing it for 60 years and it's fallen off, like...
No, I get that.
Right?
Yeah.
But there is a certain amount of earned... whether it's respect or just being putting up with it or whatever.
I think I think Nick's issue in that, and I'm telling him what his issue is, right? What a jerk. But I think his issue might be more. Your opinion is your opinion. Not everybody has to hear your opinion. But we've gotten to a place with and I'm not somebody who bashes on social media just on itself. However, I think we all have gotten to a place where we all feel like we need to put out what amounts like public statements about everything. And I just don't think people care that much about my opinion like that, right? Like, especially like you notice it when someone passes and, oh man, I have to make sure that I send out recipes. I'm like,
gone too soon.
You don't. Yeah, you have to make sure. But I'm like, you don't need to put out a statement. You're not a company. Like, we don't need to know what your official opinion is on this. And I think that might, if everybody did not feel the need to be like, yo, I need to let you know that I don't think Bob Costas is good.
Yeah.
Maybe this wouldn't be as big of a deal.
Yeah, somebody else that had an issue with the young kids on social media.
The young whippersnapper.
Yeah, Michael K.
Okay.
Michael K.
I bet he did.
He know a little something about broadcasting and all that stuff. But here's Michael K. Issue with the young people on Twitter criticizing Bob Costas.
I'm reading social media. I've never seen such vitriolic hatred toward a guy, and I'm not being hyperbolic, and you guys could both correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Bob Costas is one of the greatest sports broadcasters that has ever lived. All right? Now, if you listen to Bob Costas call a baseball game, because he used to be the backup to Scully, and then he took over the number one job. If you listen to him call those games then, he called them the same way then as he calls them now. Understated, kind of teaching you as he goes along, all of that. I think that the industry has changed. But to see people on social media eviscerating a broadcasting god but you can say, hey, I don't like the cut of his jib, but he stinks. You're out of your mind.
My man, that's how Twitter works.
Yeah.
Young people on Twitter will tear down a legend.
Hyperbole
with no problem.
Yeah, hyperbole is the name of the game.
But he kind of said along the same lines what I said. You know what you're getting.
Yeah.
With Bob Costas, so either don't put him in the booth, or and I know they're going to, but I'm saying or don't complain because you know what Bob Costas is.
Yeah, but then you're speaking to two different people. Don't put him in the booth as the TV,
right?
As the TV network, and don't complain as the listeners and the viewers. So yeah. I find myself somewhere in the middle where it does not hurt me that much, but I can not acknowledge that hey, the call could be, I guess, different in different ways and maybe more enjoyable. It'd be like that sometimes. For the most part, for me with all these sporting events, I'm usually here for the event.
Yeah.
Unless it's atrociously bad where they actually are not fulfilling the actual job description. I'm here for the event. Whatever I'm watching, I'll be able to make it. But I also understand that I am privileged enough to have a level of understanding what's happening in a lot of these situations and don't need somebody to guide me through it like some people would. I don't know.
Yeah, salute to all parties.
Just that is the default. Just salute, whatever.
Yeah, prayers to everybody.
Thoughts and prayers. That's right.
So I ran across this clip from actually Mina Kimes posted this clip, and she was talking about she kind of got a little nerdy, and I got a lot. I can't lie, man. I love Mina Kimes. I love when she get in the sticks. So this is her talking about 12 personnel nickel pertaining to the Ravens and Commanders game coming up.
Excellent.
The thing that jumps out to me about the Ravens offense against the Commanders defense, what the Ravens are doing with their heavy personnel groupings right now when they put multiple tight ends, backs on the field. I just don't know how the Commanders handle that. I mean, the Commanders versus 12 personnel, they almost exclusively play nickel 99% of the time this year. If you play the Ravens in nickel and 12, they are happy to run that ball down your throat. In fact, in 12 personnel, they are averaging 6 yards a carry and 0.24 EPA per play. I love their 12 personnel grouping so much because this year and last year, they were an even run pass split and they're constantly putting defenses in compromised situations. But I think particularly running the ball out of those looks, is going to be a huge problem for Washington.
So that's the good football stuff. Directly into my veins, baby. Let's go.
She mentioned your favorite 3 letters.
Oh, EPA.
So did you guys have an issue or pushback or anything with what she said in there?
Heck no.
No, that was good analysis.
And she actually made the weeds for the common man. It made it sound very simple that everybody could understand.
Yeah, I understood a little bit, but I ain't gonna lie, I ain't that type of guy.
And to be fair, she's doing that in the podcast space where a lot of people, if you're coming to it, you are coming to it for that specific.
You're coming for that content.
Yeah.
But let me introduce you guys to a man. He goes,
I already hate him.
He goes by the name of Coach J at the real Coach _JB.
Oh Lord.
So
you hate the people that put the real in there?
The real coach.
Just in case
in case you didn't know I was a coach.
I'm gonna go through. So what I like to do too is look at people's description or their bios on their social media. So I'm gonna read what his bio say before I get to how he responded.
This man, aren't we? Okay, very good.
So his bio say Netflix, Last Channel U. So I'm guessing
Last Chance U.
Yeah, Last Chance U.
Okay.
Sorry about that. He also put 2017 NJCAA Jayhawk Coach of the Year.
All right, junior college Coach of the Year.
Okay,
excellent. Good for you.
Author of Hate Me Now, Love Me Later.
I don't know about that.
And an author too?
I don't know about that second part.
Host of the Coach JB Show.
Oh, he got a podcast? Oh, we cooking. I like this.
And then he got a link to his website, CoachJBStore.com.
All right.
So I'm like, okay. Let me share what he said to Mina Kimes, or responded to this video right here.
Oh, I know Mina eviscerated him. I can't wait.
Who listens to this bleep? Seriously.
Me.
12 personnel isn't a formation, Mina. It's a group which can be several formations. So which one in 12 do they run the ball successfully in? I'm waiting.
Oh, he did the I'm waiting.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
What is he complaining about? Yes, he is right. 12 personnel is a personnel grouping as opposed to a formation. But it tells you oftentimes the size of what you have.
Well, the concept. It's the concept of 12 personnel.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you're going to have 2 tight ends on the field. That means you're, in theory, probably going to be able to run the football or pass the football. And when they match up with that, they go with a smaller package of guys, nickel, where you're going to have more defensive backs. You're going to have 5 defensive backs, right? Like, that tells you a lot. Coach, you don't know football?
Well, I'm going to get to that in a minute. So, shout out to Lance Zierlein. He actually responded to this tweet. He said, Coach, all she's saying is they will take their 2 tight end set and mash your ass with it if you stay in nickel.
Correct.
This is pretty easy to understand. I'm not sure where you're going with this one.
Mm-hmm.
Coach replied and said,
"Oh, he didn't take the off ramps? Lance gave you the off ramp, Coach."
Hey, he had to reply to Lance. He said, but she didn't say that, which again, why some of you should stay out of football talk. She says 12 personnel, not any formation. And then when asked about formation, she said gun, which isn't a formation to run the ball out of. 12 personnel can mean 30 different formations, and 2 tight ends could be at wide receiver or fullback, contrary to belief.
You raising my blood pressure. I'm just mad now because you can run out of gun. What are you talking about?
Right? Well, it's not even that.
You have to run out of the single back. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's fine and that's true. But what he's doing is, let me tell you how much more football I know.
That's really
Let me tell you how much football I know.
I'm sitting here eating my popcorn.
She's a girl. She can't know football.
And there is that element for sure.
I'm a coach. I know football.
I'm sitting here eating my popcorn, enjoying this. So Lance replied and said, Coach, who give a bleep about the formation? For grouping to beat the bleep out of the nickel, you can get your tight ends in any formation you want.
Facts.
I think that's understood. Part of having the right grouping is in that you're going to get them downhill on the nickel.
Yes.
Coach replied.
Oh, Lord.
No, he keep going.
Bro, do you realize you have to get in formation to snap the ball?
Oh, get out.
And they don't use double tight end, so what are you talking about?
Who don't use double tight end?
I don't know. I'm not the sports nerd guy.
I'm mad at him.
But my favorite part in this is this. Some random guy replied to that reply and said, "Bro, do you realize you was charged with 8 felonies for blackmail and identity theft after you posed as a lawyer to send fake cease and desist letters to media outlets that you were reporting the story about you texting a German football recruit, and you're going to tell them texting a German football recruit that you were going to be his new Hitler."
That's crazy.
Boy.
First of all,
that was his reply.
That came out of nowhere. But yeah, man.
I wonder, was it accurate? I'm guessing.
I have no idea.
Someone just texted in. Again, I don't know if this is for certain, but it seems to be along those lines. They said that coach got fired and had sexual assault, allegations, got removed from Netflix.
Look, I have no idea who that guy was, but once I seen that last tweet, I'm like, all right.
That'll always get you on.
I think that's it.
For our friends that aren't on social media or maybe not super social media inclined, that is what we call this. When you're having a conversation and you're just like, is
that brother came from the top rope? I'm over here.
Doing this?
I'm over here trying to learn a little bit because I like seeing disagreements about football and personnels and all that stuff. So I was just trying to see where the guy was coming from.
Here comes the flying suplex.
Yeah. But
I guarantee you that coach, when referring to a woman, has used the term broad.
Oh goodness, man!
I guarantee you.
Well, he messed with the wrong one.
Yeah, he did.
Mina Khan's got supporters because they know she knows ball.
Yeah.
And maybe Coach don't.
Yeah, again, salute to all parties.
That's right.
Prayers.
Not
prayers
salute
to everyone.
Coach. Not salute to Coach.
Yeah, prayers to everyone.
Yeah. All right, that's Figgy's mixtape. You can catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on In the Loop. Dare I say, one of the most sought after segments on the program. That's right. All right. We're just one segment away from our weekend. We're going to hand it over to The Drive coming up next. However, we got to draft the weekend, see what we're interested in, sports and otherwise, headed into the weekend. We'll do that next.
Area 45. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Thank you.
Wait, now go ahead and get that off clean. That's right. The legend himself, John McClain. Always appreciates Figgy. Just like the fine folks. Someone texted in and was like, yeah, definitely save the best for last. Really enjoying Figgy's mixtape since it got going. And it has been a delight, one of the delights of the show. Right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. We're getting ready to hand it off to our fellas in the drive. They're out at the Big City Wings.
Yeah.
Big City Wings in Humble. So that's definitely that's the move, as the children will say, the youths will say. That is the move, going out there and seeing them fine folks out there. But before we get to them, we got to draft the weekend. What are the games and other things that we're interested in? Figgy went first last time.
You go
right?
first.
So I guess I have first pick, and that's going to be interesting. What do I want to go with? And of course, one of the stipulations is we're all interested in the Texans game.
Yeah,
obviously. So that one is we're not putting that one on the table here. Let's see. Where do I want to start? I did not think about the fact that I would be starting, and I probably should have. So you know what? Low-hanging fruit. Give me Red River.
Red River. I had that.
Red River Showdown. Texas OU. Texas is a really good football team. They should win this game, but this is absolutely one of those rivalries where you throw everything out. And so I'm sure it'll be really fun. One of the two probably really big games in college football on Saturday that you're worth. I actually haven't been to it.
Boy.
And I'm not sure if I really wanted to go
No,
to
you
it,
do. It's fantastic.
I've heard that that's the best time to go to the State Fair of Texas, though, because everybody's inside, so you can go ahead and get your corny dogs and get your
And why do they call them corny dogs there and corn dogs everywhere else?
I don't know.
Everywhere.
That's a thing?
How am I supposed to?
They call them corny dogs.
Really? Fletcher's corny dogs.
But where else on that it's corn dogs?
I don't know, man. I don't ask.
Now I'm down on the game.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't have to worry about it because I picked it up. What you got?
I'm gonna that was gonna be my number one pick as well. I'm just intrigued by my guy Jaden Daniels, man.
Yeah, he is really your guy, ain't he? That's a good game.
He's been my guy since before the draft, and Figgy can attest to that. And give me Washington, Baltimore, man.
Yeah, man.
That's going to be a good one.
Washington, Baltimore is going to be a good game. I'm going to be watching that.
Cons broke it down pretty nice, right?
Yeah, they're going to be that 12 personnel, baby. You got to watch out for that.
A lot of 12 personnel. Go ahead and talk to your friends. Make yourself sound smart. Hey, man.
Talk to Coach JB about
it.
Don't talk to him.
If the Commandos keep coming down that nickel, the Ravens 12 personnel going to beat them up, That's what to expect.
Yeah.
I got to go with Ohio State and Oregon.
You know what? That was my third.
Really? I thought you was going to pick that one.
No, in order, yeah. Like I said earlier, I think I'm more excited about college football this weekend.
That's one of the other really good games.
Yeah.
They're going to be on NBC, in fact, 6:30. Mm-hmm. So that's a really fun one to see. How's Will Howard look? How's my boy Will Howard looked, Fig?
I can't really tell,
You can't call it? Okay.
Yeah, because these been some mid type of teams.
Got a receiver, though.
He looked better than the last guy. I will say that.
That is something.
But I got to see him against a real team.
That is
because that's all that matters.
You know what? I was about to go one way. I will go another. I don't know if y'all will pick it, but let me just go ahead and get this out of the way. Give me Saints Bucks in New Orleans on Sunday.
Little Spencer Rattler.
There you go. Yeah. I want to see what Spencer Rattler got That's a division a bit closely kind of situated,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to see what Spencer Rattler looks like. I've always been intrigued by his game style because when the highs are high, but the lows can be kind of comical, and that kind of positions it very well for me to watch football. So, I want to see Saints-Bucks.
That was on my list, but I can't decide between two games, one an NFL game, one a college game. Just intrigued by LSU Ole Miss. I'm going to go LSU Ole Miss, big-time SEC matchup. Loser is out of the postseason for all intents and purposes. And you know what? On a Saturday, ain't nothing better than watching a little SEC football.
Fair enough. Touche.
Yeah.
Well, this Saturday, I'm going to be checking out the Guardians and Tigers game, man. It's a win to go home.
Nobody's picked baseball yet.
I know. I was like, I know I can get back around to this one. I knew you were going to take this one, but leave me for mine.
It's a win to go home, man. A.J. Hinch, could he pull off the upset and face those damn Yankees?
Yep.
I'm going to be locked in on that one.
If the Tigers, I feel like everybody in Houston, Astroland is going to be, whichever team wins this is going to be pulling for them, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I was also going to go baseball, but I'm going tonight, in fact. Dodgers, Padres, deciding Game 5. Yeah, I need it. I needs it between these two teams. They've already had the chippiness. And you've got a fantastic pitching matchup between Yu Darvish and Yamamoto. I don't know, and I love it. I love that you didn't, so that I can pick it. Yeah, I'm all in on this baseball game. Dodgers, Padres tonight. I'm in.
Are we going again?
Yeah, why not? I got another one I want to get to.
Detroit, Dallas. Little Detroit, little Dallas. I've been high on the Lions as well.
See just how unserious the Cowboys are.
Just see how unserious they are.
They're really hurt.
They're
very hurt.
Yeah, they are.
Because they're missing pass rushers and everything. That'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun game.
Fig, what you got?
I'm gonna check out USC and Penn State. That's just kind of
hate watching.
Yeah,
that's right.
Kind of hate watch.
Or just how will James Franklin mess it up this time?
Or I would say scout. I want to kind of scout.
Okay, you can call it what you want, but I know what you're doing.
I want to see how these teams look.
Do a little Connor Stallions. I see. I hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can call it whatever.
Get my Nick Casario on and kind of scout.
That's right. Yeah, I need you to record a Nick Casario breakdown too. But I want to play that on Monday. I will go in a place that I knew none of you would pick. Give me Sunday.
WNBA.
That's right. Let me get WNBA Finals Game 2 because if it's anything like Game 1, it's gonna be fantastic. Lynx Liberty. I want to see what's happening there because that first game was incredible hoop, and I am a hoop sicko, as I'm sure you could tell at this point. There you go. Those are what we're looking forward to this weekend. I'm sure there's even more that you could get into, but we got to get over to Humble. Talk to our fellas that are out at Big City Wings. The Drive is now with us. Fellas, what's it look like out there?
Man, hey, look, we're at Big City Wings out here, man. You know, it's always good in here, man. The vibes are always good. The food is tremendous. The drinks are off the charts. They got that. They're set up. The bar's always right in the middle of the place, so you got easy access. And I'm telling you, the beer's cold and the drinks are strong, baby. Come on out.
Excellent.
Excellent place. I've been there several times. At, what is it called? The Gold something? The Cajun ones? Cajun Gold, something like that?
I mean, I'll take your word for it. I do that. Gold Fever,
Gold
she
Fever,
said.
yeah, Gold Fever.
Gold Fever, Lopez. Get it right, man.
Yeah.
I'm on that tahine wings.
They have those here?
Yeah, well, I mean, I ain't been to a big city that didn't have them.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, she said yeah.
If they don't have them, I'm calling boss man. Hey,
get me out of here.
Come on, not my boss man, their boss man.
Okay,
What's going on right here? The other one is Crawdaddy. They got these Crawdaddy wings. I don't know if y'all like crawfish. Reg, I know Lopez does, but I don't know if you do or not.
I'm from
Reg.
the city of Houston. If I didn't like crawfish, it'd be a problem. I think they could put me in jail for that.
That's true. You'd probably be better off at least saying you did, even if you didn't. but there's something about these wings. It's like they took them pinchers off and just dropped them in a bowl of water and fried them up, man. The smell is right, the taste is right, except it's obviously a little. The chicken wing.
Okay.
I'm super
good.
I'm going to try that if they got those going on today.
I'll tell you what else. Sean Bijani's in today with me. Ron is out. But I tell you what else they got is their ranch waters, man. And the ranch water they got out here where you they do a couple different little flavors with tahini on the rim, and they do it in the bottle. They leave the water in the bottle. So it's Matt, get me one here for too long.
Excellent. All right. Sounds like you guys going to be eating good while you're talking good, right?
And drinking.
Football Friday. And drinking good. I didn't want to put you on blast like that, but it's cool.
It's all good.
Hey, blast away, baby. Blast away, baby.
It's Friday. Come on.
That's right. So everybody out there, if you also want to exceed these in Humble. All right, so earlier we were trying to cast the station if we were going to do 610 as movie, and some of the names that came up, especially for Clint, we had some interesting names. Do you remember one of those names that came up for Clint? I know Vince Vaughn came up.
No, Vince Vaughn was Seth.
People said, oh yeah, that's right. People said that Clint, you might be played by Matthew McConaughey. Have either of you fine fellas, Clint and Sean, gotten comparisons as to, oh, you look like this actor?
Yes. Not so much these days. Somebody actually on the Twitch and YouTube was telling me I look like Robert Saleh the other day. But
okay, we doing a complexion thing there. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It used to be Freddie Prinze Jr. for me back in the day when I had hair.
Oh,
I can see that.
Yeah.
Really?
No, I see that. You know, if he got a tan, yeah.
If who, Freddie Prinze Jr. had a tan?
Yeah, get a little bit more of a tan on it.
Because my ass can't get much darker.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Him, he got to match you. You be moving away from him.
Hey, I tell you, just the name just slipped me. Who's the wrestler right now that just retired?
Oh, that just retired?
Yeah.
And of course, the person who can answer it is
in the movies and all the
is
movies.
it Dave Bautista?
No, one of the real famous ones, like one of the biggest names in wrestling. White dude, kind of, real square jaw.
Oh, this guy.
Oh, are you talking about John Cena?
Yes,
Cena.
Yes, there you go. I've literally gotten that probably 5 times in the last 6 months. Like randomly in an Uber. It started, and the funny thing is, it started with Ron Hughley's wife.
And that's a good thing to say.
And Ron hated. Well, she was just like, hey, you know what, that dude, he reminds me of. Anyway, Ron hated it. And then we get in an Uber in Kansas City, and the girl goes, you know who you remind me of? I said, who? She said, John Cena. And Ron about jumped out of the back seat of the car. Hey, it straight pisses him off, boy.
Okay, well, maybe that's why he didn't show up today. I don't know. No, I'm sure he's good. But you're in capable hands here. You got Clint and Sean Bijani, obviously T. Mill in the house with all of it. So you're going to have a fun football Friday as we get ready for Texans and Patriots. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And ladies and gentlemen, the drive is live.
Yeah, it is. Fall Creek, Big City Wings, right off Beltway 8. Sam Houston Parkway. Well, I call it Beltway 8 because I've been around so damn long. It ain't never going to change. It's Beltway 8, baby. But we're out here at Big City Wings. Y'all come through, hang out. It is a football Friday. Ron Hughley is out. My man Sean Bijani is in. You stick around these Sports Radio 610 airways long enough, you don't know when the hell you're going to find Sean Bijani. He's all over the map. But
all over the place.
Always good to have you. Yeah, that man right there. It's always good to have you, brother. Always good to have you. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'll be on a little bit later on tonight.
You're going to double us up.
Yeah, why
Johnny
not?
got a
I don't come on
Friday.
till 10 o'clock.
Oh, you got to be careful, man.
10 to midnight with my man PC.
I'm just telling boss man ain't going to appreciate this, but I'm going to tell you, you got to be careful, man. That's like when you're dating that girl, you dating that gal for 2-3 years, and you're just spoiling her. Every Valentine's Day, you buying roses, you throwing them all over the bed, you get chocolates, you spending all this money. You know what she's going to expect you to do?
I thought you met her that night.
Boy, we can talk about that later on. She's going to expect you every Valentine's Day. You better have rose petals all over the place. You better spend $1,000. Hey, man, you better be careful, man. They start going, hey, man, Bijani, he'll go 4 hours on the drive, take a 2-hour break, and he'll come back. He'll go 4 hours at night with Patrick. Hell, let's use and abuse him. Be careful now.
Tyler with the.
I love it.
I'm ready and willing at all times. It's all good.
You better be careful, man. I'm telling you. I need that fence built. And you over here double dipping in the damn radio, man. What's going on around here?
When I build a fence, I get started at 6:30 in the morning.
My man, anybody out there need a damn fence built? My man Sean Bijani, hey, call. I don't know if you're looking for business, but if you are, my man, I done seen pictures of the product, baby. They speak volumes. All you got to do is hit him up on social media, man. He's out there hustling and doing good work, man.
Appreciate you.
A lot of money in that fence. I've been shopping around for a fence now for about 2 years. It takes me a while to pull the trigger, man. I've been shopping around. It takes good money in that, Sean.
Well, you should, because there's a lot of people out there that charge way too much. That's why I got into it, because I don't have to charge as much.
Well, look, here's the deal, man. I like to support friends. I like to support small business. I like to support Texans, Houstonians, and hell, I don't know why yet, but I like you. So I think it'd be a way to go.
Well, then you better call Sean.
You've heard of Better Call Saul.
Yeah. Hell with Saul. You better call Sean.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we do got a football Friday going. Academy Sports and Outdoors is doing big things for us, making it all possible. And they are doing a couple things today, every Friday really. But the big one here is when you come in the door at Big City Wings, there's also, I think, a couple of flyers floating around here. Make sure you scan the QR code and you register to win the Academy Sports and Outdoors Ultimate Football Tailgate Pack. What that is a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as 2 tickets in our suite, which is the second largest suite at NRG Stadium, just behind the McNairs, by the way. And we got a great,
dude.
Yeah, I know. We got a great crew at Odyssey. So, and at Sports Radio 610, it's 2 seats in the suite for the Baltimore Ravens Houston Texans game on Christmas Day. So make sure you scan that QR code and get registered. And we'll let you know a little bit more down the road when we're going to make that happen. Obviously, it's going to happen before Christmas.
Yeah.
We got to make that happen.
Man, you can't get better than that. That's a hell of a giveaway.
It's a hell of a deal. Academy's $1,000 to Academy Sports and Outdoors, man. Look out now. Also, today we'll be giving away 2 $25 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. We'll be giving away 2 $25 Big City Wings gift cards. And we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to U of H, Utah.
Yeah.
And we'll be giving away another pair of tickets to U of H, Kansas State. While we're on that college,
2 dubs.
Come on, man.
Let's go.
While we're on that college football front, y'all know it's Red River Rivalry Week, and I am married to a Longhorn. I am married to a Longhorn, and I want to start the conversation with well, Tyler, I think you'll enjoy this. My last time on a college football field, I did put a foot off in the asshole.
That's right.
Of old Bevo. Now the Longhorns went down January 1, 2000, first college football game of the new year.
Spank that hamburger meat.
You know, as well, easy now. See, I don't know where you're going to take it.
Tyler always takes it too far.
We're still talking about a football.
Tyler's on the line.
I was talking about the Longhorn people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just had my man just walked up and handed me 12 fluid ounces of a cold beer that says "Big Time" in the middle of it in big bold letters, Oklahoma Sucks brand.
Yeah.
You know it's
a great label.
You know it's Red River Rivalry Week, which I try to say it 3 times for an old hayseed like me. That's tough. Oklahoma Sucks brand beer. You know it's Red Rivalry Week. My wife would Red River Rivalry Week.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Damn, I was hoping it wasn't going to be at home. We're back. That's it. But yeah, man. So we're starting this thing off. Big week in college football. We'll get down to that. With 12 teams getting into the college football playoffs, the one-loss teams are A-okay. It's when you get to 2 and 3 losses when you start flirting with trouble, especially for a handful of schools that aren't blue bloods, that aren't typically in your top 10, top 15. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt. So we'll dive into some college football, no doubt about it. And but before we do that, we got to jump into this the Houston Texans, man. I think there's obviously some monster stories going on with the Texans. Luckily, they're catching the New England Patriots this week, and they don't necessarily need a full stable of explosive players to still be a significant favorite going to New England.
Right.
But the big storyline here for me is Nico Collins. There's no Nico Collins. He's on IR. We're without him for at least 4 weeks, and that's going to present an opportunity. It's going to present a big-time opportunity. And look, you can say last weekend, the second half was an opportunity, obviously, but I'm talking about this is going to present a big-time opportunity for the coaching staff to actually game plan, Sean, to give somebody, one of the wide receivers, an opportunity to shine. They're going to be able to game plan for a week and obviously give that guy the best chance to win. I got a question for you, Sean. I mean, you cover this team as closely as anybody. Which wide receiver do you believe has the most to gain in Nico Collins' absence?
Boy, that's an interesting way to put it. The most.
Yeah, I don't care who's going to be the most productive. I want to know which guy right now that we think. Look, I'll run down the list real quick. Diggs is obviously a proven veteran. Mm-hmm. He's carried a pass game before in the NFL for several years.
Yep.
Tank Dell is obviously super explosive, young dude that's shown some promise, but it's a small sample size. Xavier Hutchinson, another young, unknown, kind of do-everything, good soldier type of player. And then I'll even throw Dalton Schultz in there, a guy that a savvy vet that got paid $12 million and I probably hasn't lived up to those standards, and maybe not be on his watch, but hasn't produced the way that you would expect a $12 million tight end to produce.
No, now that you lay it out a little bit better, I would say the most to gain, it maybe falls down to just two guys, Xavier Hutchinson.
Okay.
Because, look, we haven't seen a lot of him, and we haven't really seen Bobby Slowick, put him in within the offense like a Nico Collins or a Tank Dell or a Stephon Diggs. He's in on some of the more gimmicky things.
Yep.
But he got a chance last weekend against the Bills where he was much more involved in some of the route running that we would associate with Diggs and Collins and Dell with, as opposed to just the end around or the jet sweep. So I'm intrigued to see what Xavier Hutchinson can offer, because I like his ability to go up and get balls in traffic and finish through contact. We saw a lot of that in the last two training camps, but haven't really seen it in the game. But now that I think about it, because you mentioned his name, and there's going to be much more opportunity for him to make plays, to me it is Tank Dell. That to me is who has the most to gain, at least here in the short term, because you don't have the NFL's best wide receiver on the field with you. Somebody else has got to step up. They've been talking about it all week. I would fully anticipate Diggs and Dell to be that 1-2 punch, going forward. And look, I really want to go back to Stephon Diggs. I think he's the elephant in the room. I think he's Captain Obvious answer here, because what has Nico Collins been doing since Robert Woods took that step back last season? He was that go-to guy on third down when the Texans needed to move the chains. That became Nico, and he's been that guy this year. But the number one reason in my mind you brought Stephon Diggs to this team is not because you needed a leader, not because you needed a veteran wide receiver, not because you needed somebody to take the top off. None of that. No, you needed a guy to move the chains, make a play when you absolutely needed it. He's done that in Minnesota. He's done it in Buffalo. And I think you even go back and look at times here this season, he's been a big-time target on third downs. Week 1, 3 targets, first down conversions against the Indianapolis Colts. That was huge. I think you're going to see much more of that between him and Dell specifically going forward.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Tank Dell. I think Tank Dell is the guy that has the most to gain. I mean, one, we don't know who the hell Tank Dell is. I'm a big fan. I'm the president of the fan club, to be honest with you.
Tank is a friggin' beast, bro.
Yeah, he is. Ain't no doubt. But the sample size is so small last year before the injury.
Yeah.
The sample size this year has been, it's been gadget guy kind of stuff. I just think he's still a guy that needs to jump on the scene, burst on the scene. And I think that this is the next 4 weeks is going to be a chance to do that for Tank Dell. I love the thought of Diggs, but this is why Diggs is here. Diggs was a win now move.
Yeah.
And this is why he's here. Win now, even without Nico Collins. This Diggs actually makes me like Tank even more under this context, right? Which wide receiver has the most to gain in the absence of Nico Collins? Because I think Diggs is going to get a lot of attention.
Yes.
I think now Tank is going to get the run just because out of necessity because Nico is hurt. And he's going to get the run, and he's not going to be the focal point. At least I don't think he will. Now, if he gets rolling, then he potentially could be. But I think he has the most to gain because he's still trying to establish himself in the NFL. He's trying to bounce back from some serious injuries.
Yeah.
And this season has not gone as well. I don't think it's gone as well as anybody expected, really, for anybody but Nico Collins. So you could probably say this about all the guys we mentioned, but specifically Tank Dell has really been a non-factor this season for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, the impact plays, some of the explosives, they really haven't been there. He doesn't have anything longer than 23 yards, and that was week 1. He got loose a little bit last week, I think, for 19 yards. The week before that for 19, 20 yards, whatever it was. But I think there's something at play here that we maybe didn't pay enough attention to or just kind of kicked under the rug a little bit whenever Stephon Diggs became a Houston Texan this offseason. The number one question, of course, was, okay, the distraction, the diva, it was very Diggs-centric in terms of your concerns and things like that. But I would say 1A or at least 2 is, hey, man, there's only one football. And now you've got Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell. What about the tight end that you paid this offseason? What about some of these up-and-coming wide receivers, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie? If you're going to keep him around, where is his impact going to be felt? Well, now that you don't have, again, the league's best wide receiver on the field for you the next 4 weeks, and this is a 4-1 football team, Clint, that hasn't won any way but really just ugly in these 4 of their first 5 games, now I think is an opportunity very similar to last year when Bob's trying to figure things out. And you remember after the second loss, against the Colts last season, Bobby said, you know what? We got to throw some stuff out and just kind of start from scratch. What are you doing right now without Nico Collins, who's been that explosive guy, who's been that go-to guy on third down? Yeah. You have something this year in your arsenal that you didn't have last year when Nico went down or when Tank went down, or you missed them both at times in the season. Yeah. You've got Stephon Diggs. That's your guy, but I think Tank Dell eats. I think X eats. I think there's opportunity to get more involved now in terms of offensively what we thought this could look like. You know, Mixon could be back maybe on a limited basis this week. Dameon Pierce is supposed to be back. D'Amico basically said the other day, like, hey, he's going to be good to go for Sunday barring a setback. So this might be the first time all season, granted minus Nico Collins, but that we see like the fullest iteration of this offense that we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, and think you can legitimately make that statement, whether people believe or not. You can legitimately make that statement while they're missing the most productive wide receiver in football to date. So that's pretty powerful. It is a weekend where the Texans can make a statement against a team that otherwise they wouldn't be able to make a statement against, I don't think. Going up, you're supposed to go up there and beat the hell out of New England ultimately. I mean, it's a touch. Yeah. What is it, a touchdown? Tyler, what's that line? At a touchdown?
It started at 7.
It started at 7. Yesterday was at 6.5.
Yeah, so which to me sounds too good to be true, to be completely honest with you. I thought that thing would be flirting with double digits before you know it, but it doesn't. It looks like it's going the other direction. So what do I expect to go up there and do work? And here's the deal. To me, it'll be a big statement within the win, because you got to win to make any kind of statement, but it'll be a big statement within the win if this offense can put some of its best work out there against New England's defense, because this defense is good.
Solid, yeah.
Right? It's a solid defense. By the way, I'd like to clean something up from yesterday. I said a top 10 defense. I mean a top 10 defense in scoring. So, I mean, they haven't necessarily been a top 10 defense between the 20s, but when it comes to keeping teams out of the end zone, they've been really, really good at it. They're multiple. This is a good defense is where I'm going with it. But if you can make that statement without Nico Collins against this defense, I think it's the game within the game that we'll be talking about. Also, I think worth noting here, this week may be a John Mechie, like a legitimate John Mechie week where he gets in and you actually see him on the field and it makes sense, right? No Nico Collins, and then Robert Woods, who I believe missed
practiced all week.
Again, so, I mean, if those two guys aren't practicing, there's going to have to be another receiver brought up and probably get some level of run at some point in time. Now, that may be Sims because of Sims' return ability, so I could be completely off here, but keep your eyes open for John Mechie. This is exactly how I saw John Mechie playing out, is if everybody's healthy, he's going to be inactive and he's not going to get much of a shot. He's going to get one or two opportunities throughout the year, and it's probably going to be minimal, and he's going to have to go make hay when that does happen. Yeah. Because they're wanting John Mechie to be active and be a part of this offense more and more.
I would say if there's one reason to believe that he can be that guy at least this week or at different times this season, it's that the one time that, you know, the heat maybe got hot, the noise really got loud, was this preseason when fans and media alike got really annoyed at the fact that John Mechie had not been a part of the offense, had not stepped up, had not shown a reason as to why he should be hanging around and being an active member of this team. What did he do? The one shot that he got in that preseason game, he played really, really well. He got targets, and he made the best of them.
And it was no denying well, too. It was underneath. It was making guys miss. It was making difficult catches. It was running great routes. I mean, there was a lot in that one game to go, okay, now I get it. You know, I need to see it.
Yeah,
man.
It was one drive within that one game. But again, when his back was against the wall, he went out there and did exactly what you needed him to do and what he needed to do.
When you're a second-round pick, and I know he's been through a lot, but when you're a second-round pick, damn it, there's certain things that we should see when you're on the field. And in that game, he showed it. Point blank, any way you slice it. All right, I don't know if y'all watched Thursday Night Football last night. I caught the majority of the game. But Sean Bijani said something when I first got here, so I'm going to call a little bit of an audible here, Tyler. We're going to go another direction. But Thursday Night Football, when you watched that game last night, watching it through the Texans' lens, what did you think? San Francisco on the road between a rock and a hard place, trying to get their system right, not completely healthy. They handle a really good, what I think is a really good Seattle Seahawks, or let's say dangerous Seattle Seahawks football team. Watching that through the Texans' lens, what did that make you think? the crazy drive up here, I'm thinking one thing. Sean's got one as well. We'll share those with you next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and
Action Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The only bad thing I can say about Humble is they kicked our 10th year in high school. Other than that, man, I've had some good times, great people, and it's great to be up in this neck of the woods. That damn David Boston. He caught a touchdown. I think he may even pick six me. I think I don't even remember. But
David.
We missed a field goal in the last second.
That was Humble High School.
Humble High School,
oh, man.
Yep, absolutely. Right over in that same stadium where I think several teams play.
Turner,
now.
yeah.
But, yeah, man.
Bijani, do you ever call those Humble games?
Every once in a while. I'm not doing it anymore this year. I'm just too busy. But Patrick Creighton, it's a little far from him, but I know he's called some Humble games. I called quite a few over the last 3 or 4 years, I'd say.
Yeah, man. It was we baseball and football back in my day, it seems like we always ran into Humble. And it was always playoff time. It always meant something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but it seems like in baseball we caught them 2 straight years. And I think they got the best of us then, too. But
they're having a good season this year. I just checked the standings the other day. They're 4-1. But now the buzzsaw around here, it's North Shore and Atascocita and Summer Creek.
When we weren't up here fighting against Humble, at North Shore was the regular, because they were in our conference, in our division at the time, district at the time, I guess. And so we were battling North Shore. So, yeah, we took a we had an all-timer against North Shore, man. It was
Those North Shore kiddos, man, they're eating something different than us Baytown kids were. I tell you,
it's definitely different, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, speaking of folks that are eating something different, man, y'all come on through. We're at Fall Creek, Big City Wings. Come on through. There's there you go. Tell them about it. There's plenty of grub. The menu's off the charts. The beer's big too. It looks like on that looks of the mug over there on that bar.
No tiny ones.
Oh, I imagine they got a tiny one for your little bitty old hands. You can probably get a little mug if you want to. Yeah, they may.
Hear that, Tyler? What's up with that,
It's an ongoing thing, man. I ordered a beer one time at a Twin Peaks, and they brought me this beer for baby hands, and it just was not a great look.
I'm typically I know it's hard to believe. I feel like I get maybe pigeonholed sometimes, and I understand why, but so I'm not complaining. But I'm typically not the guy to kind of look down on others.
Mm-hmm.
But I looked across that damn table at that bar we was at, and Tyler took a drink out of his beer, and it looked like the smallest mug I'd ever seen. I said, man, did you really order that?
Damn,
you're a grown-ass man.
But you know what?
It's the beer that came with a kid's meal.
Chief, my 2.5-year-old got a bigger sippy cup.
Dude, I gotta have Tyler's back. And Tyler, you better not crawfish out of this, because I got your back on this one. I don't like carrying around basically a pitcher of beer. I want to enjoy, not having to lift up something that weighs 12 pounds, and drink from it. And then it's sweating, it's wet. Just give me the normal size beer.
I'm fine with it as well. I've never been a big beer mug like my man over here. Now, all my big beer drinkers in the family, they can't get enough of them. They'll drink more. I think they got a hollow leg because they'll drink 5 or 6 of them damn things. But, I go with a bottle. I go with the regular. My man over here got a regular old, just a glass.
Yeah.
I looked over there. Tyler, I ain't kidding you, man. That thing looked like it came off my two-year-old's kitchen set.
Was it really that bad?
Like you just said, I'll take the normal beer over the giant, pitcher beer. Well, this one wasn't even a normal looking size.
Somebody was trolling you.
It wasn't no bigger than this can right here.
It was like a can?
It wasn't no bigger than that damn can right there. It was unbelievable. All right, y'all, Thursday night football, man. Thursday night football through my Texans goggles. I guess I should say through our Texans goggles. The San Francisco 49ers go to Seattle and get a much-needed win. They were 2-3, man. They needed to beat Seattle on the road in division to get to 3-3. They handle their business. San Francisco 36, Seattle 24. And Sean, I know this was I called an audible in this segment right here because when I walked in, Sean says, "Man, I just couldn't get something off my mind last night when I was watching that San Francisco game." I said, "You know what? Me too. I got a couple of things we need to talk about." So, Sean, what was it through your Texans goggles as you watched the 49ers? I would imagine it's the 49ers, but that Thursday night football game last night.
It was. I focused on the 49ers, and look, we all know that Christian McCaffrey's been out all season. I don't know if you saw the report earlier today, though. He's eyeing Week 10 for his comeback. So just drop that little nugget in there. But after I watched how well San Francisco ran the ball last night, I mean, they get whatever they want. And if you're not familiar, last night they carried it 33 times for 228 yards. That's at a 6.9 yard per carry clip. And I can't remember at what point in the game, but their running back who's been carrying the load, Jordan Mason, undrafted guy, by the way, went down with a shoulder injury, I think, at some point last night. So then they had this dude, Isaac Garindo, a fourth rounder from like the 22 draft, I think it was. It doesn't make a dang difference. They can get whatever they want in the run game. It just doesn't make a difference. So I was like, okay, well, let me see what they did, because I remember they had a really good week one. And I went back and looked at all of their games to this point this season. In week one, they went 38 carries, 180 yards, 4.7 clip against the Jets. Against Minnesota.
That's a good defense, too.
Yeah. 25 carries, 102 yards, still a 4.1 yards per carry against the Vikings. We know how good they've been. 34 carries, 137 yards against the Rams. Again, 4.0 even per clip. 32 carries for 148 yards, 4.5 yards per carry against the team that the Texans will see on Sunday, the New England Patriots. And then against Arizona, more of the same. 26 carries for 153 yards, almost 5.9 yards per carry. How in the hell can you have one of the guys that is the best athletes in the entire league, but the guy that's going to carry the rock for you not touch the field one single solitary carry this year for you and still be this effective? You're literally one of the most damaging, most effective teams on the ground, and it doesn't matter against what run defense. And I'm thinking about the Texans, who go from Devin Singletary to Joe Mixon. Dameon Pierce is supposed to have come into this season with a more clear mind, a better understanding of the scheme. Your offensive line is in year two under the same coaching staff, same scheme. Why can this Texans team that is supposed to be an Anaheim tree from now Slowick, like, what in the world are we doing? What's missing? That's where my mind went. I don't know what it is. Is it the offensive line? Is it the play calling? Is it just the overall scheme? Is it we don't have, as Laramie Tunsil likes to say, dogs on this offensive line, which I would tend to side with at this point in time? What is it?
Yeah, look, I cannot help, but and it's frustrating because I get mad at the TV when I'm watching the 49ers play, because I'm looking at it, I'm watching them through the Texans lens, right? Mm-hmm. And I agree wholeheartedly with you. It is 100%. You don't have. You call them dogs. You don't have, and I'm talking about across. It's not just the O-line. It's the tight ends. It's the fullback. It's the whole. It's the approach. Juwan Jennings is a guy that I mean, he was an old quarterback when he was before going to Tennessee, and then he became a receiver, and he's one of the more physical blocking wide receivers. Gets applauded every week for how physical he is in blocking. A lot of people talk about being physical.
Yeah.
There's a handful of teams that just straight out go out there and punish you, and it's not just the O-line. It's across the board up front. And every time I watch the 49ers play, I can't help but see exactly what you were talking about. I got two other things, though, real quick. The other one, did you see Bosa last night?
Yep.
I don't know if I'm crazy. I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know if you will agree or not. And I know Bosa's a freak. But I got Bosa-type expectations for Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Right now, both of those guys are significantly falling short.
Absolutely they are. There's no doubt about it.
Significantly falling.
What do you want from Will Anderson? Well, I mean, and I'm not saying do it for 4 quarters like Bosa did. I mean, at one point, Bosa was I mean, he pressured in more than half of the dropbacks last night, him alone. Yeah. Right? So I'm not saying that. But just flash. Just have moments where you dominate the game for a quarter, for a drive, for 2 drives. Like, we just haven't seen that to that level. And then the other thing is just overall the 49ers, and this is more of a Texans thing, and more of the Texans aren't quite there yet for me, right? I still think they're one of the best teams in the AFC. I still think they're contending for a Super Bowl. But I'm waiting on the Texans to go beat a team physically, handily, a good team, the way the 49ers beat the Seattle Seahawks last night by double digits. Like, go in there and handle your business against a really good football team. It doesn't have to be Baltimore, but a really good football team, and show that you belong. I'm still waiting for that.
Well, they can't do that this weekend.
Correct. The opportunity's not there this weekend.
They missed their opportunity to do that last weekend against the Bills.
You are correct. You are out of luck. All right. This is going to go back. We're going to go back to last week with the Texans, obviously, with the Buffalo Bills victory here at NRG Stadium, and then some big-time big-time wins by Tyler's program last week as well as my program. I got a would you rather. For all my college football fans out there, I got a really good would you rather. Would you rather your college team knock off a top 5 team, or would you rather the Texans knock off a top AFC football team? We'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Sagamore Rye Whiskey. I don't know spirits, whether it's whiskey or it's tequila, any kind of spirit. I do it. I lean towards the sweeter, more approachable sipping experiences, and I'm here to tell you, Sagamore.
Day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. It's always good to have Sean in the building. Nobody covers Houston sports as closely as Sean does, so it's always nice to chop it up with my man. And today, Academy Sports and Outdoors, as every Friday, they're doing big things, y'all. If you come to Fall Creek, Big City Wings, when you walk in the door, there is an Academy Sports and Outdoors Ultimate Football Tailgate Package banner. Big stand-up banner right there. Can't miss it. You need to scan that QR code, and what you will do is you'll register to win that Ultimate Football Tailgate prize pack from Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's a $1,000 gift card and 2 tickets in our suite to the Baltimore Ravens Texans game on Christmas Day.
Hard to beat.
Yeah, man. Big shout out to Academy. Yes, sir. Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're also giving away 2 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as 2 $25 Big City Wings gift cards, and then a pair of U of H football tickets versus Utah, and then the UH game versus Kansas State. A pair of tickets. So come on through, hang out with us. Maybe you can win something. Maybe not, but I know you can get some good grub and a few drinks if you so choose to partake, because Big City Wings, they're doing it right, man. This is the place to go. If you can't get to this one, again, we're in Fall Creek in Humble. If you can't get to this one, make sure there's several out there around the city. Make sure you stop by Big City Wings and hang out. But when you walk in, tell them Clint Stoerner and Sean Bijani from Sports Radio 610 sent you, man.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna give you nothing free. They ain't gonna give you no discount, but it'll still be nice for me and Sean Bijani.
Just name drop us.
Yeah, just name drop if you don't mind.
By the way, don't sleep on those U of H ticket giveaways, because their opponents in back-to-back weeks, as of right now at least, that's 16th ranked Utah, and that's 18th ranked Kansas State. So that right now, as it stands, those are the only 2. Well, you got BYU. I think they're number 14 right now, the last regular season game of the season. But you're not going to have that many opportunities to see the Cougs take on some ranked opponents. They've been done over a couple of times this regular season already. I think they're operating a little pissed off these days in a little bit of a midst of a quarterback controversy. It worked out for them last week against TCU. So good luck on the U of H stakes.
Cougar.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, speaking of college football, this is I wanted to jump on this a little earlier in the week, but it had a little shelf life, so we're going to use it today, man. A little would you rather, man. I think we can all say that right now our football teams, our alma maters, a huge deal for them to get a top 10 win, right? Whether yours have done it recently or not is irrelevant. It just the thought last week, my Razorbacks knocked off number 4 Tennessee. Last week, Tyler's Fighting Aggies knocked off number 9 Missouri Tigers. Yeah, there you go. One more time for all the Aggies out there, T. There you go, baby. Boy, he's done it a time or two. You can tell, don't he? I know all my Longhorns just about drove off the highway. You pissing them off.
Mofos.
But here's the question. Would you rather, and if you're not a big college football fan, then you stay out of my conversation because you don't count, right? If you're a big-time college football fan, would you rather your college team knock off a top 5 football team, or would you rather the Texans, assuming they're your squad for most of the folks out there listening, knock off a top AFC team like the Buffalo Bills like they did last week? Sean, where you at?
There's context to this, right? Because if we're talking just about college first, okay, knocking off a top 5 opponent or a top 10, it's important for you and your alma mater to actually be in the mix at that point in time. Like, right? I mean, the Cougars right now, if let's just say BYU worked their way up into a top 10 status, or Utah did by the time the Cougs play them, and U of H gets a win. U of H doesn't have national championship aspirations just because they knocked off off a top 10. They've lost 4 games already.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So there's context there for me, and we don't talk about national upsets in big cities like Houston like we would if a Texans team knocked off the Kansas City Chiefs Week 16. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
Because that is confirmation for you that your NFL team now has a real opportunity to go to the dance, make some noise at the dance, and maybe go contend for a Super Bowl. That's not always the case in college football. In fact, many more times than not, it's just not. And so from a contextual standpoint, like, I would much rather have my NFL football team take out a AFC opponent or an NFC opponent that really means something, that gives you confirmation, affirmation that you believe your team's capable of really contending this year.
Yeah, I think the would you rather is interesting because of where the Texans are right now. If they were, say 2 years into a run where they went to the second round, then they went to the AFC Championship, and then they went to the another divisional round or something. And they're always there. I think I would feel it wouldn't be as much of a solid question if you know what I mean.
If you were a Kansas City, if you were a Baltimore
right now, Kansas City, Baltimore, even they're not very good this year, but or haven't been very good this year. But Philly or San Francisco, it's just like, it's not a big deal. But I think even with the Texans, man, I'm just speaking because it happened for me last week. That I get when the Razorbacks beat a top 5 football team, top 10 football team is like no other.
Preach.
I mean, it's just like no other. And now, look, now you got to understand. I mean, my Hogs ain't. I mean, they're not blue blood national contenders.
They're not an elite.
So when you go beat a top 10 football team, you're usually going to win 8, 9, 10 games, which that don't happen every year for us.
But you have the opportunity more times than not, and a program like me coming from U of H. Now that they're in the Big 12, you have many more of those opportunities. Maybe not top 10s, but top 20 teams.
No, they're out there.
Dude, it was a big deal when the Cougs were in CUSA or the American Conference. It's like, let's go. We got a top 25 team on the schedule this week. Let's see what you got.
I look back at U of H. They didn't end up beating Lamar Jackson that year. They were having a really good year, and Lamar came to Houston, did he? They didn't end up beating him. I think they ended up winning.
When he was at Louisville?
I think Louisville ended up winning that game. But they beat somebody earlier in that year.
You're helping make my other point, though.
That we can't remember?
Exactly. From a collegiate standpoint, you don't remember those kinds of wins. Okay.
I do.
You're kind of the exception, though. I mean, you're almost a college football extremist,
Well, Tyler, fair. But Tyler, break the tie here.
Yeah,
man. How do you feel?
I will break the tie because I have a very short, very simple answer, and that is, if we're talking right now, my fandom of the Houston Texans, and I do love the Houston Texans, I have since 2002. But if we're talking right now, even with all these great things that are. We're talking from now, and the Texans have won, 4 or 5 Super Bowls or something crazy. None of that matters to me. The answer for me is always 10 times out of 10 going to be Texas A&M doing something to the effect of beating a top 5 team, getting into the playoff, hopefully one day winning a national title. My Maroon fandom and the feelings I get watching Aggie football, my fandom for anything else, it doesn't compare. It's not even close.
I'm actually shocked that you said that. Oof. For a guy, how many A&M tats do you have on your arm, Tyler? Let me ask you that.
0.
All right, how many Houston Texan tats do you have on your arm?
Too many to count.
Come on, what are we doing?
I mean, I wear my Aggie ring every single day, though.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Tyler, all that damn ink you got, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got a thumb up in the air.
Well, guys, I still got a lot of skin left. So
what the hell you waiting on?
Yeah, what are you waiting on?
I mean, they ain't gonna be the way the route you're on. That skin's gonna be saggy for too long. You better start taking care of yourself.
You know what? Tyler's literally like gone.
Tomorrow.
Hey,
he's gone through sweat. He's gone through tears, and now with the tats, he's literally shed his blood. For the Houston Texans, okay? But then you're going to answer this question like, oh, yeah, eggs, whoop.
I'm just saying, man, it ain't even close. It ain't even close.
Come on.
I went to Tyler as a tiebreaker because I knew what his answer was going to be. Hey, T, what if you were gonna get an Aggie tattoo of some sort in your leave or maybe already, what would it be?
That's a good, really good question.
You've got options. I
think I'd go with Old Sarge probably, just off the dome.
No, you should not.
Why?
That is not the option.
Old Sarge is a badass.
I'm not disrespecting Old Sarge. I'm just saying that's not it.
Well, you should go gig him on your right butt cheek.
I mean,
what about Miss Rev? What about the First Lady of Aggieland? Maybe I should get a Reveille tattoo.
I was thinking Rev, or even just like a big thumbs up.
Yeah.
Or you could go with the what noise were you making a while ago? Yeah, you can go with one of those down your tricep or something, just real big. Like, you've got options, man. Don't go with Big Sarge. I bet every Aggie out there that's got a tattoo went with Big Sarge.
No, maybe the older days. But
I was going to say old school.
Yeah, Old Sarge hasn't. They've recently been bringing Old Sarge kind of back into the mix with some stuff at A&M, but he kind of disappeared there for a bit, like during my time in school over there and everything.
Oh, man, you got some options, man. You got to somehow incorporate Northgate, because I know it's where you spent most. I know you don't remember much of it, but I know it's where you spent a lot of your time. You've got to incorporate some things. I think you should do one whole sleeve.
I'm going to think on that. That's a really good question. There's a lot of options.
If you put Johnny Manziel on your arm, I quit you.
No.
I'm done.
I'm not going to put another man on my arm.
All right.
Except for this astronaut guy.
Some random guy you don't know that you'll never see.
He's an unknown, so that's good.
All right, boys. Hey, look, that's Tyler Milner. He's back in the studio behind the glass on the ones and twos. Sean Bijani is in for Ryan Hughley today. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610. Used to appreciate you for tuning in as always. If you have downloaded that Odyssey app, AUDACY, if you've downloaded it, you know how to spell it. If you hadn't downloaded it, knock that out, man. We'd love for you to take us anywhere and everywhere you go. There's some really cool features on there that you can, a rewind feature that's really cool where you can go back and listen to other shows or listen to other interviews that are done, or maybe Tyler jumps in and says something that's he's probably going to get written up for, then you can find it. And yeah, there you go, that guy. But either way it goes, AUDACY, download that app and take us everywhere you go, and keep us at the right there on your hip, man. We greatly appreciate that. All right, B. Scott said something yesterday. It's Texans related. B. Scott said something yesterday, and we didn't get to it when I had him on the show. And so I said, B. Scott, you know what? I'm going to hijack your idea, and I'm going to talk to Sean Bijani about this one right here. All right? Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. We've talked about them briefly over the last couple of days. And where are you at on Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter right now? There's a big opportunity this week where they should absolutely wreck shop. And if they don't, we're going to have to talk about these big edge rushers that one of them that's a number 3 overall pick and one of them that's making a boatload of money. This is a week where they've got to shine. Where are you at with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, y'all. Living down these parts, you know all.
hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in location of Big City Wings, and I'm telling you, Sean, I done put Sean Bijani on these Crawdaddy wings, y'all, and I shouldn't be surprised. Look, they're always good. Now, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. If my last meal, if it comes a point and I end up in a spot where it's like, hey man, this is the last time you get to eat, I'm eating crawfish etouffee from Papados, and somebody's gonna boil some crawfish. Probably my boy Big Draws over in Baytown is gonna boil up some crawfish, and that's what and then I'm good. I'm done. I'm ready. So that's my level of love for crawfish.
But
Crawdaddy Wings at Big City Wings is always good. But my man Ken here, manager here at the Fall Creek location, he's got an LSU shirt on, and he's got a real thick accent that I think he may have spent a little time in New Orleans, if you know what I mean. And so I am not surprised to announce that the Fall Creek location of Big City Wings has the best Crawdaddy wings that I've had to date. And I've had them at several locations.
I'll co-sign that, and I've never had them before, but those were badass.
Ooh, you can smell it.
Yep.
And look, everybody, it ain't for everybody now. The smell and the feel and the level of dirtiness of eating crawfish, it ain't for everybody. But, boy, Ken got them doing it right back there. I got to believe that New Orleans vibe has got this.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Well, I mean, could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Tyler, what you got, man?
Well, it's not a good thing. Hughes' injury report just hit the wire for the Houston Texans ahead of Week 6, facing off with the New England Patriots. There are 3 Texans as of right now, today on a Football Friday, that the Texans are ruling out for this game. Wide receiver Robert Woods, he ain't playing. Safety Jimmy Ward, he will also be out. And the young cornerback Kamari Lassiter is going to miss this Week 6 matchup versus the Patriots. That's the latest on the injuries.
Wouldn't say anything shocking, right? I mean, we kind of expected Woods, who hasn't practiced all week, to probably miss. Jimmy Ward's got a groin, and at his age, that's not a good thing. Kamari Lassiter has not practiced all week with the shoulder. I feel like we should have been pretty well conditioned to this point to be preparing for the Plan B and Plan C options for those guys.
Yeah, look, I obviously, when they're not practicing at all, Robert Woods is a guy that you could see not practice really at all and then play on Sunday. You could see that happen if they didn't just officially announce that he's not. You could obviously see that happening given who he is and the caliber player he is and what he's all about. But the Kamari Lassiter's a guy that needs work. He's a guy that needs to be in practice every day as it pertains to preparing for a game, and it didn't look like he was going to make that happen this week. Every report we got, he was on a did not practice list. So no, it doesn't surprise me that the third did not practice report in a row for Kamari Lassiter. And as I said with Jimmy Ward, look, I think Jimmy Ward is just, when you're dealing with a groin, that's not something that you just don't practice one day and then all of a sudden go, yep, I'm ready the next.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a different animal right there. And so
with them soft tissue things, I mean, just a hamstring alone, we saw a trend, not even just with the Texans, but look, in the NFL, when you're dealing with a hamstring and it's at a skill position like wide receiver, defensive back, whatever, running back, obviously, it's going to be at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Nico's going to miss at least 4 weeks. But Jimmy Ward, again, at his age, been doing this for a long time, 9-10-year NFL veteran, dealing with a groin, and from what I've heard, it's pretty serious groin situation with Jimmy Ward. He might be gone for a little while. And so Kalen Bullock all eyes on him. Guy needs to step his game up over the course of the next few weeks.
Yeah, we'll hit the entire injury report a little bit later, but sticking with those three names, I mean, they're breaking news sounder worthy, right? I mean, you got Kamari Lassiter, Jimmy Ward, and Robert Woods, all guys that have helped this football team. Let's say it this way. All guys that if the best version of the Houston Texans are going to be on the field, they're all three on the field. All three of these guys are playing to some degree, especially last week after what we saw from Robert Woods since he's taken over some of the special teams duties, right?
Yeah.
No Nico Collins, so he would have played more prominently into the wide receiver rotation as well. So all three of these guys are to some degree, impact guys on the offense and the defense. I tell you, the most, I think in this game is Jimmy Ward.
Why is that?
Well, because
mobile quarterback communication.
I like all of those things. Being a veteran player, the communication, I get all that. But for me, it's about his replacement. I really like Kalen Bullock. I really do. And I'm glad he's playing a lot. I'm okay. I'm comfortable with him playing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen him multiple times get beat over the top and the quarterback just not connect. We've seen him do some things in the red zone that young guys do in the NFL that cost you 7 points, or at least put you in a position where you weren't able. There was an easy throw in the ocean type touchdown.
Yeah.
And I think with New England, I think the only way that New England makes this a game in the fourth quarter is it's going to take one or two just monster plays from Drake May.
As if they hit the explosive, right?
That's it. If they're running the ball well. I'm not even worried about them running the ball well, to be completely honest with you. We need to stop the run, obviously. But I think if running the ball, and forcing the run is all they're going to bring to the table, I like the Texans to win this game and just kind of slowly creep away from them. But it's the run the football for a quarter and a half, and then Drake May, boop, a little play action, and he's got that big arm over the top. And we've seen Kalen Bullock be susceptible to that. And so the Kalen Bullock, your first mind, you go to Kamari Lassiter, obviously, because he's a starting cornerback. But I go to Kalen Bullock because if New England becomes a problem this week, I think it's going to take a big play geared towards taking advantage of a safety.
Yeah, safety and or that void at corner, as you said, with Lassiter. But you know what? Look, as a rookie, teams are going to test Lassiter anyway, and they still should.
Yeah.
But given the fact that you're going to be without Lassiter and now without Jimmy Ward, which, teams should be planning for anyway. You've got an opportunity to potentially take advantage of two rookies in that Texans secondary. That is a very real thing because you never know what kind of look just kind of presents itself for a Drake May, depending on how it's set up, whether it's a little play action. All it takes is one major explosive, Clint, and that's what really my concern is not necessarily something that makes this a game, but keeps them in the game. This is a game in which I think we're going into very comfortable with, look, this is a Texans win. It's how good do they look in getting it. And you don't want old problems to kind of creep back up in this.
Boy, it scared you last week in that third quarter, didn't they?
They did, absolutely. And really, the third quarter, that was a blip. It's still a big blip, but that was a blip on the radar screen. And otherwise, what was the most complete game the Texans had played to date? And you did it against an AFC power. Okay, it's not the same iteration of the Bills, but that's still a pretty darn good Bills squad. Josh Allen's figuring out how to move the ball down the field, how to put points up on the board. He looked like the rookie version of Josh Allen last weekend, and that's how you know you got the mark of a really good defense too, and you can make a top 5, top 8 NFL quarterback look that way.
You know what? One thing I heard that's interesting because I don't watch the TV copy typically of the Texans game. I mean, I'm more obviously in the moment from the press box and then a film guy more so than the TV copy. I did not realize that there's a possibility that Josh Allen last week was, from a concussion perspective, shouldn't have been back in the game. I can't remember who I was listening to this morning. I was listening to a conversation this morning, and I think it was on social media. Mm-hmm. So it was a national
It may have been Watt and McAfee.
That's exactly.
Yeah, they were talking about
it. That's exactly what it was. Tyler, I appreciate that. Tyler,
I got it. If you want to hear it,
Tyler sent some A+ audio of them talking about the possibility that Josh Allen. I don't think they were talking about a possibility. They were just flat out saying, "I can't believe he was back in the game." I did. Were y'all aware of that?
No.
Like I just thought the dude stunk. In that game, he just had a bad game.
Well, prior to that hit on the sideline, like he wasn't having a great game. I mean, he just looked bad.
Yeah, but I guess overall, I just wasn't aware of the concussion issue that he had. I mean, I saw obviously he went down.
He was knocked out.
Was it when Mario Edwards got him on the sideline?
Believe so.
Yes.
That was the fumble. Yeah. That wasn't a fumble. But.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't know what kind of injury that was at the time, I guess, because up there in the press box they don't tell us, right?
Well, it's funny because Seth Payne leaned over to me and Reggie as soon as that play happened, and we're watching the replay multiple times. Like the TVs are on delay, so you can watch the replay over here and then pivot over here and see the same thing. So we saw it at least 3 times. Seth is the only one who was like, ooh, concussion? And I was like, no, it's a shoulder. You know, I didn't see him hit his head on the turf, with anything that made me think, okay, concussion. And you go back and you look, and it's like, shoulder. That was my initial thought.
Was that third quarter?
I believe so. Yeah, believe so.
I just thought he just stunk it up. I didn't realize that there was a potential concussion there, which obviously changes the narrative of how you play that poorly throughout a game. But you're right. I mean, he was playing poorly from jump. I think the Texans just had him shook. Tyler, I think there's something you need to come clean on, man.
What? That's terrifying.
I think there's something you need to come clean on.
Well, I don't have a guilty conscience, so it's not coming to mind.
Do you know if Sean Bijani has discovered what you did?
He has. He texted me. That magnet I put on your truck the other night.
Oh, you did do that.
Come on, man.
I saw it, but he put it on the passenger side.
I was hoping it'd be there a few days before you found it.
Hey, wait. So wait a minute. So here's the deal. Here, just for everybody listening now. I mean, everybody enjoys a good prank, right? I mean, I enjoy a good prank.
Why that magnet?
So Tyler sends me a picture yesterday, and I'm trying to find it right now so I don't get the phrase wrong.
No, I should have gotten that all along, Tyler.
He says, by the way, we got to make sure that we talk about this right here tomorrow. Big warning sign: cowboy butts drive me nuts, and it's on Bijani's passenger door.
It's a magnet.
He's driving around in a silver pickup truck with cowboy butts drive me nuts on his passenger door.
Yeah, how long was that there?
Oh, I think you caught it after just 16 hours or so.
I caught it yesterday.
Yeah,
actually, I didn't catch it. My wife is getting ready to get into the truck, and she says, "What is this?" And I'm like, I'm already kind of not in a good mood, and I'm like, I got to walk all the way around the truck. I'm like, this better be worth it. If it's a bug or something, I'm going to be mad. So I walk around the truck, and she goes, "No, this cowboy butts drive me nuts." And I'm like, what the? It's one of those things. You're out in your front yard and you look around.
Yellowstone fan, Bijani here.
Not a Yellowstone fan at all. So I peel that off, and we had my mother-in-law's car in the driveway, so I just took it off and I slapped it on her car.
That's kind of how it came to be on your truck.
It's probably my father-in-law, or maybe my neighbor across the street who is good for a rando practical joke every once in a while. So I slap it on their car, and their car's in the driveway again this morning without the magnet on it. So I don't know where your magnet is.
I've created madness.
And I think my worry there, boys, is how long is too long? I immediately thought about Sean's a good dude, man. If Sean was just a jerk, I'd be like, I don't care if he drives around with it for a week, I could care less. He's a good dude. In my mind, I'm thinking, damn, I hope he that thing.
That would have been awesome.
I mean, see, Tyler, you'd like to do it for a month and not recognize it. At some point, you got to tell him, man.
I'm all good for a joke, though. To me, I would put it on the tailgate. I might put it on the hood. I'll have fun with it. Little do you guys know, back in the day, I used to pimp a 1989 Grand Marquis. It was a freaking giant boat.
Nice.
And I thought it was a really good idea to have a bumper sticker on my back bumper that said, honk if you want me. I rolled around with that for probably about 3 years. So I'll have fun with it. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you need to go. You need to at least break the news to your old lady before you put a cowboy butts driving you nuts on the passenger seat. You got to at least let your old lady know.
I didn't know how to take it. Like, I thought, is somebody trying to tell me something? Like, do they think I have a cute butt? Do I have to worry about somebody at the office having a crush on me? What's the deal?
Hey, look, well, you need to quit thinking about yourself and wonder, them all them people that were driving around before, what they were thinking every time they pulled up next to you and looked in there. To heck with you.
Yeah, well, I got really dark tinted windows, so hopefully nobody saw who was driving that truck.
So good.
That is great. All right, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. Where you at with these guys? I saw a pressures list, top pressure appliers, if you will, in the NFL, and I was shocked to see our two big edge rushers were not on that graphic. I'll tell you who was leading the show, what the story was about, and we got to talk about why, at least where you're at, of why Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter aren't on that particular list. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
What's out there? Look up. I'm telling you about the men's clinic. That
From here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in, and we are, like the big voice guy said, Fall Creek, Big City Wings. Y'all come through and hang out. I just had one of the best things in radio business happen to me, Sean.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I heard.
My man walked up, first of all, and said, hey, man, where do I get in this raffle for these U of H tickets? Obviously a big U of H guy. And he asked about a good friend of ours that used to be in sales here. And so we had a brief conversation. He looked down and he said, this shirt right here? He said, I bought it at Academy because I saw one of your videos that you post, and I saw it in the background. And so I went to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yeah.
And got my gear. I said, ooh, will you please call Academy and let them know it's working, baby? No, that's
great stuff.
That's great, man. That's good stuff right there. That's how it's supposed to work, man. But hey, B. Scott was on with me yesterday, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
And B. Scott, he had an idea. And the show got busy yesterday, and one thing led to another, and we didn't get to it.
Happens.
And I said, you know what? This would be a great conversation from my man, Sean Bijani. And what B. Scott, the way he feels about this New England game, he's got some pretty serious feels. But one of those was, this is the game that he legitimately starts worrying about Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson if they don't absolutely wreck shop this game versus New England. And the overall point was that this offensive line has been ravaged, man. I think they're down 5 offensive linemen. I think they've started 5 different combinations of offensive lines. They're starting a rookie quarterback. I believe this is the worst pass offense in football. I think they're number 32.
Yeah.
So you look at this. This is just a week where really everybody on the defensive side of the football should absolutely eat. And I don't think it's a bad conversation. I don't think it's an unfair conversation to have about Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. This defense has been a big time pressure defense this season.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody deserves credit, no doubt about it. But when you bring in a guy, the number one free agent in free agency, definitely the number one guy on the defensive side of the football, Danielle Hunter, and you back up the money truck, and then Will Anderson is in year 2 after being drafted number 3 and showing some big-time promise in year 1, you just expect those guys to flash. I watched the 49ers last night, and Bosa was an absolute problem for 4 quarters for the Seattle Seahawks offense.
Right.
And Geno Smith is playing really, really good football. They got a bunch of weapons. They've got some really good young offensive linemen. They got a really good tackle. So, I'm watching that game, and I'm thinking, boy, this is Hunter and Will Anderson to do.
Yeah.
And this is not a complaint, by the way. So everybody out there that's soft and you don't like to have real conversations about your squad, then just sit this one out. But I'm in no way, shape, or form complaining about what this defense overall is doing. But if I'm being honest, my expectations for Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, there's more to it. Like I said, I watched.
You're looking for him to put up the sack numbers, right?
Well, yeah. Sacks. Yes. I think at the end of a 17-week season, yes, the sack numbers need to be there. I don't even know what Joey Bosa had last night. I don't know I don't know if he had a sack last night. I don't care. He wrecked that offense for a good chunk of the game.
Yeah, you could see it. But you know what? For B. Scott to say if both Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson don't break out and fill up the stat sheet this weekend, that he's going to start worrying about, I'm like, I feel like I'm watching a little bit different of a game than he is through the first 5 weeks, because when I watch Danielle Hunter and I watch Will Anderson, I'm seeing what you saw out of Joey Bosa last week, not to that elite type level yet, obviously, but I'm seeing those guys affect plays. And I'm seeing him affect plays at big moments in the game. Look at Danielle Hunter. What was it against the Jacksonville Jaguars a few weeks ago? He basically, ends that game, puts it on ice, right, with a big sack. to end it. 5. And then Will Anderson the other day, the pressure, in the end zone on Josh Allen forces that third down incompletion, which sets up the Robert Woods 10-yard punt return, which then sets up the little dump off, 59-yard field goal. Like, there's that domino effect. Like, these guys, when their backs have been up against the wall, when they need to make a play for the team, and there was a lot asked of that defense, especially in the second half against the Bills the other day. Those guys stepped up and made plays. So I don't need to see, Anderson and Hunter combined for 3.5, 4 sacks this weekend and a whole bunch of quarterback hits and pressures to feel good about them. We're doing the same thing to ourselves this year that we did last year, now with 2 guys, that we did to Will Anderson last season. Where are the sacks? Where are the sacks, man?
But that's a rookie in his first NFL action, man. I think that's a different animal, man.
That's fine, but then the final 8-9 games of the season, that dude flipped that switch. He turned it on.
Sure.
He was being told by D'Amico and Matt Burke all season long, it's going to come. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then what? Those sacks, those pressures, the hits, they all came in bunches. And at season's end, what everybody loves to hate, to be brought up, the pressure rate. Anderson was tops among pressure rate, and then he was tops among sacks as a rookie defensive end.
Yeah.
What more do you want?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I want.
Hunter and Anderson right now are among the very top pressure ends in NFL right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're the best tandem, ain't they?
If not the best, then certainly one of the top 5.
Yeah. No, I don't. Look, I don't have a problem with what defense at all. But I would be lying if I told you that there's been, I don't know that there, and again, I watch through a different lens because I'm watching at the games, I'm live. Like there's not been but a handful of like individual moments where you're like, these dudes are like that dude. Not the defense has been great as a whole. The defense has been tremendous. D'Amico Ryans has dialed up blitz, and they've gotten home a ton of times. They've pressured as much as any defense in the game. So the defense as a whole has been fine. But I don't know. I just, there's not been too many moments, much less a whole quarter or a game, where I watched a game and I was like, these dudes have no chance on offense because Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson they're wrecking shop. They're blowing up run schemes. They can't protect even if they allocate 2, a tackle and a tight end, or a tackle they can't. Like, I've not seen that moment yet from the Texans defense, from Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter. And if I'm going to pay the kind of money that you pay for Danielle Hunter, I think it's very fair to expect those types of moments. To your point, it may come later in the season. It very well may. I just need to see it. I'm at a point now where I'd feel real good if I saw it, especially from Danielle Hunter, given what you've seen from him in the past and what you paid.
I can't disagree with you. I mean, look, I'm with you. They haven't flashed. They haven't made it impossible for you to look away.
Yeah.
Right? But the way
Hutchinson has this year.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't watch like live on TV because I'm doing a post-game show.
Yeah.
And so you're watching the Texans during the 12 o'clock games, and you're doing the post-game show during the 3 o'clock games. So I don't get to see live a lot.
Totally.
I mean, I bet I've watched several primetime games, but I know I've seen Aiden Hutchinson be an absolute monster and cause problems. I know I've seen Bosa do it.
Mm-hmm.
God, I mean, it's just like there's a handful of guys that you watch and you're just like, you almost expect it from them. And I want Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to get in that category of player at some point.
You just made me think of something, though, real quick, with the way that you said something that, as much money as you're paying Danielle Hunter, you just want the guy to kind of flash, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're waiting on Danielle Hunter. But also, too, we're waiting on Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and this Texans offensive line as a whole to, kind of put it together and become, that run-blocking force and even that pass protection force that they're supposed to be. Like, you got one of the best quarterbacks in the league, behind you. Like, what are we doing here?
Absolutely.
And here we are. It's a 4-1 football team.
Yeah, I'm with you. By the way, another edge rusher that we've seen cause absolute problems. Yeah, he was a Texan last year, and he was on the Texan schedule a little earlier this year. Jonathan Grenard. That
he's on some of those lists.
That type of performance, man, I'm looking for. All right, we got the injury report. It came out a little earlier, and I think the big one of the 2 big stories going on injury-wise with the Texans right now is Kamari Lassiter, the starting cornerback opposite Derek Stingley. The defensive coordinator lasted yesterday, and we're going to catch you up on the possible replacements. What do the Texans have in-house right now to play cornerback opposite Derek Stingley now that we know Kamari Lassiter is on the shelf at least for a week? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
That's weight room right there, baby.
The best football breakdown.
Gates Insurance Agency, Inc. is licensed as an insurance agency nationwide except in Massachusetts. Paid actor per trail.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. We are at Fall Creek, Humble location of Big City Wings. Come through, hang out. Great vibes in Big City Wings. Always is from start to finish for us. Even though I will be honest, as the day kind of unfolds, it seems like the vibe gets better and better as it gets closer to to sundown. You know what I mean? But come on through. We're at Fall Creek location up in Humble. And big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. When you come in the door over here at Big City Wings, right inside the door to your left, there is a QR code you need to scan and enter to win the Academy Sports and Outdoors Ultimate Football Tells $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as 2 tickets to the suite for the Texans Baltimore Ravens game on Christmas Day in our suite. So we'll all be able to hang out and watch some Texans hopefully take care of business versus the Baltimore Ravens. Make sure you register for that. And then today we've got 2 Academy Sports and Outdoors $25 gift cards that we're giving away. In fact, I'm going to give one of those away in this coming segment or in this coming break. And then we've also got 2 $25 gift cards to Big City Wings. We've got U of H Utah tickets, and we've got U of H K-State tickets to give away as well. I'll give away a pair of those in this break coming up here next in this 4 o'clock break as well. What we got with the Texans, New England Patriots, they go to New England Sunday, and we're already without Nico Collins. And any way you slice it, although the depth at the wide receiver position better be more than enough to handle business, not just versus New England, but really for the month or month plus that he's going to be out. But we already had that news that Nico Collins was out. And we were waiting on news on a couple of different players, and the injury report from Friday's practice has dropped. I believe they practiced at 11:30, so the injury report dropped. And the name that stands out here is Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback, second-round pick out of Georgia. He's been the starter since he stepped foot at NRG State draft, and he's played well. He's played really well. And the depth at the cornerback position has I thought it was going to be good when we were in training camp, but the depth at the cornerback position right now, I'm not going to say it's suspect, but there's a lot of unknown.
Well, there's a lot of unavailability.
There's guys that are Jeff Okudah. I felt really good about him as a number 3 corner on this team, and he's been injured since the beginning of the season as well. Really, he's been injured since the last week or so of training camp, and so it's been a rough go at it for him. I'd feel really good if Jeff Okudah could go. By the way, he is eligible to come off the injured reserve, but they obviously hasn't practiced, so he's not ready yet. But what that leaves, and this is where I want to go with this, is what that leaves with Kamari Lassiter is Chris Boyd, Kadar Holman, and D'Angelo Ross. But before we get there, Tyler, do you have that Burke 4 pulled?
I sure do.
Let's hear from Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, on Kamari Lassiter. Now, he said this yesterday before they officially announced that he wasn't going to play, but I got a feeling that the defensive coordinator knew what the hell was going on. But here's Matt Burke on Lassiter not being available this week.
I'm not sure who's going to be available yet for us, so when we figure out exactly who that is, I think those determinations will be made, and that's like what we do going through the week. Like, again, part of practice, not just obviously prepping for their team, but putting those guys in those spots and putting different people and say, hey, is this sort of set up better than this? And I would say I think Coach does as good a job as anybody of just sort of evolving as through the week. Like, let's try this out. Man, I don't like this, and let's build on that. Or, hey, this guy's showing up a little bit more. Maybe we can kind of incorporate that element. So I'd say that's probably still ongoing, and we'll have the answer by Sunday. How's that?
Well, that's Matt Burke, defensive coordinator on Kamari Lassiter, and he obviously wasn't going to let the cat out of the bag, but I think you could tell by the tone that he knew they were going to have to mix and match some guys and figure out what they were going to do at the cornerback position. Here are the options, and if I miss anything on these guys, Sean, let me know. You got Chris Boyd, a sixth-year vet in the NFL. He's been with Minnesota, Arizona, and Houston. Last year he was on the P squad, practice squad, week 8 through 14. He was activated week 14 and actually played some. He's been active all year long with the Texans in a backup role. I think he has got a couple snaps at corner, but in a backup role, he's been active more so as a specialist in Houston all year long.
Right.
Chris Boyd. Kadar Holman, fourth year. I looked at his resume, and he's been with about 42 different teams in the NFL so far. He's been called up and down and moved all around, but he's been with the Texans since week 6 of 2023. I believe he got called up last year, played some significant time.
Yeah, he got some run.
Yeah, in that run last year where DeMeco Ryans seemed like he played every defensive back that he could find in Houston. Kadar Holman actually played some nickel. He played some outside corner. He played quite a bit, I believe, if my memory serves me. And then you got D'Angelo Ross, another fourth-year NFL guy, spent time in New England, spent time in Miami, and now he's in Houston. Been in Houston again since January of 2023, so it's year 2 for him.
Ross was kind of rough at times last year, if you remember, at corner.
Yeah, those are the 3 guys, though, that are they have to pick from ultimately. Which direction do you think they end up going in? And before we go to a name, how big of a deal do you think not having Kamari Lassiter is here?
I mean, I think it's a big deal because you just talked about it. The other 2 guys, like on that quote-unquote depth chart that we thought we had coming into the regular season, C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, aren't available to the Texans at this point in time. So it's pretty skimpy right now. Now, Chris Boyd and Kadar Holman I'd feel the most comfortable with if I have to pick. But, you know, there's a couple of other guys that I think maybe make their way into the conversation. But you tell me. Desmond King has not been activated at one time at all this season. Now, he's mostly, been a nickel corner during his time in the NFL, but has played for the Texans outside corner before. Yeah. He also helps fill that void since Robert Woods didn't practice all week, is not going to be playing against the Patriots as a punt return guy. So I think maybe that's an option. And maybe Miles Bryant. You tell me what you think about Miles Bryant, who was picked up from the Patriots, spent the last 4 years with the Patriots. He, too, is a punt returner, but again, primarily, a slot corner. Don't know how much outside corner he's played in his NFL career, but I think those are also 2 guys to keep an eye on.
Well, they're 2 guys that are in the organization and play a cover defender position, that's for sure. I'm not comfortable at all with either of them. I don't like the guy, because, I love Des King. I loved him out of the options that the Texans had when they cut him. I like him playing alongside Jalen Petrie now. But they don't seem that way. For whatever reason, they just don't. Even though he gets in the game and he continues to make plays, I believe he's a true slot corner. Lovie Smith tried to sell him as a cover 2 corner, which he can. He
obviously 69.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Lovie. But there's I don't like those guys, especially how much the Texans are having to pressure. I like a true corner out there, and I don't think that those guys are true options. I think it's going to be one of the guys that he is that's on this short list that I think DeMeco Ryans has shown to have confidence in. And I think with Des King, I think he's probably got confidence in his game, but I don't know that he knows what kind of Des King's going to show up the day before game.
That's been a very curious thing, and I wonder just how well Petrie's played. Has kind of stifled, Desmond King's opportunities on this year's squad. Yeah. I think it's a good ace in the hole, so to speak, for the Texans to have, like in their back pocket. If you need that guy, he knows the system, he can be relied upon, he's going to be in the mix and make big plays when you need him to. I would say, like, Chris Boyd, if you held a gun to my head, is probably the go-to there in place of Kamari Lassiter this weekend. But, look, again, we're talking about the beneficial part of this is you're playing the New England Patriots, who haven't done squat offensively. This is at 13 points per game. They can't throw the lick out of the football. You don't know what you're getting out of Drake May this weekend. And the pressures that the Texans defense has put on quarterbacks through the first 5 weeks says that, you could almost throw, XYZ player from Little Sisters of the Poor out there, and you should be fine if you're the Texans defensively, particularly in the secondary.
Well, it is a week where boy, you got to feel good about playing some depth, relatively speaking. I mean, you damn sure don't want to run up against a team that's got 2 or 3 guys that are as explosive as your group is.
Yeah.
And you got to ask these other guys to these backups to try to hold it down.
But these are the games that I look forward to seeing, Clint, because it's against a far lesser opponent,
yes.
and you have an opportunity to see what is in your bag. You saw how important depth was for the Texans last year. And, oh, by the way, when MJ Stewart went down, when Jimmy Ward, but who am I thinking of? Eric Murray went down last year. There went your depth, and they were down within the first 8 weeks of the season. Yeah. You had to go out and get Adrian Amos. You ended up getting Kareem Jackson. You had to go get DeAndre Houston Carson. The fact that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio could pivot and get that quality of talent in-house up to speed that quickly is huge. Yeah. These guys have been in the system, so I want to see how well they perform. At a place in which the Texans have never won, in an environment in which you're facing a rookie quarterback. Rookie quarterbacks have done very well in the NFL this year, and a mobile guy like Drake May. It's going to be interesting to see how the Texans defensively, look against this Patriots. But you're looking for them to play their first complete game all season long. This is a hell of an opportunity to get what you can out of that depth.
Absolutely it is. And staying on that defensive front, Sean, you alluded to it there. Like D'Amico Ryans, maybe I'm more comfortable than I should be, but D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, when it comes to, covering up for weaknesses as you have to play more depth and as injuries occur, these guys have hit grand slams, time after time after time, whether it's the O-line or the wide receivers last year, or it's the safeties or the corners from D'Amico Ryans last year. I just trust D'Amico is going to, 1, have him prepared to play, and then 2, have a plan that's not going to put the guy in a position to where he can decide whether this game is won or lost.
Yeah.
Whoever that backup may be. All right, that's the latest on Kamari Lassiter. He is not going to play this week. He's officially been scratched from the active, and Chris Boyd, Kadar Holman, D'Angelo Ross are the three potential fill-ins there. We'll see which guy D'Amico decides to give the bulk of the corner, the number 2 corner run to. We'll see how that goes. All right, there's a huge slate of college football games this week, y'all. And Tyler's got some lines as well in those games. We're not going to get real deep off into the weeds on some of the different prop bets and things like that. But, boy, there is one of these games that I absolutely love. And, Tyler, probably going to have to ask you to put a $1 or 2 on it. Let's go. We'll run down this week's college slate, and we'll talk about them lines when we come back right here on Sports Radio 610.
Head to Foxborough to face off with the Patriots on Sunday. Cue the action here with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Ready! Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly. On the West End Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's a stall that has a right shoulder block. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Join us here on Sunday with a cold Bud Light for Texans.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Glenn's mama told me he used to strut around when he was a high school star wearing a banana hammock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I do like to have a good time. I like to have a party, but that was an absolute...
And a banana hammock?
No, there's a lot of things your boy has done, but strut around in a banana hammock is not one of them.
I can't imagine the General John McClane lying about something like that, man.
I'm just telling you, he's lying about it. I mean, I've been around the world and back, and but I ain't never done none of that.
John McClane
I've never been talking to any of that right there. And I mean, there's been a couple. There's been a few of them that could have talked me into some things now, but that old banana hammock strutting around, it ain't happening now.
Well, sorry.
Just gonna let y'all go ahead and let y'all know. All right, we're out here at Big City Wings at Fall Creek in Humble, Fall Creek location. Come on through right here off Beltway 8, Sam Houston Parkway. Y'all come on through and hang. Sean Bijani is in for Ryan Hughley today. And it is a football Friday. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We just gave away some U of H tickets to
Took a little bit.
Utah or Kansas State. Yeah.
You got to be here to win, people.
I mean, I don't even know if I should do this. I may get written up. But I'm going to tell you, Ashley Valdez, Jason Marshall, VA, how do you say Granny's last name?
Nortz.
VA Nortz, Michael Delatorre, Diana Morgan. I don't know what y'all had to run out of here so quick for.
Man, was that 6?
But I hope it was 25. I hope it was worth $25 at Academy Sports and Outdoors. I don't know what you needed, but I guarantee you $25 would have went a long way for you at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
They have prices you love.
They got prices that you'll love. Did I say your name too? Ash, I started you. I take Ashley back, everybody out there. Ashley, she's handling business here. Sorry, Ashley. I hope you don't mind.
She's the one that stuck it out and got it.
Oh, well, I knew I'd get in trouble. Hell, I got in trouble before I even got it out of
When are we doing the big dog? When are we doing that $1,000 one?
No, we're not doing that. That's you register online on the that's down the road.
Damn it, okay.
Register here.
I was going to say.
You thought we were pulling.
I don't know. I'm just here, man.
Hey, if I had $1,000,
I was just going to let the people know, like, don't leave.
Hey, Chief, if we had $1,000 and 2 tickets to the suite on Christmas Day versus the Baltimore Ravens, this place would be full, Chief.
Okay.
That
should be.
They don't trust me with stuff like that. I get $25 gift cards. They put a cap on me. I'll be trying to work that $1,000 deal at Academy now. You better believe it. All right, I want to talk a little college football, man. The college football slate is a good one this week. But before we get into that, I do want to show a little love to our partners over at the Texas Bowl. I've been a part of the Texas Bowl for 3 or 4 years. I actually called on radio a couple of Texas Bowls. I'm on the board now, and I don't know how they accepted me on the board, but they did, and it's the only board I'm on, ever been on. So, but it's a great group. They do great things. They announced their 2024 class of Gridiron Legends this morning, and the Gridiron Legends that's always pretty impressive, but this is an impressive group. These guys will be honored pregame at the Texas Bowl on December the 31st. Check this out. Eric Dickerson, John Randall, James Francis, Tony Franklin, and Tony Heath. I mean, they got a hell of a group going in that they're honoring. And if you're a college football fan, you need to check this game out, man. This is Houston supports the hell out of this game. They usually sell a ton of tickets. Obviously, it depends on the proximity. It's an SEC Big 12 matchup. And so it's always a really, really good game. And this is a fun event. They got a lot of really cool stuff surrounding the game. So if you're looking for something to do, December the 31st, where it's not getting out, getting loose at a New Year's Eve party, it's watching a little football and being somewhat tame, this is the spot to go. There ain't no doubt about it. The Texas Bowl is big time. And big time congrats to the Texas Bowl Gridiron Legends. That's a hell of a again, that slate of college football games. Let me run down it real quick. We got to start with the Texas OU Red River rivalry. This game is probably a little bit more lopsided from a line perspective than it has been. I don't recall the last time that a line was 14.5 in a Texas-Oklahoma.
Yeah, that'd be something interesting to look up, actually.
Well, it's 14.5. I mean, Texas is obviously one of, if not the best team in the country. And OU I haven't watched a ton of OU this year, but they have sputtered, to say the least. And they can play spoiler in this game. Texas OU, Texas minus 14.5. Sean, you like the Longhorns in that one, or?
I like the Longhorns. Now, are we talking about against the spread?
Yeah, we're going spread.
Real quick, boys, just to note what y'all were discussing, I'm still looking up some other stats and facts on this, but this is the very first time that the Texas Longhorns have been double-digit favorites in the Red River rivalry.
I actually see the contrary, Tyler. I just looked it up myself. According to the Oklahoman, from a few days ago, it says Texas was a 14-point favorite against Oklahoma in the 2005.
First time since 05. Yeah, I see that now. Damn it, Tyler.
That game in 2005, the Longhorns beat the Sooners 45-12. So easily covering the spread. Are we going to get that iteration of the Longhorns when they've been double-digit favorite?
I don't know. Look, I mean, you're talking about a 5-0 team versus a 4-1 team, and yeah, as I said, the Oklahoma Sooners have not been as powerful and as well oiled as they have recently, or in the recent past, I guess.
Isn't Texas still hemming and hawing over who they're going to start at quarterback too?
Ain't no way.
There's no way they're hemming and hawing?
No, ain't no way. I mean, unless is he still hurt?
I thought I was hearing chirps about Arch.
No, ain't no. Yeah, you're going to hear chirps. That's about all you're going to hear. There ain't no. That's Quinn Ewers' football team, man. And I do. I like Texas big in this game. I think OU could play spoiler. OU's got one loss, and they've got with this new 12-team playoff, if you get to 2 losses, you could be in trouble. I think there's going to be some 2-loss teams get in, obviously, but but you get to 2 losses this early in the season, you could be in trouble. So I think OU is really trying to hold it together from a college ball playoff perspective. If they lose this weekend, I got to believe that it would ultimately be a long shot on it with an SEC schedule. And so, unfortunately, they're catching Texas.
I'm going to go OU to cover.
Oh, wow.
Texas with the win, OU to cover.
Tyler, where are you at?
I'm tailing Bijani. I'm taking OU plus 14.5.
I shouldn't even ask. I should have known that.
It's guaranteed. It's easy money.
I should have known that. How about that's the only game. Oh, now you might throw Tyler a little bit?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
And we might need to talk about that later. Bijani's presented a business opportunity we might need to talk about later.
That was when you were really hot, though. You've cooled off. Now your ass is tailing me. We got a problem.
You know, I'm looking at these games, though. Texas and OU is a neutral site, obviously. I'm looking at all these other games, and it is the home team getting points in every single one of these games, with the exception of Texas OU, which is neutral, right? Penn State at USC, Penn State minus 3.5. So SC at home getting more than a field goal. Florida at Tennessee, Tennessee minus 14. I guess that one's in Knoxville, so that one doesn't qualify, but you're still 14. It's a big spread. OSU at Oregon. Ohio State is getting 3. I'm sorry, it's giving up 3. So you got Oregon at home plus 3. Ole Miss at LSU. LSU plus 3.5 at home. K-State at Colorado. Colorado 3.5 plus 3.5 at home. I like a home team getting points, Tyler. I really like a home team getting points. The one I like the most out of this off of this list right here. This is my lock. Tyler, you got your deal pulled up.
I got it pulled up. I'm ready. Fingers ready to go.
I need $100 on this. Ole Miss at LSU.
I knew it.
Ole Miss at LSU, and I'm gonna surprise you. I want LSU plus 3.5.
Woo! All right, I'll lock it in.
I want LSU plus 3.5. I watched Ole Miss just roll over for Mark Stoops. Kentucky's a dangerous football team year in, year out. They're always going to sneak up and potentially get a top-ranked team. But I don't think Ole Miss is as good as everybody thinks they are.
You're officially locked in, sir. 107 to risk. Damn, 100.
I could be wrong on it, which I've been known to be wrong from time to time. But I like LSU at home in Death Valley.
On that too.
In Death Valley, getting 3.5 versus Ole Miss.
So the upsets continue. We had about 5 or 6 of them last weekend. You thinking LSU gets these points? You get a 13 upset and a 9.
Yeah,
I could totally see that though. That would probably be the one that I would pick. I told you just right now, I like the Colorado-Kansas State game. Colorado's only 3.5-point underdogs at home. And I think Kansas State is still in the top 20?
Yeah.
I believe. I think they are 20. That would be my number 2 pick, man. We've talked about this before on this show with Hunter being a front runner or one of the front runners, I'll say, for the Heisman. I mean, there just ain't no stopping that cat. And at home, Colorado's just a different beast at home than they are. This is a big game for them. I told you, this is an opportunity for him, particularly to show out. But all those Deion haters out there, they got an opportunity to upset a ranked opponent for the first time this season.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm going to take Colorado.
Dogs. Who you like in that game, T?
Not Colorado. Not Prime. No.
Yeah, I hate to do it to you, Sean, but
it's all good.
He doesn't like Colorado. Texas OU Red River rivalry. Penn State at USC. Florida at Tennessee. OSU at LSU, and K-State at Colorado. It's going to be a hell of a Saturday. I know I'll be glued in to 2 different TVs, trying to keep an eye on as many of those as I can. I also really like USC at home catching 3.5. By the way, just putting it out there. Those are my 2: LSU at home catching 3.5, and USC at home catching 3.5. And I do like Texas. I'm not betting it because that's a huge number in a rivalry game versus a 4-1 football team. It's a huge number, 14.5. But I do like Texas to win and cover that.
That's going to be fun. That's a night game always, right?
Don't have the times in front of me. All right, that's Sean Bijani. He's in for Ryan Hughley. Tyler Milner's behind the glass. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610. Can I tell you, I had a little back and forth the other day on social media, and this has been irking me for a while with this generation. I tell you what I did. I saw a video of some 7-on-7 high school footballers, and a kid caught a touchdown. And I guess there's a thing in high school football now, and these young kids where they run by whoever they beat on that play, the defensive back they beat, and they tap them on the top of the head or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. But that old boy, the DB got beat. The receiver got up, tapped him on top of the head, and old boy got up and just cleaned his clock. Right? And I look at it, and sure, I'm disgusted when I see anything like that in general, right? But I start looking at the comments. that are beside themselves because the kid, the DB that got beat, retaliated and knocked the hell out of this kid. I am shocked how many people will overlook the way that these kids, and then look at some of us grown men do nowadays with stuff like that. If you tap another man on the, I don't care if you're competing or not, if you tap another man on the head, or the other one was a couple of days ago, I'm watching the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Dallas Cowboy game. Mm-hmm. And the Dallas Cowboy, the guy that's always talking trash, real physical DB, I can't think of his name right now. But he runs up after the game, or it's when it was already over. I don't know if the clock had actually expired, but he runs by George Pickens and jumps in his face to where it looks like they hit face mask. Well, before he gets away, George Pickens grabs his face mask and kind of just slings him down.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about how George Pickens sucker punched him. George Pickens shouldn't have done that. I'm thinking, what happened to the days of where if you put your hands on another man, there's a chance you might get your ass?
Yeah, you better be ready for it.
If you run by somebody and talk trash and you jump in their face to where our face mask hit, like whatever comes next is on that dude. I am shocked at how many people are in the comments and how many people in today's world immediately go to the guy that reacted instead of the idiot that
I mean, I can see it though, right? I mean, because as a coach, you know, you would ask D'Amico this, and he'd tell you the same dang thing. Like, hey man, you know, the second you throw a punch, you're out of the game. Like, well, he's already had to kind of go through that this year with Azeez Al-Shire. Now, he threw a punch, didn't get ejected at the time, but he certainly got a fine. Very well could have been ejected, or rather suspended for, you know, throwing a punch at a guy.
But that's a
don't react. Like, even if something happens to you, you can't react because you got to protect the team, right?
Turn the other cheek.
I agree with the training people to not react. I don't know. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that being an everyday focal point when you're dealing with a team or you're playing contact sports. And like, I'm not opposed to that. But the Azeez Al-Shire, I ain't got one problem with him standing up and punching somebody. The problem is when an opponent goes to a sideline, like it doesn't just happen when you hit the quarterback. Let's be honest. It happened. I mean, I'm watching college ball last weekend, and I can't remember what quarterback it was. No, it was pro ball. I can't remember what quarterback it was. He went to the sideline and kind of got tackled on the opposing team's sideline. He got pushed 4 or 5 times just trying to get back on the field.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to run to a guy like that and get in his face.
Yeah.
There's a chance you're going to get popped. You're going to get dealt with. To me, it's just, again, I'm not worried about the kid or the action. Like, I understand people do stupid stuff in the moment, whatever. I'm shocked at people that watch it from the outside and go, well, God, that was a cheap shot. No, it was an idiot that triggered the cheap shot.
Well, there's the trigger, and that has to be talked about too. But, like, I always about it because there was probably plenty of talking going on in the 7-on-7 situation. But, like, you know, the DB that is going to retaliate after being tapped on the head and after getting worked on a route in a touchdown.
Yeah, but you ain't tapping me on the head.
Don't tap me on the head, but you know what? I can't sucker punch you. I can't push you, and I can't put myself and my team in peril where I'm not available. Like, especially at that age. Like, you know, when you get to the pro level, like, there's only so much you can do. We see it on the week in and week out basis. Guys, you know, reacting. And even they, after the fact, know they're not supposed to. And ultimately, look, sometimes when you're not very deep at those positions, particularly, like the last thing I need to have happen this week in New England is Derek Stingley to kind of get done over, tapped on the head, and then he retaliate. Yeah. And now what are you down to as a corner?
I'd actually respect him more. I can't take the team approach with all this. I understand what you're talking about, but I can't take. I can't take it. Not when they're going overboard, showing you up, physically touching you, getting in your face. Like the good old days of if you do that, you better be ready to handle whatever it triggers, whatever kind of pushback you get. Those days are obviously behind.
I just know this. If anybody out there listening ready to test Clint Stoerner, don't try him in the bar because he's going to tell somebody to hold his beer. He's coming after your ass.
I'm not trying to be a tough ass. I may get whooped, but man, if you come up and put your hands on another man, there's a really good chance that something's going to happen. It just drives me nuts. And parents, a lot of it's parents. Like, I'm just like, what are we doing here? All right, the Texans, they got the New England Patriots this weekend, man. We got some keys to victory, if you will. What are What absolutely have to do this weekend in order to get out of New England with a win and take care of business? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get
6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. You're going to get a heavy dose of Sean Bijani today, 2 to 6. And then what time y'all kick off tonight? Y'all always
10. Yeah, we're 10 to midnight every Friday.
10. Is that every Friday?
Every Friday,
I guess
baby.
it's Thursday nights when football and all that jive's going on.
We're off on Monday and Thursdays.
Gotcha. So you get you a good 6-hour dose. Well, I guess you can't now because we're 2.5 hours in, but you can get you a couple more hours here, and then you get a couple more hours 10 to midnight tonight. If you want a little more Sean Bijani, the Texans.
Glad you reminded me.
Yeah, right. You got a little more work to do, Chief. The Texans they head north, baby. They got the New England Patriots on Sunday. I think I heard John McClain last night on Texans All Access. I think I heard him talking about the Texans have never won in New England.
0-7.
0-7. Good gosh. So this would be another reason why you need to go and take care of business and get this victory. Keys to a victory here, and I don't need 4 or 5 of them. I just want to talk about each one of us, one's victory, most important thing, and this is a game where the Texans are favored by a touchdown. I know not exactly, but they're favored by a touchdown, and this is a game where most folks that watch the NFL game closely believe the Texans should go up and really should win this thing by double digits. But Sean, in your opinion, the biggest key to the Texans going up there and taking care of business this week?
I don't think it can be anything other than getting after the quarterback in a big-time way.
Okay.
And I say that for a couple of reasons. One, week 2? Texans played Caleb Williams and the Bears. Week 2, week 3, one of those.
Week 2.
You went after and you sacked Caleb Williams 7 times. You made him turn the ball over twice.
They pressured Caleb Williams so many times they had next-gen stats confused.
That was the game in which Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter combined for 17 pressures on Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I know B. Scott wants it, and you know what? He damn sure better get it and should get it on Sunday. Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson's name being called a lot. They should be filling up the stat sheet. I have to believe that, not just because it's a rookie quarterback, but the Patriots' offensive line just lost their starting center a couple of weeks ago. They're on their 5th different iteration of a starting offensive line. With this pass rush that is generating a pressure 42% of the time against an offensive line that is almost allowing 50% of the time pressures on their quarterback. All right, come on, man. At some point in time, the Texans have got to do what they're supposed to do. They were supposed to be able to beat a legitimate AFC contender, and they did that last week against the Bills. But in terms of, the games within the game, you want to see position groups dominate specifically where they should. You want to see Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and that pass rush flash. They should absolutely do that. I mean, any way you draw it up, it should happen. If the Texans are a touchdown favorite, I would put that Texan D-line against the Patriots offensive line as a double-digit point favorite, if that makes any sense. They should hammer those guys.
I like it. I think there's I think that would make me feel really good. But I'm talking about the key to go up there and assure a victory.
Mm-hmm.
And I just look at this matchup, and it is a huge advantage, Houston, obviously. And the only way for me, Sean, that the New England Patriots even stay in the game is if the Texans can't stop the run.
Good point, but Ramondre Stevenson is out officially on the injury report this week, and they should.
There's no doubt they're obviously beat up, but here's the deal: is I think the Colts vacated the run, particularly the inside run, a little bit too early. Now the Texans were in control of that in the second half, but I still think they wish they'd have done things differently early on chance. The Minnesota Vikings did whatever the hell they wanted to do. The Jacksonville Jaguars are as dysfunctional as you can find. I love Doug Peterson. I like Trevor Lawrence. I don't know what the hell's going on, but they just can't get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So they just and last week I think inside Josh Allen and Cook were able to cook a little bit, especially early on. And in the third quarter when they were able to score 14 points. So,
right.
I think it's where the Texans are susceptible. I think there's still the jury's still out on interior wise between the tackles downhill. Can this team for 4 quarters stop the run? And the New England Patriots won. That's really the only choice they have offensively. They're going to do it because it's what they want to do. They're going to do it. They're going to do it because it's protecting a young quarterback. They're not going to quit on the run.
That's going to be interesting.
They're not going to vacate the run.
Look, I know you sometimes have to take it, as coach speak, and there's the gamesmanship element, in a given week before you're about to play an opponent. But listen, man, but the way that both sides have talked up Drake May this week, from the Texans' respect of him to what Gerard Mayo has said about Drake May, that hey, look, this is not just an effort to kind of make a change because we have to. Like Jacoby Brissett ain't it. Like they believe this guy's like ready to be a factor and to help them football, and they have to play better football. They're averaging less than 13 points per game. Their offensive pass game is almost non-existent. They've got to be able to do it. And on a day in which Ramondre Stevenson, their leading rusher, who's averaging 4.6 yards per attempt, is not going to be available for you, you've got Antonio Gibson and then everybody else. Basically what the Houston Texans have gotten the last few weeks with no Dameon Pierce and no Joe Mixon. They can't go into this game, the Patriots can't, and say, all right, we're going to protect our quarterback and just run the hell out of the ball, in which we've proven outside of Ramondre Stevenson, they can't really. And so I'm looking at Drake May to maybe be a little bit more of a factor than maybe a lot of people are anticipating.
Well, I'm sure they're going to try that, but at the end of the day, if I don't care who's healthy, who's not. At the end of the day, if the Texans don't allow the New England Patriots to run the football, and they force them to put the ball in the hands of Drake May, then this is going to be a landslide Texans win. The only way that this thing is even remotely close and interesting in the fourth quarter is if they find a way. Again, I don't care who it is. If they find a way to run the football, and in turn, great point, because if they're able to run the football, guess what that's going to do? That's going to give Drake May the opportunity, through a very clear quarterback lens, to hit him with that play action and make a big throw over the top. Or make 2 or 3 throws at the right time, and the game's all of a sudden interesting. They should put their foot on their throat in the first half and walk away with it in the second. And if they don't stop the run, they're going to have a hard time doing it.
I'll even give you another one, because where you went are amongst the worst teams in the NFL in tackling, in giving up yards after contact. I think they're 11th worst. So making that initial play is going to be huge. And look, coming into Sunday, you should have a healthy Azeez Al-Shire. Henry To'oTo'o's been good. And again, like I said, we know what Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and this defensive line have been in terms, at times, of stuffing the run. You get that on a consistent basis, and you get after Drake May, I think across the board we should see the most complete game to date from this Texans football team.
I like where your head's at. That's Sean Bijani. I'm Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner's back in the studio on the ones and twos. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Thursday night football was a hell of a football game. San Francisco 49ers 36, Seattle Seahawks 24. I watch every NFL game that I watch through a Texans lens. What did last night tell us, good, bad, or indifferent, about these Texans? San Francisco 49ers, that's pretty close to what you're shooting for now. And we'll discuss that Thursday night football game through that Texans lens. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, before
Heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings and Humble, here's the Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is. Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in, and just gave away another set of tickets. U of H, Utah.
How cool is that, by the way? The show of humanity.
Yeah,
that we just
it's
had.
still alive. Byron Godfrey. Yeah, good deal, man. He's a good man. Always good. Always comes out and hangs with us.
Yeah,
yeah. It's good deal, man. The Thursday night football. I mean, did you watch the game last night, Sean?
I did.
Okay.
For the first Thursday night game I've been able to watch since they've been on this Amazon Prime mess.
Okay.
I forgot I signed up for a 30-day Amazon Prime deal that is going to expire like this weekend, and I remembered last night that I had it. I was like, I wonder if I can watch the games on it. So I signed in on the TV, and sure enough, it pulled up, and I was like, whoa, I can watch the game. So I was very happy. Me and my boy were very happy that we could watch football last night.
Yeah, I don't know why, because those are kind of two teams for me. I mean, I like watching the 49ers, and again, I love watching the 49ers through my Texans lens, which is it's in this business. And being the football mind, it's hard for me not to watch college football through the Arkansas lens and then watch pro football through the Texans lens. It's almost annoying, if I'm being honest. Like every game I watch, I'm like, man, the Texans they beat the hell out of this team, or man, the Texans can't do that, or man, this is what I really wish the Texans could do.
Yeah.
The 49ers are one of those teams for me. The 49ers are one of those teams, and they wasn't a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination. They did go to Seattle, a very difficult place to play. A good football team. What is Seattle? They're 3-3 now. They're 3-2 at the time.
3-3. Yep.
They're 3-3 now. And San Francisco was in a need to win situation.
They were 2-3. Yeah, and Bosa even said this week, leading up to that game, that they should feel the pressure.
Yeah, they needed a win to get back to 500 and get back right. And San Francisco goes in there and handles their business. They score 36 points, 36-24, and you and I were talking about it a little earlier, and it's one of those things where you just when you're doing a radio show with somebody and you both kind of inadvertently go, I'm watching that game last night, and I had some thoughts, and I'm watching this thing through the Texans lens. You go, all right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it on air. And so as you're watching this game unfold last night, you got your Texans glasses on, and what was it that turned you on?
It was just the run game by the San Francisco 49ers and what they've been able to accomplish. I thought about it last night after just watching them get basically whatever they wanted on the ground at any point in time. I mean, the numbers last night for that 49ers team that put up damn near 40 points last night, 36, you said. They ran it 33 times for 228 yards. The best production that they've had all season long. And every other game prior to last night, they've still been able to basically do what any other team in the NFL with any semblance of a run game wishes they could do. 33 carries, 228 yards, 6.9 yards per carry last night. And that 36, went back and I looked at all the numbers, and they're just all really good. I'll just give you the yards per carry. 4.7 against the Jets, 4.1 against the Vikings, 4 yards per carry against the Rams, 4.6 against the Patriots. That was just 3 weeks ago. Last weekend against the Arizona Cardinals, 5.9 yards per carry. How are they doing this without Christian McCaffrey? And now they may have to do this without their backup running back, who got injured last night, has a shoulder situation, Jordan Mason. So now it's going to be a fourth-rounder, Isaac Guerrero, who's going to be getting the rock unless they decide to do something else, in the running back position. But the 49ers, being a 3-3 football team, a lot of things struck me. Here they are, a team that has Mr. Irrelevant, a guy in Brock Purdy who was very much a part of the MVP conversation for a good bit last regular season. And they had Christian McCaffrey come off of a career year, but now they don't have McCaffrey. They still got Purdy, and this is a 3-3 football team. How are they doing this? Why aren't the Texans, who have a superior quarterback, an extremely talented and deep receiver core, though we'll see just how deep, obviously, this weekend against the Patriots and in the next month. But, I mean, they check all the boxes. Good defense, good head coach, good offense, good receiver core. You got the running back. But with no Joe Mixon, no Dameon Pierce, and you're hoping to get the very best you possibly can out of Cam Akers, who's barely got a half of Achilles left on him, after having 2 injuries in the last 3 years with it. Darian Gumbawale, like the Texans can't run. This is a 4-1 football team with Super Bowl aspirations. What are we doing here? My question is, where are the Texans and Bobby Slowick falling short in this iteration of the Shanahan offense? Why are the Texans struggling so dang much at running the football? Is it as simple as the offensive line construction, in that Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and Kenyon Green were all inherited by Bobby Slowick in this brand of offense, and the only guys that they've been able to go out and get and hand-pick to be fits, well, you can only play really one of them or two of them. They went out and got Shaq Mason. They went out and drafted Juice Scruggs, drafted Jared Patterson, but that's it. You can only play 2 out of those 3 guys. Is it really just the offensive line? Is it the running back? I don't know what it is.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's not one position, but it's an overall lack of physicality. It's an overall level of willingness to be soft in a man's game. And the 49ers are the exact opposite. You look at from Trent Williams all the way across their offensive line. You're not playing offensive line with Trent Williams and not being held accountable if you're soft. You're going to be held accountable. If you look at the tight end, George Kittle. You look at Juszczyk, the fullback. Jawan Jennings, a wide receiver. That the only reason that not the only reason, but about him, it's how physical he is in the blocking game as a wide receiver. It's just in their DNA in San Francisco. You're not going to be in that room and be soft. Yeah. And there is just I am out on Dalton Schultz right now because of the level of softness that I saw last week. And it's been an ongoing story other than the penalties with Laramie Tunsil. And I'll argue that when your highest paid guy and your captain is one of your offensive linemen and they don't even want to practice. Yeah, that whole thing is wild to me, man. And I just think that this is the one part where I feel like D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick are making a huge mistake. Because you're either coaching it or you're allowing it.
Dang it, Bobby.
You're either coaching it or you're allowing it.
Maybe a little bit of both. But the physicality, I can totally get behind that. I've seen the same thing that you have.
Yeah.
With the exception of one person. Like, I didn't hear you kill Dalton Schultz the other day, but I heard about it, okay? And you mentioned it a couple of times today, again, right now. I need to pay better attention to this because multiple times this year I've lauded Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover for their ability to make an important block in a good run, okay? But I think what I'm doing here is I'm ignoring in victory, so to speak, I make what I would not and am not in these poor runs, which there are far more, non-productive runs for the Texans.
Just go watch the first drive where they, for some reason, felt the need to give Dare Ogunbowale the ball twice in runs and once in a screen. I mean, just watch the effort. Like, forget the outcome of the play. Just watch the effort. The willingness to quit blows my mind.
Well, you talk about that, like not sticking with it, not finding a hat to put somebody.
I've never been around a coach in football on either side of it. And the interesting thing is that D'Amico preaches certain things about his defense that his offense isn't anywhere close to doing. That's the interesting dynamic here. Is like most good coaches preach strain, and what strain means is whether you're in perfect position or not, don't quit. Right?
Yeah.
Whether it's the first quarter or the fourth quarter and you feel 100% or you feel banged up, don't quit. Whether the ball's coming to you or away from you, hit somebody, eliminate somebody from the play. Strain. And there is very little of that on this offense. And that's football 101.
You know what I'm thinking of? D'Amico, I don't think would ever say it, but there is a former player, a former defensive player that is a head coach that absolutely said it 2 weeks ago, and it hadn't worked out very well for him. Antonio Pierce.
Oh, yeah.
Guys are making business decisions.
Well, I don't think that's the case.
Well,
I just think there's
what's the difference, Clint? Like, if you're not straining, if you're not continuing and staying on the, you're not doing that. You're giving up on a play halfway. What is that?
Well, there's a difference in, hey, this game's over in the fourth quarter, and we're mailing it in, and I'm not going to stick my head in there because it ain't worth. We're not going to win, so it ain't worth me getting hurt.
Or I'm not going to climb up to the second level and try to, shed this guy because my ankle hurts.
I'm talking about in the first play of the game, a linebacker beats me across my face, and I just kind of almost am confused with it, and just put two hands on him and turn around like what happened instead of pushing like from jump like.
Oh my God!
There is, and again, like I said, you're either coaching it or you're allowing it, and it's we're on the verge of like to me it appears that it's being allowed. If I see Dalton Schultz in the fullback position, like I'm not saying he's another guy like Laramie Tunsil where they just got a contract, and there's like I know you're not going to bench me, and so I can afford to do this kind of soft, lackadaisical. Stuff when things aren't just right for me, right? But there's no way that D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Sloak ain't watching the same film I'm watching. If he is in a fullback position, leading up on run plays this week, leading up on linebackers on run plays this week, then I'm gonna lose my mind.
Schultz.
Yep. There's no D'Amico Ryans.
What else can they do?
D'Amico Ryans. You mentioned the guy, Cade Stover. He should be in that position.
Yeah,
that's it. He should be in that position. Period. Back to we get off. You get me off in that Schultz rabbit hole, boy. I'll be heated here.
No, I think it's fascinating because you've seen something different than I have, and now I'm going to go pay attention to it.
Watch his last game and watch him every snap. It won't take you long. You'll be able to count 15 snaps where it's just like what are we doing?
Yeah,
like you're trying to avoid people. You're not even trying to look somebody up to hit. Like when you're playing football, when you're playing the game of football, if you are a decoy front side and you know the run's going backside, let's say Tank Dell's going to catch a flip on the end around, and I'm a decoy on the front side, and there's 3 defenders over there. My man will bob and weave them.
Instead of putting a friggin' hat right through his chest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or burst to the sideline and turn the corner like you got the ball, try to get one of them to chase you.
Yeah.
Or how about you get a cheap shot, hit one of them right in the chin, and let them know, hey, we're a physical football team, and I don't care where you're at, we're gonna catch you sleeping. There's none of that. And it's just,
Well, that level of nasty, hopefully it's contagious.
Yeah.
On the other side of it.
Well, it's contagious the wrong direction.
Well,
that's the problem.
I watched Will Anderson take somebody's shoulder pads and shove them right through their throat last week.
And that's a guy that's the deal, though, right? Is on the defensive side of the football, it's not a problem. That's what's crazy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is how does Will Anderson, they watch the same film we watch.
Yeah.
How do they watch that film and not go, what the hell's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all kidding me with that?
Sure, but look, you can't believe that they don't see the same thing that we're all seeing. Okay, you obviously watch the game a lot closer than other people. Most people, even myself, looking for a particular thing. You're not watching it any closer than Bobby Slowick or D'Amico.
Go back and watch.
They're seeing it, but I think you're right. Do they feel like their hands are tied to a certain degree?
Well, there's a certain level, Sean. We're 4-0 with some, because you clearly hadn't been holding them accountable to date. So it's not like it's something that you're instilling in your offense's physicality.
Yeah.
You're not doing it.
Yeah.
You're either coaching it or you're allowing it or both. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, the Texans. The Friday injury report is out. Also, as Sean mentioned a little earlier, the New England Patriots injury report is out as well. So we'll talk a little bit about injury reports next. Who's in, who's out for the Texans and for the New England Patriots. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes now. If you're ready to build that custom home, you're ready to build that dream home, Our Vision Homes is where it's at.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We can't do one and done again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Appreciate it, man.
Love you guys.
Appreciate it, brother.
We love you too, man.
Hey, T-Mill, that's Russ. That's Russ, man. P1.
Love you, Russ.
He said when I text in, baby, I let Tyler know it's Russ texting in now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you now.
Tyler said Tyler wants to know why you was talking about his mama last week.
Whoa. We'll be talking about Mama Judy now. Come on.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. It's always good.
That's funny.
It's always good, man. We got it's time for 5 o'clock fire, y'all. And 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Brought to you by Kirk Holmes. 5 o'clock fire. The Texans injury report is out. We have not hit it thoroughly yet. The injury report, that is. The injury report I'm talking about.
Hit it thoroughly, man.
Tyler, well, no. I mean, you always hope to hit it thoroughly, but anybody out there telling you they are is completely lying. But nonetheless, here's the injury report right here. I love it because you got a lot of these limited guys or did not practice guys early in the week for the Texans participants by Friday afternoon. Derek Barnett, yes, he is a reserved edge rusher, but depth is needed. I mean, they need all the depth they can get at that edge rusher position to keep Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter healthy for the fourth quarter and the second half of football games. Right? Mario Edwards did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. Was limited Friday. That's good. That's good if he ends up being able to play. We talked about it, Sean, a little bit over the last couple of days, man. These offensive linemen that are back in full pads yesterday and today. Kenyon Green, I'm not full pads, full go is what I meant. Kenyon Green, full go on Friday. That's absolutely big time. Titus Howard, full go on Friday. You look down, Laramie Tunsil, full go on Friday. Damian Pierce, full go. And that's Joe Mixon was still limited today. When it comes to running the football, those offensive linemen and those running backs are big time.
Titus is huge.
Yeah.
He had a hamstring. Yeah. He's only going to miss maybe last week. If he's back and starting at right tackle this week, to me that's huge. You not only heard D'Amico in regards to Nico Collins, who's dealing with a hamstring.
Yeah.
He'd said initially, 2 weeks initially, that's kind of what you can expect. And now Nico's going to be out for 4 weeks. He's on IR. I was worried about the same thing with Titus Howard, dealing with the hamstring. Big guy, at least 2 games. Oh, boy, what's it going to look like with Blake Fisher out there since decide to do.
Yeah.
The fact that Titus Howard could be back and look, you're going to have your starting
full go today, man. He's back.
Yeah, you're going to have your starting offensive line. That's big considering too. Damian Pierce is supposed to be back and ready to roll. Maybe Joe Mixon, we'll see. He's going to be questionable going into Sunday.
Yeah, Joe Mixon is questionable, but I think he's at least somewhat trending in that direction, which we don't always want to fall for the okie doke because it has happened. He's practiced on a Friday and looked like he was going to play, and 2 weeks ago didn't end up playing. So
did he practice on the Friday that he was doubtful?
Yes.
Okay, so now he practiced limited and he's questionable.
Little verbiage change. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I hope Joe Mixon is in uniform, ready to rock and roll. I hope he's full go, most importantly. Good to have Damian Pierce back in that running back room as well. The running back room being a whole is an absolute plus, and the O-line being a whole is an absolute plus as well. Being in a hole, I think where I was going there is the running back room being whole. Not being
whole.
Not being a hole or in a hole.
Yeah, I don't know if they're a-hole.
I think
plural, singular, I don't know.
I think you get my point. Here's the deal. There's 2 guys in the Texans secondary that have been it's already been officially released that they are not going to play Sunday. They are out. Kamari Lassiter and Jimmy Ward. Kamari Lassiter being out, obviously your starting corner opposite Derek Stingley. That could be a little bit of a problem. Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm more worried about Jimmy Ward. I'm more worried about Jimmy Ward than I am Kamari Lassiter.
Why?
Well, because of all the obvious reasons, with Jimmy Ward being a guy that is a vocal communicator, leader, knows the defense like the back of his hand.
It was very important last year when he was on the field, and you saw a stark difference, in my opinion, at least when he wasn't.
Yeah.
That was last year. But everything was really kind of new to the defense last year, you know, with D'Amico. Like, do you still feel the same way this year? Like, given that, look, he's another year older, but players are more comfortable, familiar with the defense?
I don't want to overthink it. I think it's simple. I think he is a guy, although he has been beaten with explosive plays this year, he's been in position to make those plays. He just hasn't made those plays, right? And it's bigger receivers jumping up over him and making plays, or a quarterback throwing it damn near 70 yards in the air to throw it over his head. I have a hard time holding those against a guy. All I can ask you to do is be in position, man. If you're not good enough to make the play, then in the offseason I need to go find somebody that is. So it's Jimmy Ward's veteran experience, his ability to communicate, his ability to be where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there, I think is going to be more important this week than a guy that has a higher ceiling than Kalen Bullock. That's where I'm going with it. Like, Kalen Bullock has shown the propensity to get beat with his eyes in the wrong place. Or, I mean, last week he's playing quarters coverage and somehow gets beat by 6, 7, 8 yards. Collins, he ran by him and was wide open. Like, those kind of plays are the only way you get beat this week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's no reason for you to have your eyes in the wrong place. There's no reason defensively for you to be too aggressive in trying to make plays. There's no reason in zone coverages when your safeties to get beat, and I mean beat by 5, 6, 7 steps by a guy that goes barefoot everywhere everywhere he goes, literally, in Matt Collins. That is what, and I'm high on Kalen Bullock. I really like Kalen Bullock.
Same.
But this week, I would rather have the guy that's going to communicate, get everybody where they're supposed to be, and then he's going to take the safe route of, hey, I'm a quarter safety. I'm not getting beat over my head.
Yeah.
I would rather that guy be out there than Kalen Bullock, because Kalen Bullock has shown the propensity to do the only thing that can get you beat this week.
Between you and KPRC's Aaron Wilson, you're making me nervous now. And I say that because
I don't think it's any reason to get nervous.
The way that you've laid out Kalen Bullock and the mistakes that he's made in coverage, the mistakes that we know Jalen Petrie has made in coverage the last couple of years, and now being without Kamari Lassiter, who did the Texans go with at corner? Within the last hour, KPRC's Aaron Wilson has reported that the Texans have pivoted to the person that they were forced to pivot to last year whenever they needed a corner. After, I believe it was this time, Derek Stingley had gone out with injury. D'Angelo Ross is slated to be the starting corner in place of Kamari Lassiter this Sunday against the New England Patriots. 7-year-old primary replacement, as it stands right now, according to current reports.
Well, we'll get into that replacement for Kamari Lassiter down the road here. We got a few more segments. We'll get into what the options look like. What does the secondary look like with Kamari Lassiter now officially out? But the Kamari Lassiter Jimmy Ward situation is not a huge concern for me. But there is something there in terms of this is a football team that you should absolutely mop the floor with. And mental mistakes and not being where you're supposed to be, which is Kamari Lassiter's forte. That's what he does.
Yes.
And that's obviously what Jimmy Ward does. To have those two guys out and replacing them with guys that either have the propensity to not be in the right place at the right time, or guys that we don't know enough about, that's kind of how there's a little wrinkle there that could potentially get you beat. So keep an eye on that. Also, I think it's worth mentioning. Robert Woods is also he has been officially ruled out of this game as well. What are they going to do in the return game? We'll see if Sims is part of it. We'll see if Tank Dell takes up a little part of it, which I would like to see. Although I don't know, I don't know when Nico's out if you're down to 2 receivers. If that's a great idea, I would love to see it. It would be entertaining as hell. But we'll see what happens, how they make up for Robert Woods and special teams more so than the wide receiver position. The one thing I think worth mentioning on the New England Patriots official report is Ramondre Stevenson, running back, has been ruled out for the game. He didn't practice Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. He's got a foot injury for the game Sunday. This is huge for the Texans.
Huge, because look, the Patriots have had issues, offensively. Maybe thinking against a team that has shown to be gotten in the run game. Texans haven't been fantastic in that situation. But look, the Patriots' offensive line, they're on their 5th different starting lineup. They lost their starting center a couple of weeks ago. They don't have him coming in to today. With a rookie quarterback, you'd like to be able to rely on your run game a little bit more. They're going to have to go the backup route. And to what extent they could see success that way, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. But that is a huge one. They've also got a laundry list of guys that are questionable. Count it, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 guys that are officially listed as questionable for the Patriots.
Well, I mean, they're down so many offensive linemen already. Guys that are on IR, guys that are on the PUP list, guys that, by the way, I don't know what the list is of. They all of a sudden got some kind of list of left the team. When I was playing, if you left the team, your ass was cut. Now they got a list.
Why are you getting any run?
If you're not happy and your world's not right, and you really don't want to be here and make these thousands and millions of dollars, then hey man, we'll put you over here on left the team, and you can go do whatever the hell you want to. Just come back in a month, man. We'll have a spot for you. I don't understand what the hell that is. I hope there's nothing wrong with the fella, but it's one of their offensive linemen. In fact, there something very similar happened with the old Notre Dame tight end. That's where's he at now?
Notre Dame
Meyer with the Raiders.
About his designation.
Last I saw was his designation was he left the team because something in his personal life that has happened before, it crept up again, and so he's away from the team.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's the damnedest thing, which is fine. I understand everybody has problems, but damn, since when did the NFL need to make special lists for guys that couldn't do enough to just stay on board in the damn locker room?
Is it Michael Meyer?
Michael Meyer. There you go, the tight end, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wild, man, what these different lists these guys.
Yeah, well, Patriots had to add Jabril Peppers on a different sort of a designation on their list.
And then there's that.
Starting safety, captain.
Yeah, Antonio Gibson is more of a change of pace back that the Patriots have used a lot this year. He is a really good, smaller, shiftier, kind of a scat back that can cause problems, obviously. They've also, on their depth chart, they've also got Jermichael Hasty, which is it's an old Baylor Bear. So some folks around here may know him. That's all I've got on the Patriots depth chart right now at running back. But the big news there is Ramondre Stevenson is obviously out. So good news for the Texans. Of course, I hope he's okay, but that's good news for the Texans.
5 o'clock fire.
This is a fascinating story going on in Pittsburgh, and it's not one that just happened. It's kind of been unfolding as we go here.
Yep.
I thought if there was ever going to be a time this year for Russell Wilson to become a starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, it was going to be this week. And Mike Tomlin has announced Russell Wilson probably Steelers' number 2 quarterback versus the Raiders, unless he's playing some serious mind games with the Raiders and just trying to kind of keep it under wraps. It looks like
we do not
Justin Fields, yeah, right. Justin Fields is going to continue to be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh.
Why'd you feel like it was going to be this week for Wilson to be declared the number 1?
Well, I think I think Russ is completely healthy. But two, I don't. I watched the game. I didn't look at the box score. Yeah, that guy.
I just caught that. I couldn't hear it. It was muffled, but I was like, yeah, that's Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, just in watching Justin Fields play, he's leaving a lot on the field. I mean, he's leaving a lot out there. Sure, the athletic ability's nice, and he's doing some things where he's coming. It's just a matter of time. And if you want to bet on that, then I would. That's what I would bet on if I were Mike Tomlin. I'd play good defense, and I'd buy time for my quarterback to develop. It looks like they're doing a pretty damn good job with that approach. So I would do that. That's where I would go with it versus playing the corny-ass dude that I know he may play a little bit better immediately, but he's not going to lead anybody anywhere.
Unlimited.
That guy right there, that's right. So I would I would bet on the come with Justin Fields is what I would do.
Bet on the come?
Yes.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, I would bet that he gets better as the season goes and hope that he's significantly better week 8 than he is right now.
Okay. I think this is just buying time to ultimately make a decision and have Russell be the number 1 again. Like, Russ has been hurt, and if you believe what Mike Tomlin says, like, yeah, he's probably going to be the number 2 out there, but there's the health issue, and then there's the rust issue. Okay. So Russ is ready to start playing football again. Let's get Russ a couple of weeks of full practices under his belt. And let's see what Justin Fields does for a couple of weeks. You're still a 3-2 football team right now if you're the Steelers. Yeah, you've lost a couple of games in a row. If you're Mike Tomlin, you're not ready to pull the plug just yet. You want to give Fields an opportunity to kind of right the ship. 2 weeks is about like the maximum amount of time you can afford to do that. If Russ is ready to go in 2 weeks, I think they pull the plug on Fields and make Russ the number one.
If Justin's not playing any better, because I do think he's leaving a lot of like low-hanging fruit on the field. Like he is. I think there's a lot being left out there, and it's hard to continue to ride with that when you've got a veteran quarterback that you know, hey, against certain against cover two, man, I'm going to hit that dig right behind that linebacker, and I can do it blindfolded. Justin's missing some of those things, you know, and it's hard to watch that week in, week out. Now, if he's showing consistent development, then we can ride with it, but. I don't know. We'll see exactly how it all unfolds. All right, Kamari Lassiter, the big story on the injury report. What does the cornerback room look like, or the cornerback position look like in the absence of Kamari Lassiter? There's 3 guys on this roster that could potentially get run. Sean Bijani has already announced that they are at least leaning towards one of those players to start. We'll discuss all of that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, look, if you're out there and you found We got plenty of seats. The vibe is always good at Big City. No matter where you at, the vibe is always good. You come in walking like that, she done had a good day, huh? She done had a good day. You going to have a good weekend, brother. I like that right there now. All right, come out here and hang with us, man.
It's a good spot.
Yeah, it's a great
Love
spot,
it.
man. The bar scene's great. The patio, this great patio weather, if you so choose. The Crawdaddy Wings, they're good at every location, but I've gone ahead and crowned the Fall Creek location as having the best Crawdaddy wings of all of the big city wings. Doesn't surprise me though. My boy Ken that manages the place, LSU shirt on from New Orleans. He's gonna put just the right amount of spice on them jokers. So it doesn't surprise me that they got the best Crawdaddy wings.
I got some coming as we speak.
Oh, don't sleep on them tahini wings too. Now they're pretty good as well. So and the bar is a full bar, so you can get whatever you need. Come on out, hang out with us again. You can't hear. There are Big City Wings locations all over the city. Get through there. They got Crawdaddy Wings. They got them tahini wings. They got all kind of stuff at every single location, and the vibe is always right. Now, with the Houston Texans, the injury reports, the final injury reports are out after all the practices this week. Today was a perfect Friday for the Texans. Don't let the ball hit the ground. Be clean. Let's put a bow on this week's game plan and make sure that all of the hay is in the barn, as they say, as we prepare for the New England Patriots. And with all that said, the injury report, the one, now we knew Nico Collins was out. The one thing that we're just learning, it's at least just now being made official, is that the corner, number 2 corner opposite Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, is out for sure this week. The shoulder injury was too much, couldn't practice, and they've declared him out for this particular game. I don't know how long that's going to last, but he's out this week for sure. Now, as I look at that, there are 3 different Texans players that I think could either start or see consistent playing time. It's Chris Boyd, 6th year in the league, been with Minnesota, Arizona, and now Houston. 2023 Texans practice squad. 8 week activate week 14. He's been active all year long as a specialist with the Houston Texans. It actually has flashed and made some plays, some good, couple bad. I think I've seen Sean Pendergast throw something against the wall when Chris made a mistake on special teams.
Yeah.
But he's been good otherwise.
Come on, Sean.
Yeah, I know, Mom. We got to get Sean every now and then. We got to hold him down every now and then. He gets a little loose. Kadar Holman, who again, it's his 4th year in the league. He's been with about 42 different teams. He's recently been with the Baltimore Ravens. Actually saw a little bit of time with the Baltimore Ravens, and the Texans, have recently brought him back in and brought him into the fold. He is a guy that has played some last year for the Texans.
He did.
And played well. He's a guy that DeMeco Ryans used through that time where there were so many banged up defensive backs that they were pulling guys in from left and right from all over the place. And Kadar Holman played well. He played well, so he's very capable. And then there's D'Angelo Ross, a 4th-year NFL guy, again, New England, Miami, and the Texans. He's been in Houston since January of last year, so they're very familiar with him. This is year 2 with DeMeco and company. So they're very familiar with him. Sean, that's your 3 choices: Chris Boyd, Kadar Holman, and D'Angelo Ross. I know you've got a little bit of an update on D'Angelo Ross. What do you got?
Well, Aaron Wilson about an hour ago just reported that it appears it's going to be D'Angelo Ross, who is slated to start against the Patriots as the replacement for Kamari Lassiter. There might be look, if Ross is going to start, okay, maybe Kadar Holman gets the call up as well, or Chris Boyd gets some more run or a look at corner 2. Just because you're going to maybe start Ross doesn't mean he plays the whole game. Because now you have to have a backup. So you typically have a backup for Kamari Lassiter. Well, who's going to be the backup for D'Angelo Ross if stuff hits the fan? I just remember D'Angelo Ross, and I was trying to think of the game. I'm almost positive it was the Browns game last season where D'Angelo Ross was burnt in coverage at least once, maybe twice, on massive plays. How the hell he wound up on Amari Cooper, I have no freaking clue. But that started the bitch about not moving Derek Stingley to Amari Cooper, not moving Stingley to the number one wide receiver.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The play where he got beat down the visiting team sideline at NRG Stadium against Cleveland, Amari Cooper. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's the play. That's one of the plays where the safety ended up getting benched because he wasn't where he was supposed to be.
You might be right. Yeah, Petrie. You talking about Petrie?
I think it was Petrie. I'm not positive. But
I know you're right. No, you're right. Petrie was involved on that play, but I don't know that definitively he made. You're asking to go back a long ways now.
Right.
I remember having this conversation with somebody. I don't know if that was the wrong call or not, but look, it's
your point. Your point's valid.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a backup corner that you got to
back. Okay, it's a journeyman backup quarterback, but ultimately it goes into a different conversation where how are the Texans going to handle this defensively? This weekend. It's not like the Patriots have this world beater wide receiver. Like the Patriots defense is more worried about how they're going to handle the receivers from the Texans standpoint than vice versa. Okay? It's just you don't want to make yourself susceptible to, the explosives. And it's not like you need to really worry about that, but it's just a fear of the unknown. Rookie quarterbacks have fared very well in the NFL this year. Rookie quarterbacks, at least here in recent memory, have fared very well against the Texans from a franchise point of view. And then look, it's if you're potentially having to go with two rookies on a week-in and week-out basis at safety and corner within Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, you take Lassiter out of the equation, maybe you get more of an experienced kind of a guy back there, but Kalen Bullock is, still that lone rookie who's playing for Jimmy Ward this weekend.
Well, one of the most impressive things that this coaching staff has done, and it all starts with D'Amico Ryans, and as it pertains to this conversation, it's all about D'Amico Ryans, is they have done an unbelievable job. Like, literally, it's unbelievable how good they've been overcoming injuries. Particularly last year, but I'm sure they're on their way to do it this year as well. When you've got a coaching staff that has a team prepared week in, week out, as well as any team in the league, it's easier to overcome injuries like this.
Sure.
When you are preparing months in advance, your depth in a way of it. Some point in time, and I mean they're not only developing and preparing their starters better than 99% of the league. They're developing and preparing their depth. I mean, on a weekly basis. We've heard Nick Caserio talk about it. This organization has been tremendous with that since D'Amico Ryans got here. And so I say all that to say, yes, they're short a corner. But I have 100% confidence, and not just because this opponent doesn't have much of a chance, but I have 100% confidence that D'Amico Ryans is going to have a plan that's going to have that guy play to his strengths, and that guy is not going to be the reason that this team gets beat.
You know what the plan should be, and probably is?
What's that?
Whoop some ass up front. Fair. Because if you're able to get to the quarterback a little bit quicker than you typically have, like maybe they're able to get home this weekend. They should. Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, maybe they're able to get home many more times than not, and if they are, well, that takes a lot of pressure off the corner.
Well, I like that approach every weekend, Chief, including this one. You know what I mean? So I'm with you.
Yep. Well, it should happen this weekend. I'll tell you that. That was my key to the game is get your butt to the quarterback and fill up that stat sheet. Not that I necessarily need it to happen because I start worrying about, like, is Hunter and Anderson, like, okay? Do they fit? Like, what's going on? No. It's time for them to actually do what they're supposed to do. And they're supposed to dominate up front this weekend because the offensive line of the Patriots sucks. It's a rookie quarterback. They have no run game. How many other examples of you're supposed to beat ass this weekend for the Patriots?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that scares me is Vegas, man. That 6.5-point line, it seems too good to be true. That seems too good to be true.
It's the one time I would take the over.
You mean you would take the Texans to win by more than 6.5?
Yeah, I'd take the over. It's usually a rule of thumb. Don't take the over in the NFL, right? But I'm taking the over.
Well, I mean, you mean you're taking the favorite?
Yeah.
The over would be the point spread, but you're talking.
Yeah, you pulled me around the show there.
Taking the Texans by more than 6.5.
Yeah. That's and I agree. That's what I'm saying. I feel like this line should be 10 or 11 at the very least. But and then it'd be a little bit more difficult to take the Texans, right? It's so easy right now to take the Texans at 6.5 for some reason. Usually bets like that tells me Vegas knows something that we don't. It scares the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Now I hope I'm dead wrong because I want the Texans to just mop the floor with them, and all of us Texans fans can sit at home and have us a good, comfortable Sunday watching the game and just with a lot of smiles instead of the old sphincter tightening up in the fourth quarter, if you know what I mean. All right, we know Nico Collins is obviously out. There's an opportunity for one receiver or several receivers to step up and have a big day Sunday and really for the next month. What receiver has the most to gain this weekend against the New England Patriots in Nico Collins' absence? There's several choices. We'll discuss, as well as we'll pick our Mad Dog players, and Sean Bijani gets to pick Ron Hughley's Mad Dog player. We ain't even calling Ron and asking him about it. We're just going to let you do it, Sean. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mo Karen Law Firm, man. They've been helping Houston, Texas for over 25 years. And a good thing.
maintaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Humble. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, indeed, y'all. Ron's out. Sean Bijani is in. And we're at Big City Wings, y'all. Big City Wings, Fall Creek. Big City Wings up in Humble, right off Beltway 8. How many folks, do folks still refer to that as Beltway 8?
Yes.
I mean,
that's all I refer.
Every person I know.
Is that an age? Is that an age
No,
thing?
it is. It's shorter to say and more understandable. Like Sam Houston Parkway. Sam Houston Parkway could be anywhere.
I mean, I hit him.
Like,
we do love Sam Houston, though.
On the Beltway.
That's the Beltway. Beltway and what? All you got to do is give the cross street.
The Beltway's grown a lot since the days of it being the Beltway now.
It's a big-ass circle.
I mean,
look like
here.
99 is going to become a big-ass circle.
I'm going to tell you, man, back in the day, I hit the Beltway to go to North Shore.
You hit the Beltway to go to North Shore.
Hit the Beltway, take one of them first couple of exits right there, boom, hang a left.
Wallaceville or
And
Woodforest.
Right there. That's baseball in the summers and all that stuff. Yeah, man, that was it. Where you could hit the Beltway, that's North Shore. It's about as far as I strayed, man.
Well, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. It's still kind of the spot for like baseball, like at least a young age.
Yeah.
You know, I'm up here in Humble, Atascocita area, and you can't get your boy involved in like T-ball unless they're like 4 years old. Like I was ready to start him at 3. The only place you can start a boy in T-ball at 3. North Shore. North Shore. So I was like, let's go.
That's a beautiful thing, man. Well, look
Flag
here.
football, let's go. North Shore.
We got a player picks this week, and Mad Dog 2020. I don't know how many of y'all out there in the building have that. Remember the Mad Dog days, but we got Mad Dog players of the week for the Texans, and we're going to let Sean Bijani pick Ryan Hughley's player this week.
Now, if my pick sucks, he has to buy the Mad Dog.
Yeah, Ron has
I
to
don't.
buy the Mad Dog. Now you can't hijack it though. You can't do that.
All right.
I mean, I'll let you get a little bit suspect with your pick, but I can't let you just.
Funny though.
I can't let you pick like Kenyon Green. I mean, like that would be.
I was going to pick Dalton Schultz, but I'm not going to do that to you.
Well,
Pick Tommy Fleetwood.
You pick. Look here, you pick Dalton Schultz. He's liable to ball out, and then I got.
I think he is
deal with it
because I'm going to be watching him more now.
He very well may. He's not. He's obviously very capable of it.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he turns the corner from what he did last week. That's for damn sure. Before we get there, though, I want to talk about the receivers on this football team. Without Nico Collins, there's a huge opportunity for somebody to step up and have a monster week and really a monster month of football and take a huge stride. And the question is, which wide receiver has the most to gain in the absence of Nico Collins? Not who the best receiver is, but which one has the most to gain in the absence of Nico Collins? There's a lot of production that has to go somewhere. I don't think all of a sudden C.J. Stroud's not a 300-plus yard passer, and this offense isn't geared towards C.J. Stroud. He's going to spin it around the park. Which receiver has the most to gain in the absence of Nico Collins? Let me give you a rundown. Stephon, proven veteran that's carried a pass game before up in Buffalo, and you can argue he did his last year in Minnesota as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tank Dell, super explosive young receiver that's shown a lot of promise through a small sample size. Coming off big-time injuries last year, another little bang-up this year. Xavier Hutchinson, young, unknown, do everything, kind of a good soldier, will play every special teams, do whatever you ask him to do. Dalton Schultz, I want to throw him in that mix of guys that could benefit here. Savvy veteran that's appeared unhappy with his role recently and could probably use a double-digit target game to get his mind right. Which one of those guys do you believe is really ultimately has the most to gain with no Nico Collins?
Ultimately, if I have to pick one, it's got to be Tank Dell, because even with Nico Collins, Dell has just kind of been waiting for, those moments of, the explosives. And look, you're going to have to get a little bit more creative. Even with Nico, I think Bobby's going to have to get a little bit more creative in what, he's got available to CJ in the pass game. Look, offensive line's got the lack of protection's got a little bit to do with that as well, but that's going to be interesting too. When things break down, it's been Stroud to Nico. We've seen a little bit Stroud to Diggs, in the scramble drill and stuff like that. I think Diggs is probably that guy, but there is definitely a synergy that exists between Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud as well. See very best wide receivers in the NFL, and I think we shouldn't be surprised when Tank Dell gets the opportunity to showcase that again this weekend.
I think I'm with you, man. The Diggs thing is interesting. I just don't know what he necessarily has to gain, although it is a contract year for him. And when Nico is active, it's easy for him to sit back and say, I understand, I'm playing behind the most productive receiver in the NFL. Like, it's easy to kind of just sit back and take what I'm fed ultimately.
Yeah.
I do think his numbers improve. I do think they lean on him probably more than anybody else. But the most to gain to me is a critical part of this question. Tank Dell is a guy that I love. I've said it before. I'm the president of the Tank Dell fan club. But we haven't seen enough to know who Tank Dell is. I know he's an explosive player. I know he's shifty. I know he's got twitch like nobody else. I know he's got the ability to separate. But can he stay healthy? Can he go out there and week in, week out be a guy that flashes the way in which we saw him flash for a handful of games last year? I think he can. I'm not doubting him by any means. I'm just saying as it pertains to establishing yourself as a dude in the NFL, if he balls out over the next 4 weeks, the way in which we saw him ball out over what was that last year, really about an eight game run.
I mean, it was until he missed the final 7 games.
Yeah, but he did. So he finished the final 7, so that gets you down to 11 games. And he didn't the first couple of games. Remember we always talk about how he didn't.
It was the Jacksonville game, week 3, week 4. I think.
So 3 through 11, 3 through 11, 4 through 11 is when he was really made. Hey, this is going to be a guy we're going to build around. If he does that again, I don't know how you deny Tank Dell. Like I don't know how we deny. I know there's a lot of talk, and I think a little bit of it is probably premature. With Tank Dell in particular, of the whole, man, we got the three-headed monster, best 3 receivers in the league. I think you're in that conversation, but have we really seen enough from Tank Dell to believe that this guy is a year in, year out, game-changing, difference-making type of receiver? I know he's got the talent, but I need to see more.
You're talking about the health aspect too.
Well, all of it. All of it.
That's what I think. It's natural to always doubt.
But look at it this year. My exact point is this: dude goes out there and balls last year, right? Shows great chemistry with C.J. Stroud and does some beautiful things, right? And then this year, he's relegated to really a gadget receiver for the 4 weeks he's been healthy.
Yeah, but they're trying to figure out how the hell to use all of these guys with Stephon Diggs.
I agree. But guess what? Steph Diggs is on pace to have 1,000 yards. Steph Diggs is on pace to have 100 catches. Nico Collins was on pace to have the best year, literally be the most productive receiver in the league. Those guys' production didn't slip when they were trying to figure things out. Balls to go around. I'm just the reality of the situation is there's one guy that didn't make. We agree with Tank Dell. I just looked at the time. We got to pick these things. Tyler, let's go with our Mad Dog picks, man. We'll let you go first. You go ahead and select who your Mad Dog pick is for this week against New England Patriots.
All right, I will lock this in, and I assume if this guy ends up for some reason